iRacing.com is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all over the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics and engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. iRacing's web-based interface allows members to compare stats and test drive any combination of car and track instantly. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 60,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsport organizations like SRO Motorsports Group to deliver virtual races based on the real-life Blancpain GT series. iRacing's Blancpain Endurance Series features team racing, giving members the ability to build a team and participate in races ranging from 3 hours to 24 hours. Additional partners include NASCAR, IMSA, V8 Supercars, IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own 24 hours of Spa, Bathurst 1000, Daytona 500, and many more. iRacing.com, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car.
Hello and welcome to V8sonline's live coverage of the iRacing V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. Round 8 tonight, the Okayama 250 presented by WP Concreting. Jay Kennedy, and tonight Cameron Dance alongside me for the second split action. The guys are just out on track, just starting their qualifying session. Big hello to you, Cameron. Going to be a great night of racing.
Yeah, cheers. It's definitely going to be quite the night of racing by the looks of it, especially with the close times in practice and in pre-qualifying. So, should be another good and close night of racing by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's going to be really entertaining tonight. We saw pre-qualifying about 1.5 seconds separating the top 40, and then only 0.8 of a second separating the next 40 cars, which is the group that we have in this qualifying session at the moment. 17 odd minutes left in their qualifying session around this amazing Okayama circuit. We're at the halfway point of the season too after tonight too.
Yes, we will be actually.
So yeah, amazing that we're already halfway through this season, not far away from getting into the enduro stage of the championship as well. But we'll focus on this qualifying session because they are just getting underway. We've got Tyson Williams leading the field at the moment. First car out on track in regards to qualifying, so we'll see what time he does. And lots of racing at this track so far this week. We've obviously had Formula Renault here on Wednesday night. We've seen drivers racing Friday night in the Australia Online Supercar Championship. Williams does a 1:30.6, and of course we'll be back again tomorrow for the official V8 Supercar Series as well.
Yeah, so going to be a busy one for just around this track alone.
Names that we probably would expect to be in top split racing in this split tonight. We've got Corey Preston racing in second split. We've got Daniel Trim in second split. We've got Will Dodd in second split as well. So we've got some guys that have potential to be in top split that are racing in second split tonight.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because there's a couple of guys that would usually be in top split. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether they put themselves right at the front of the field or whether something else happens.
Will Dodd on screen about to finish his first lap proper. A little bit off the pace on this one, so I think he'll go for another lap. 1:34.7 puts him in 28th. Full 38 cars. I was going to say full field of 40 cars. We've got 38 cars out on track at the moment.
Two still in pit lane by the looks of it. Adam Zeitinger and Shane Rayner.
Graham Bones Filand on screen at the moment. He late call up in, actually qualified in 82nd, and a couple of drivers not being able to make it's meant that he's in the split tonight. So always good to get that last minute call up and making it to race.
Yeah, definitely is.
Bones is one of the more senior drivers out there. Proof that age is just a number. Knowing Bones personally, I know he won't care if I say that. Into the pits, so I'll find someone else on a lap. Got Alex Greenwood coming down the back straight for Progression Racing Australia. Pit lane's nice and full though. I think there's about 20 cars sitting in the pit lane at the moment.
Yeah, which is quite interesting because you'd think everybody would want to try and get a good lap early, but that said, traffic can be a bit of a problem here with it being such a short and twisty circuit.
There's been a lot of discussion after the last few rounds that the track conditions are very, very strange in regards to how the track doesn't get better through a session, actually gets worse. So there's been a lot of discussion about how that's unfolding and why it's happening in that manner. Greenwood's into the pits. Find someone else on the lap.
Yeah, it is quite interesting, as usually it does get better with the amount of rubber going down and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what iRacing has done in terms of why they've done that, but yeah, hopefully they can sort it out and bring it back to what it originally was, where it did get faster and faster as the session went on.
I don't think it's intentional what's happened here, but it's how it is at the moment, so we have to deal with it, because we know at the start of the season we saw track get better and time start to drop as the sessions went on. So trying to find someone who's actually about to start a lap. Everyone's diving into the pit lane. Paul Jones on screen for Real Parity Motorsport, starting a lap.
Just getting a little bit sideways out of turn one there.
Awesome how this big long straight, this will really come into play tonight. We'll see big moves under brakes here into this hairpin.
Yeah, we definitely will. That's going to be a very, very big passing opportunity, and we're bound to see a lot of dive bombing and possibly a couple of incidents with people being turned and hit and all sorts of other stuff at that corner, and a number of other corners, especially the likes of which Paul's just coming through now.
Final two corners of this ultra fun track. Sorry, a little bit quiet, just trying to fix these couple of glitches with the stream. I'm just trying to work on what was going on at the same time, but Looks like he's not going to improve on his best lap, which is 130.9. It does a 131.6.
He's currently sitting 5th though with that 30.9, so he's not doing too bad.
Jason Quire on screen, currently P20, best lap 131.6.
Coming through the final sector now by the looks of it. No, he's backed out of that lap to start a lap by the looks of it.
Anthony Mancarella not far behind him. He's about to finish a lap. Coming into the final complex of corners now.
Just a tad early on the throttle there. 31.2.
No improvement for him. This lap from Tyson Williams right at the start of qualifying really been a big winner for him. Jason Hyde crossing the start-finish line. He's had a very unrepresentative time so far. Just jumps up about 20 spots. Close enough to. Jumps into 18th position.
Oh, big sideways moment there. That off-camber corner is probably going to catch a number of people off. It is what I can predict.
Yeah, turn 2 is very strange. It doesn't appear off-camber until you actually drive around it. Just watching videos and even watching the broadcast, you don't notice it being off-camber. But as soon as you go around that corner, you realise how off-camber that corner actually is. You see cars off the track.
Yeah.
Might see if we can find someone else on a lap. Jason Quire we saw before slow down to try and get a bit of a run to start a lap. He's coming through the final corner now. No improvement, does a 31.7.
Very sideways through turn 1 there as well. Joshua Burton just behind him did improve though with a 31.1.
Yep, goes to P11. Sanjan Delilah, who I'm noticing is on it, got a new livery on. He was racing alongside Bones Fireland in Bones Bonus Lawns livery, but he's running in the STC Motorsports livery, so haven't got that update in the overlay software, sorry, but he has moved up to P14 on that lap.
Yeah, and he's not doing too bad.
Nut, he's into pits. Someone else on the lap. Corey Preston is actually on a lap. So try and go to him.
Just very, very sideways before we actually went to him just there. Oh, getting a bit sideways out of turn 4, and he's very sideways there.
That's lap ruin for him there. Bit unexpected for Corey being in second split. Probably one that we'll see around mid-pack in top split, but it'll be a whole new experience for him tonight being in this second split.
Yeah, he is usually in top split, and it is quite bizarre seeing him in second split. Not sure why, but anyway, it'll be interesting to see where he finishes tonight in second split.
Got Benjamin Smith on screen for Race on Oz. Started a lap, so stay with him for this one. P17 at the moment. Driver that I believe we'll see up towards the top split by the end of this season. Very, very good driver. Probably a little bit underrated.
Yeah, Ben's quite a good driver. He's not doing too bad for himself at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if he is top split by the end of the season. He realistically should be, but yeah, just not quite there in pace, but he should be by the end of the season, like you said.
Coming up to the toughest part on the track here, these hairpins are tough enough in a car that's got a bit of grip. These cars, as we all know, have no grip under power. Very, very tough to get these hairpins right. The second one, ultra crucial because it does impact your run. Cut this corner as close as you can, not going all the way over the curbs in the final corner. Which just seems to keep going. You can use all of the runoff on the edge of the road. Come across the line. This will be in the 31s. Around about the same time as his best, I think. 31.7. No improvement for him. Go to Brett Loxton, who is on a lap.
Ooh, just getting a bit on the grass there. Say he's probably going to go for another run here.
Going into the pits, so find someone else on a lap. And even Lattimore's on a lap. Get the live timing, so we'll go to him. Another driver racing for the Race on Oz team.
Yeah, and he's currently sitting 4th, so doing quite well. .4, so no improvement for him, with his best being a 30.8. Daniel Cook is another driver on a lap at the moment for Evolution Racing Team. Coming onto the front stretch now across the line, and that's going to be a 31.1, so 0.2 slower than his quickest so far, so no improvement by the looks of it.
Looks like Tyson Williams is done. He's there's the escape button, which obviously in V8 Scops, as soon as you escape from your car, you are done. Joshua Burden is the driver that is on a flying lap at the moment. Driving for Fusion Sim Racing.
He's into the pits, so he might continue that lap actually. He is not too far, he's about 200ths off being in the top 10, so if he does do one more, which he may not do, then yeah.
Really
but he is very close.
Now, I think these guys don't have to get another lap in, but Riley Blythe on the screen, who is on a flying lap for Evolution Racing Team. Currently P7.
With a 31.0, so coming through that hairpin at the moment.
Only 2 minutes left in this qualifying session, and the drivers have a 24 lap race ahead of them tonight.
In what is somewhat warm conditions with a track temp of 35 degrees and 62% relative humidity, 6 kilometre an hour southwest wind with 29 degrees and mostly cloudy air temp by the looks of it.
Blythe heads to the pit, so he's done for this run. Try and find someone else who's on a flying lap. Corey Preston is on a lap, so currently P2 with 30.7. Was picked up his first official series win the other week at the Nürburgring.
Yes, he did.
A little bit off the pace this week. Few first time winners. Oh, fully committed. And all sorts of sideways. That's lap done there for Preston.
Yeah, I'd say his session will be over as well.
If I get time to do another lap, then I think those tyres will be absolutely fried. Go to Brett Loxton, who is on a flying lap. None of the other guys inside the top 10 are on flyers at the moment. Loxton, the last one in the 10 on a lap. There are a couple of guys that are warming up or getting ready to start their final flying lap.
Loxton's actually carrying some
Rear end
rear
damage.
input. Yeah,
That's him
not
done.
sure what that's from.
Qualifying done for Loxton. Won't get another chance to do a lap. Jason Hyde, currently P13. He's just started his final attempt at qualifying.
Williams is actually back on track by the looks of it.
He'll go into the ultra complex part of the circuit. Second flag is out. This is their final attempt to adjust their starting position. Jason Hyde driving for Performance Motorsport. Oh, wanted to get the power down ultra early there. It's full sideways coming through, and I don't think we'll see an improvement here. It looks like it'll be 31.4.
2/10 slower.
Josh Burden coming across the line. He's going to try and complete final lap and improve. I don't think he will though. Best lap 31.1. Done a 31.3, I'm fairly sure.
Yes. So no improvement by the looks of it either.
Wire coming through final corner. Actually well and truly off the pace, so go to Daniel Poulton, currently P6. I think he's going to bring it into the pits looking at that line.
Yes, he is.
That might be session done by the looks.
Yeah, I would say so by the looks of it.
Jamie McKnight possibly still on a lap. P27 at the moment.
I think he crossed the line as the cheeky flag was out.
Yep. I think it might be Bones and Benjamin Smith just ahead, and they're both heading into the pits. So I think that is session done. We'll run
Yes,
through
indeed, by the looks of it.
the starting grid that we'll have for this race tonight. For split 2, we've got Tyson Williams starting from pole, Corey Preston in second position, Edward Van Velsen, great result from him. He will start from third position, Stephen Lattimore in fourth, Paul Jones in fifth, Daniel Poulton in sixth position. Got Riley Blythe in seventh, Brody Watmore in eighth, Brett Loxton in ninth, and Anthony Mancarella rounding out the top 10.
Go back to Josh Byrne, who starts on 11th. 12th will go to Gary Cooper. 13th, Jason Hyde. 14th, Wayne Taylor. 15th, Sanjin Delilac. 16th will go to Jonathan Bean. 17th will go to Daniel Trim. 18th, Will Dodd. 19th, Benjamin Smith. And rounding out the top 20 is Mark Newton.
Yeah, then we've got Tyler Blackburn in 21st, Simon Pitt in 22nd, Paul Preston next. Alongside him will be Andrew Gilliam. Got Jason Quire, Alex Greenwood, Jamie McKnight, Gene Fitties, Brent O'Brien, and Graham Filand rounding out the 30.
Then we go back to Adam Wyborn, 31st, Ray Kazar, Kyle Janes, Damon Mulqueen, Martin Carroll, Shane Rayner, Adam Zeitinger, and then I think that's about it.
Yeah, I think
if I'm not mistaken.
Christian Hinton, Shannon Mason, and Liam Tipping as well. We've got
yes.
the full 40 cars. Awesome.
Yeah, should be quite busy heading into turn 1, I would say.
The action aplenty. We'll see shunts. We'll see chaos. We'll see mayhem. But love this track. It always provides awesome fun racing. So here we go. 24 laps of racing ahead for these guys. About a 35-minute race. Pit stop will be required for fuel for these guys as well. So they'll need splash some fuel in. Some will take tyres, some won't. Very, very interesting to see how we go here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who does what sort of strategy, indeed. Couple of cars still yet to grid by the looks of it.
Grid, so we've got 4 or 5 cars left grid up. Here we go, revs are rising. 24 laps for round 8 of V8 Scops here at Okayama is about to get underway. Here we go. The jump from Preston.
A jump from a number of guys. This is about 4 wide hitting into
Oh,
one
look
about
at
the
this
middle.
action right in the middle here. Looks like they've all made it through fairly clean. And Williams has managed to stay ahead. Oh, there's action back in the field. Not
That's
sure who
tight.
that was.
Couple of guys going side by side just inside the top 10.
Got a car heading towards the fence.
Turn.
Yeah, we've got Benjamin Smith and
as well. Oh, and another lot. Brett Luxton and I think that was Jason Quire involved.
Get a replay in just a moment so we can work out exactly what's happened. But yeah, that's chaos. Got Fulton on screen there. So here's the replay coming up now. We know that Smith, Benjamin Smith and Daniel Fulton were involved. Can't see exactly what happened. Oh, a bit of contact between Fulton and Josh Burden, and Smith's gone off in a totally separate accident altogether.
He's done that on his own as well. So that's interesting.
Wowee. Go back to the front though. Go back live now. Got the front 3 have pulled a bit of a gap. Williams, Preston and Van Velsen has run with them. Paul Jones in 4th position has Riley Blythe right on his tail. Josh Burden and Anthony Mancarella trying to make a move here, but look at this angry pack.
Yeah. Actually looks like Mark Carroll and Brenton O'Brien have also come to the pit lane by the looks of it. As well as Daniel Ponton and Benjamin Smith.
Yeah, Wayne Taylor's also in the pits as well. Have a look at Brody Whitmore there. Got a lot of pressure being applied by Sanjin Delilac right on his tail into the draft. And a few internet issues as well. Sanjin will make a big move up the inside here at the hairpin. And that's move done.
Guy will follow him through as well, actually. Sorry.
Similar paint jobs on those cars. Similar with the teal colour. Easy to get him confused.
Yes, it is actually.
Back up the front. Williams has a lot of pressure being applied from Preston. These front 3 have pulled a fairly decent margin, and Paul Jones has Riley Blythe right on his tail.
Yeah, those front 3 I'm not surprised they pulled away like they have. But with Riley Blythe and Paul Jones not too far behind, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Not a massive gap. Look at them spreading down the front straight. 07 there, Stephen Lattimore side by side with Daniel Trim. Oh, good driving, boys. Thought there was going to
Trim's
be contact
managed to get him by the looks of it.
Yeah, Trim's going to hold it. Oh, off
Hold it
camber.
around there. Oh.
Big drift from Daniel Trim. Held on to it, and Will Dodd's now looking to pounce. Not be able to do it though. But
I'd
Blythe,
say you'd do it at the hairpin though.
Blythe and Paul Jones were side by side coming out of the first hairpin. Now they're side by side coming down the back straight. Looks like Jones might be able to hold on.
Well, maybe. Side by side still. Oh no, Riley's trying to go around the outside.
Gonna be able to do
And
it.
he's done it.
Chop down, and what that's done though, it's meant that the front 3 have pulled away now 2 3 seconds. These guys
Yeah.
already. Jones, a big defensive move up the inside. He's actually outbraked himself. Josh Burden now has managed to go through behind Anthony Mancarella, Sanjay Delilac side by side with Jason Hyde trying to come through as well.
Hyde's just got through. Deluxe had to run wide because of it.
A bit more looking up the inside, just almost contact there.
Yeah, it's quite close by the looks of it.
Crazy
We're
battle.
already 3 laps in.
Loving it. Cars side by side the whole way down the back straight, the front straight. This is great. Whole field at the moment only separated by 19 seconds that are still in this race. 29 cars, 19 seconds. Front 3
Yeah, that's very close.
have pulled away. Take the front 3 out. The rest of the cars are separated by 17 seconds. It is just getting past his teammate Paul Preston, side by side, down through the S's. Owens Filan now looking to take advantage. He's running the Colton Cruz configuration Commodore at the moment.
Yeah, with that missing bonnet and rear wing by the looks of it.
Go back to the front though. These front 3 pulling away. Austin Williams, Corey Preston, Edward Van Velsen.
He's holding his own by the looks of it, doing quite well, considering he wasn't actually planning on racing, from what I've heard.
Very impressed with Van Velsen. He's done a great job. Saw him come into Scops a few weeks ago, just made it into second split, and tonight he's doing a great job battling for the lead. Dropping off a little bit here, but to be right up towards the pointy end, that's a great effort.
Yeah, he's definitely come a long way since he joined Scops not too long ago, so should actually, probably I'd say he's not too far. It's Corey Preston getting a bit sideways there under brakes. Yeah, I would say he would possibly be in race winning contention soon enough, and possibly winning split 1.
Yeah, I don't think it will be too far off. Nelson top split. It's actually starting to put pressure on Preston after Preston made that mistake.
Yeah, I'd say Corey would have hurt his tyres from that little mistake.
Got no doubt about that.
Corey not also one to look after his tyres either, so gonna be interesting to see what happens.
While this battle's starting to happen now, Williams has pulled a second. There's nothing between Van Velsen and Preston.
Yeah, Corey's going to have to be careful here, or Edward's going to be able to put him up the inside somewhere. Oh, Williams just touching the grass there on the entry to turn 1.
Looking at the pre-qualifying times, Van Velsen's doing a great job in comparison to his pre-qualifying times. Pre-qualified in 65th position, so 25th in this split, and into 3rd. Great job.
Yeah, good improvement actually.
Saying that, any of the guys that are in second split really could have been up there because that was so tightly contested. Only 0.8 of a second separating the 40 drivers we have in this field tonight.
Yeah, very close indeed. Pretty much, I'd say pretty much as close as what Austin's win was to some extent.
But Anthony Mancarella with Sanjay Delilac having a big look up the inside. Going to be able to do it. Oh. Big lunge from Delilac. Bit of contact. Mancarella's going to hold on here though. Tough to go around the outside through this bit. Second part of the track. And that Mancarella's probably cut it a bit too fine, and they're going to go side by side down into the hairpins.
Oh, someone getting a bit sideways in the background here. One of the PMS cars by the looks of it, if I'm not mistaken. Is now Deluxe actually got the move done on Mancarella by the looks of it.
Yep. And Andrew Gilliam's right there in to try and take advantage as well, who just made a move on Brodie Watmore not that long ago as well.
Giving Mancarella a bit of a love tap saying, come on, let's go.
This front three, though, they're pulling away from the entire rest of the field. The gap between Van Velsen and Blythe is 3.4 seconds. Gilliam up the inside, and that's move done on Mancarella here, because Mancarella's not going to be able to hold it there. Coming into the off-camber, it's very tough on the inside here when you're too wide.
Yeah, he's got that move done quite well by the looks of it, and done it before turn 2 as well, so he's been able to get across to the apex, or just outside of the apex, to get that move done.
It's strange turn 2. You think if you're too wide, you want to be on the inside, but you actually want to be on the outside line if you're too wide, because you sort of run through the middle of the corner, or with the angle that you take, you want the middle. So being on the outside is not a big disadvantage, as it is in other corners. But here comes Brodie Whitmore with Stephen Lattimore right on his tail now. This is a really interesting pack we've got going in between Delilah, Gillam, Mancarella, Whitmore, Lattimore, and Tyler Blackburn now starting to jump onto the pack as well.
Yeah, it's starting to form into quite a little battle pack and train
down
here.
But Brodie Whitmore, I believe, would have got a slowdown penalty because he's just slowed up, given up 2 positions. So he gave away his position to Lattimore, gave away position to Blackburn with no pressure at all.
Yeah, and Delic's coming to pit lane by the looks of it to serve his pit stop.
Interesting to do that so early, especially when you're leading the pack. So wait and see if it... I don't believe we've seen any incidents that have warranted a drive-through, but we haven't caught all the action because there's been so much going on. Now he's in to actually make his scheduled stop, so that means the pit window is open. Guys being restricted in their fuel tank to half a tank. Tyson Williams now has pressure once more from Corey Preston. Preston's started to catch up.
He's actually done quite well to do that, actually. After his earlier mistake, he's seemingly calmed down and now he's back onto it by the looks of it.
They've let those tyres come back to him a little bit. Last lap, he was 0.3 quicker than Tyson Williams, just ahead. Oh, big rear lock up there from Preston into the hairpins. And now they've started to pull away from Van Velsen, who is now starting to be caught by Riley Blythe. We approach the halfway point in this race. We're a third of the way through. We're not far off halfway. This race is flying by.
Yeah, it is actually. There's been a lot happening, so it's no surprise that it hasn't gone by as quickly as it has.
This is an interesting battle pack. We've got Jason Quire trying to get a move done on Gene Fitties. We've got Will Dodd, Gary Cooper, Daniel Trim, Brodie Whitmore and Tyler Blackburn all bunched up together. Just behind Quire as well, there's Simon Pitt and Paul Preston. So I think we've got 10 cars all together. We've got Blackburn looking up the inside, sorry, Whitmore looking up the inside of Blackburn to get that position back that he lost just before. There's the advantage of being on the outside right there on cue.
Yeah, he's got that move done, and now it's looking like there may be another overtake here.
And Trim may be able to get it done. His big dive up the inside, and Blackburn's run wide. And that's going to get the move done for Daniel Trim down this straight. Gary Cooper may get an advantage here, even though he's a little bit behind. 2 cars side by side, he will get the double draft down the back straight. Oh, off the track goes Brodie Whitmore.
Just slotting in behind Jason Quire by the looks of it. Or Quire gets very sideways on the dirt.
Jason Quire almost into the back of Whitmore. Back up the front, I just want to look at the pack that's, or the battle that's starting to come. See Anthony Mancarella just jumping in the pits. Preston holding around about that 8/10 of a second. Van Velsen's dropped off And Riley Blythe is starting to catch. He's now down to 2.5 seconds. So that not long ago was about 3.7 seconds. So keep an eye on Riley Blythe as he starts to break away and move up the field. And Paul Jones now has dropped behind Josh Burden. Actually, that happened a little while ago. Remembered that. But those two are still nice and tight together. Jason Hyde has broken away from that other pack we saw. Andrew Gillum out all on his own. Stephen Lattimore by himself as well. Then you got Daniel Trim, and then side by side we see Tyler Blackburn, Gary Cooper. We said last lap Gary Cooper was going to get a bit of advantage. Right on cue he does. Start to see the front guys pit in the next couple of laps. Williams and Preston continue on. This is the end of lap 10. So 14 left in this race.
Lattimore's into pit lane by the looks of it.
Lattimore in the pits. I believe he might be the only guy in that group who has pitted. No, Jason Quire also in. Gap between Williams and Preston maintaining around that 7 to 8 tenths of a second, although last lap a full tenth and a little bit gain for Preston over Williams.
Yeah, it also looks like Riley Blythe was actually the quicker one out of those top three as well. So he's definitely should be coming into this little battle by the end of the race, I'd say, if he keeps this pace up.
From race control, we're just hearing Sanjan Delilah with the drive-through for Chew on lap 1, and Jamie McKnight has a drive-through on lap 5. 4 tenths of a second now for Preston. He's got a big gain on this lap so far. Jason Hyde into the pits. As with Daniel Trim, Gary Cooper, so starting to see a few guys into the lane now. Field really starting to spread out now. We've got the front 5 guys have pulled away because the rest of the field is in the lane. Or the front 6, I should say. So Williams, Preston, Van Velsen, Blythe, Burton, and Jones. And then it's 10 seconds from them back to Daniel Trim. Fit is continuing on as well. 16 cars still on the track.
Preston's very close now as well by the looks of it, so could possibly see a move unless they pit this lap or next lap. I would say they probably would pit on this lap or next lap as Preston had a look there into the hairpin, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens as we are now halfway.
Yeah, I reckon one of these guys will come in the lane this time or next. We go Williams.
Both do actually.
Oh, Preston
with a wild entry.
And that's going to be that'll possibly be a black flag for Preston because of an unsafe pit entry.
Yeah, I'd say it will be
We'll have
actually.
to keep an eye on how long he's stopped for. So continuing on is Riley Blythe. Van Velsen comes in behind these guys, which probably isn't a bad play. Josh Burden in as well. The Van Velsen
And you'll trim do.
Yep. The Riley Blythe now leads your race. Paul Jones in second place. Keep one eye on Preston here. Williams will jump away first. How long will Preston be stopped? I think there may be a penalty here. There we go.
Yeah,
Away
I'd say
goes
there's, yeah, that's a penalty by the looks of it as he's off the jacks.
Van Velsen also.
Yeah, possibly.
Van Velsen's away, so a longer stop. And Preston is still stopped in the pits. 27-second pit stop versus... where is Williams stop? 10 seconds. So 17 seconds longer. 17 second stop and hold penalty. Comes out right with Tyler Blackburn, who we saw in that big pack battle we saw before the pit stop started.
Yeah, so he's dropped quite a ways down now from that. You probably won't be happy, I'd say. He's lost quite a bit of ground.
The issue Tyson Williams has got now, though, from this pit stop is he's come out in the middle of traffic. And Velsen's got a little bit more clear air ahead of him than Williams. So Williams may not have as big a gap as he did before the pit stops. Makes a move up the inside on Adam Wyborn.
Ooh, Wyborn almost clipping that right rear corner of Williams there as he slots him behind Williams.
Riley Blythe and Paul Jones both in the pits. Williams will reassume the race lead. It's started on lap 14, so 13 down, 11 to go.
And Blythe's just left pit lane as well, so he's now third at the moment. He'll be slotting into second if I'm not mistaken, because Wyborn hasn't pitted yet.
Riley Blythe's managed to get ahead. Van Velsen's been the biggest loser out of the pit stops. He's dropped behind Lattimore, Hyde, Burton and Blythe. So Riley Blythe now P2, effective.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Van Velsen's pit stop was so long. I'm not sure whether he got a black flag as well or whether he put more fuel in, but yeah,
Possibly
that's
fuel,
quite
yeah.
interesting.
Taking too much fuel, I would be guessing. Disappointing either way for him.
He was in his pit box for 9 seconds more than Tyson was, so yeah, possibly more fuel.
Josh Burton has Jason Hyde and Stephen Lattimore right on his tail. So this is the battle for the last spot on the podium. Burton, Hyde, Lattimore, Van Velsen.
Carl Jane comes into pit lane there by the looks of contact between Hyde and Burton. Jeez.
Hyde's letting Burton know that he's there. I think you can see that beautiful teal, ultra bright, but I think there's a little bit now on his rear bumper.
Yeah.
So everyone has now made their pit stop. So field is completely cleansed. Williams, 5-second lead over Riley Blythe. There's 5 seconds back from there to Burton, Hyde, Lattimore, Van Velsen. All in this pack together. Right in the back there, you just saw Van Velsen, all sorts of crossed up. Full commitment here, and Hyde's got a good exit. Oh, big sideways moment. Look at the wheel work. See on board there, the wheel work that is going on with Jason Hyde. And this is going to help Lattimore here. He's going to be able to dive up the inside.
He's going to get the move. Yeah, he's done it.
Yeah, good job.
Oh no, Hyde's come back. Oh,
side-by-side contact. And Lattimore
Van Velsen's
going to lose a spot to Van Velsen, who's now...
Oh, contact there as well.
Keep an eye on the time difference between first and second as well. It is starting to close. Riley Blythe was very, very quick before the pit stop, so we'll keep an eye on that. Interested to see whether Blythe can catch up to Williams. It's only half a second a lap. He just gained 4/10 that lap.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. If he keeps this up, he should have, well, be close to Williams. I'm not sure if he'll get him, but it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Corey Preston up the inside of Andrew Gilliam into turn one. Gilliam might be able to hold on here, and he does.
Yeah, very good drive.
Corey will be trying to drive as committed as possible.
Oh, Corey's trying to go up the inside.
He was going to go up the inside there, but he thought about twice about it. But, didn't want to get a penalty for a bump and run, so backed out of it. He's going to have another crack at it. Needs to keep a bit of a cool head here, Corey. He's got the pace to get back up towards the pointy end. He just needs to settle it down a little bit.
Yeah, he definitely does. He just needs to calm down a little bit and bring it home in one piece rather than just trying to force his way through, really.
Yeah, a ninth's better than a DNF.
Definitely.
Mason Hyde has Edward Van Velsen starting to close up as well. They've managed to, Josh Burns managed to pull a bit of a gap after that side-by-side we saw between Hyde and Lattimore before. And a 4.4 seconds between first and second, so the gap is definitely closing, but I don't think it'll be enough. Preston now side-by-side, or was side-by-side Gilliam, but now tucked back in behind to try and get a bit of draft down the front straight. Won't be able to do it. We have 8 laps left in this race now. Not long to go.
No, there isn't. It's actually gone by quite quickly, actually.
Same thing happened at this track on Wednesday night as well. We were saying beforehand we thought this race might drag on a little bit, and then all of a sudden the checkered flag was out. It was amazing.
Yeah, it was actually. It was very exciting.
Don't know what we're referring to, the Formula Renault series that we're broadcasting on Wednesday night. So it's been thoroughly entertaining. Some of the best racing we've seen.
Yeah, we sure have. Apparently, Gene Fiddies has also gone up 15 spots as well. So
yeah.
Good drive by him.
Yeah, he's up to P12, so great effort from him. Other driver that's gained a lot of spots, Shannon Mason. Shannon Mason started in 39th position, 40th position. He's in the 23rd.
Yeah, so he's gained 18 spots there, so that's an awesome drive.
Riley
Down side by side with Gilliam by the looks of it.
Gap from Tyson Williams to Riley Blythe is now 4 seconds, so I don't think he's going to be able to do enough. Unless there's an issue, go back to Preston. Oh, look at those rears locked up from Preston there.
Yeah, he's definitely wanting to get by Gilliam here.
Preston
Having gotten that,
yeah,
having gotten that drive through, he's probably not going to have, well, stop and go, sorry. He's probably not going to be too happy.
Yeah, no, he's not going to be happy at all. And as we said before, he's definitely got the pace to be able to be right up the pointy end. He probably shouldn't be in this race at all, considering his pace. But he found himself in second split. He's found himself not at the front. He's just got to get a bit of patience, work his way back through. But Gene Fiddy's actually side by side making a move and making a pass, and Tyler Blackburn, move done, now up to 11th.
Yes, that's another spot.
At plus 17 now. Just ahead though, Andrew Gilliam for Performance Motorsport, currently P8. He's also plus 16 positions. So a few guys have done really, really well in regards to their positioning. Jason Hyde, though, has a lot of pressure for 4th position. Edward Van Velsen has a great exit out of the final corner. They're side by side down the front straight. Jason Hyde moves over and move done. Hyde has a slowdown penalty for sure. Yep.
Yeah, I'd say he does.
That's what happens when you cut that second last corner where the pit entry is. If you cut that curb too aggressive, you do get a fairly aggressive slowdown penalty.
It doesn't actually look like he did. He actually was only 2 wheels on the curb, so not quite sure what's happened there.
It's usually when the 2 wheels come off the curb and cross over the line where you get the penalty, but it's been a long time since I've driven a car, so I can't really comment. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I can't remember either.
I need to do some more research before these races. I need to plug a wheel in to do that though. Their car slowing up the inside. That's a car that is out of sync. That's Jonathan Ben. Up the inside goes Preston. Ultra aggressive move. Contact between he and Gilliam.
Preston just struggling to get the power down there by the looks of it. This track probably also not in the best of condition either with the amount of rubber that's gone down now.
Yep. And the dust as well. There's a lot of dirt on the track, especially coming out of turn 2 into turn 3 and 4. The amount of dirt on the track is astronomical. I cannot believe how dirty the track is. We're about to go 5 laps to go, or 6 laps to go in this race. Yet another race that's flying by.
Just a tad wide there out of the final corner.
Well, Daniel Trim, Gary Cooper, Brody Whitmore, the 3 wide coming out of the final hairpin. And Danny Trim, I think, may have got a slowdown. He's dived straight to the inside. No, he's back in the line. So this is an interesting battle right at the end of the top 15. You've got Trim, Cooper, Whitmore, and Quire all to throw a blanket over all 4 of them. Williams now with 5 to go at the front has 3.2 second gap from Heback to Blythe, and it's 8 seconds further back for Burton, Van Velsen, Lattimore and Hyde. But the front of the field is fairly well settled. Corey Preston, Andrew Gilliam, probably the best battle at the front of the field at the moment as they start to close up on Anthony Mancarello, who I believe has made a mistake.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's done there, but the gap's definitely closed a bit.
The last lap, there was 0.8 of a second difference between Gilliam and Mancarella. And this lap, they've closed up a fair amount.
Yeah, they definitely have by the looks of it.
Gap at the front's down to 3 seconds with 4 to go. This is not over at the front. We'll keep an eye on that. So this battle that we're watching on screen is the battle for 7th. We've got Mancarella in the 13 with those ultra bright wheels that you cannot miss, and we've got Andrew Gilliam in the 201, Corey Preston in the 98, and then Paul Jones in the 4.
Looks like Whitmore and Quire have actually managed to get towards 18th and 16th by the looks of it as well.
Gary Cooper 17th, Whitmore 16th. Daniel Trim's checked out from them all. And checked out by a mile too.
Yeah. Possibly all this fighting has probably put these guys at a bit of a disadvantage, I'd say.
Oh, Will Dodd, Brett Loxton side by side through the second hairpin. There's so many hairpins at this track. And Will Dodd gets through. I believe that's move done. Brody Whitmore, Jason Quire still side by side. Whitmore, like he's gained a position. Alex Greenwood looking at making a move in the number 12. Not able to do so.
Paul Preston and Simon Pitt also coming into this now, as well as Adam Wyborn, I believe.
Yep. Fairly big train now behind Gary Cooper. 8 cars in this pack. Cooper, Whitmore, Quire, Greenwood, Preston, Pitt and Wyborn, all in this battle. We've got 3 to go. Go to that battle that we were watching before though. Andrew Gilliam is right on the tail of Anthony Mancarella. Preston has nothing left in his tyres. He's starting to drop off. Here comes Gilliam up the inside. Big lock up. Oh. How did he avoid contact there? And Corey Preston got a great entry into that corner. He may be able to get a run here.
He's got a little bit of a good exit. He struggled to get the power down a little bit there. But it's looking like he could get a move done here. So Mancarella and Gilliam go defensive. Oh, Gilliam's on the inside on this contact with Mancarella.
Preston's through. Get a replay of that, because that race changing.
Gillen as well.
Yeah. I think Gillen will want to probably be pulling up to redress possibly because he's definitely dropping time. I've got the replay up on screen. The Mancarella and Gillen is what we need to watch here. Gillen actually ended up with 2 wheels on the grass, and that's what's caused him to go straight ahead. Caused the accident. Gillen's actually pushing on, so he's not redressing that position. Interesting. I don't think race control will take too nicely to that. Williams going to push on and try and get past Paul Jones. Tyson Williams now 2.4 seconds back to Riley Blythe with 2 to go, so he might be able to hold on here. ANZ might actually win a race.
Yeah, it's looking like he's going to be in the bag for a good result here.
Josh Burton in third, has Edward Van Velsen not far behind. Good drive from Van Velsen, even after dropping those spots in the pit stops. Still doing a great job. We've got Will Dodd side by side with Anthony Mancarella.
Side by side with
Daniel Trim now.
Brett Loxton earlier.
Yeah, Daniel Trim up the inside of Will Dodd.
Oh, Mancarella! Oh,
big
there's contact
between Dodd and Trim. Action going on everywhere here.
Yeah, there's all sorts happening.
I think the fact that there's so much draft at this track that you're always going to end up with some bizarre battles.
Yeah, I think it is.
Fingers crossed we see another great race in top split tonight. Also got the EMR Super Cup coming up next.
This battle just inside and just outside of the top 20 actually is still going on.
Yeah. It's just behind what we were watching with Trim and Dodd. We've got Whitmore now ahead of Cooper, who's obviously got to slow down because he's just let Paul Preston... let Jason Quay go through. Paul Preston now looking to take advantage. Got Alex Greenwood, Simon Pitt, Adam Wyborn and Shannon Mason is tucked in on the tail. So Mason with another position gain. Andrew Gilliam in the pits. I'm suggesting that's a drive-through.
I would say so by the looks of it.
Yep, drive-through.
Yeah, it is.
Yep, for sure. So he's dropped back into the late 20s or mid-20s for Gilliam. So that's a costly mistake for him. Final lap of the race is underway. Tyson Williams leads and has Riley Blythe now 2 seconds behind. So one little mistake could change the complex of this race, but Williams has done a great job. Led from the start, just has to finish it off.
He's only got a couple corners to go, so doesn't want to do anything too silly. I don't think we should focus on him because we don't want to give him the commentator's curse.
It's been a long time since ANZ's won a race, but he comes through the second to last corner. Hopefully didn't cut that too aggressive and get a slow down penalty. But through the final corner, great drive from Tyson Williams. Great job in qualifying to get the fastest lap. That was enough for him to get away from the start line, pick up the win. Final gap closed down at the line. Riley Blythe, 0.3 of a second in the end. I'm wondering if he did get a slow down penalty right at the end there. Josh Burton crosses the line in 3rd position. Edward Van Velsen in 4th. Lattimore finished 5th. Hyde in 6th. Corey Preston ended up getting himself back up to 8th position. Have a look at this battle behind Mancarella. Here comes Trim up the inside. Mancarella's got a slow down penalty.
Oh, Dodd's got through as well.
Dodd's got through. Or is Mancarella out of fuel?
He might be out of fuel.
Oh! Wow! That's changed that battle there. Mancarella's dropping back to 20th.
I don't think he's going to make it. No, he's only just going to make it, but he's managed to hold on to 20th. 23rd, actually.
Yeah, 23rd in the end, so... Gap between Mason and Gilliam. Gilliam ended up getting himself back up to 19th position. And was only 6/100ths of a second from getting himself up to 18th.
Yeah, very close finish.
0.3 at the end. That was a little bit closer than what we would have expected. I believe that's everyone has crossed the line. We'll run through the results. We're at round 8 of the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series presented by WP Concreting. Tyson Williams picking up the win. Then 0.3 of a second from Riley Blythe. Josh Burton in 3rd. Edward Van Velsen finishes 4th. Stephen Lattimore in 5th. Jason Hyde in 6th. Paul Jones in 7th position. Corey Preston in 8th. Dean Fitty's in 9th and Tyler Blackburn in 10th position.
Going to go back to Brett Loxton, Daniel Trim, Will Dodd, Brodie Littmore, Jason Quire, Paul Preston, Gary Cooper, Shannon Mason, Andrew Gilliam, and Alex Greenwood rounding out the top 20.
Yeah, then we've got Ray Cassar, Kyle Janes, Anthony Mancarello ended up 23rd, Damon Mulqueen, Graham Fineland, Jamie McKnight, Adam Wyborn, Simon Pitt, Shane Rayner, and Jonathan Ben rounding out the 30.
Then we go back to Brenton O'Brien, Sanjin Delilah, Wayne Taylor, Liam Tipping, Daniel Poulton, and Benjamin Smith, and then Martin Carroll.
Adam Zeidinger, not start, but congratulations to Tyson Williams. A long time since that an ANZ car has picked up a race win. But shout out to Dean Fitties, plus 19 positions, Tyler Blackburn plus 11, Jason Quire plus 10, and Shannon Mason plus 23 positions. Great job from those guys to get through the field.
Yeah, definitely a very, very good drive from a number of guys to pull up as many positions as they did. So well done to them, and also well done to Tyson on his win.
The AMR Super Cup is up next. Qualifying is about 5 minutes away. But to get us there, we will go to our well-renowned backfile videos. Before we go to that, actually, a quick shout-out to our man, Reece Gardner, who's a bit crook at the moment, so that's why you do not hear his lovely voice in the box tonight. So get better soon, Reece, and hopefully we'll have you back here in a few days. Before Reece did get crook, he put together this awesome fact file video of the amazing track at Okayama.
Japan's contribution to the auto manufacturing and motorsport industries cannot be understated, and with its mountainous terrain, lends itself magnificently to creating classic racetracks. This is one that is often overlooked, but still has its share of intrigue and historic value. Okayama International Circuit is a racetrack that, in terms of character, seems to pull itself in two different directions. A smooth layout that combines hairpins and kinks with sweepers and a long back straight, all wrapped up in a tight and compact space with close looming walls, it is a strange hybrid of club track and professional racing venue. Technical but often deceptively dependent on the driver's instincts, a lap around here is an exercise in patience and precision. The circuit exists thanks to an experiment by Hajime Tanaka, a businessman who owned golf courses across Japan in the 1980s. The golf industry in Japan was booming at the time, and Tanaka wondered if the tried and true country club business model for golf courses could be applied to a motor racing circuit. In 1989, he sold off a number of his golf courses to raise funding for the construction of such a track. He approached wealthy petrol heads around the country and proposed the plan. Members would pay 15 million yen each, $120,000 US at the time, and gain access to the new track and its facilities, including a luxurious on-site clubhouse and hotel, and an extensive garage filled with exotic machinery to sample. Around 350 memberships were sold, mostly to private individuals, with Nissan and Toyota investing in the project as well. The circuit opened in November 1990, known as Tanaka International Circuit Aida, Aida being the nearest town, in what was a very remote part of Japan. The first car race on the circuit was an invitational race between veteran British drivers held for the benefit of the members. These drivers, Sterling Moss, David Hobbs and Brian Redman among them, would, as a result, lend their names to most of the corners around the track. The initially private facility eventually began signing deals to host races in Japan's national championships. With this development, Tanaka developed the goal of his circuit hosting a Formula One race. With the assistance of the local government of Okayama Prefecture, Tanaka eventually struck a deal for TI Circuit Aida to host the second round of the 1994 Formula One season, as the Pacific Grand Prix. Though considered a well-organised event, travel to and from the circuit proved problematic, with narrow roads through the mountains being the only way to access the facility, only public transport being able to serve spectators, and team members having to travel up to an hour to reach the circuit. Following the events of the 1994 San Marino Grand Prix, where Roland Ratzenberger and Ayrton Senna were killed, the Moss S at TI Circuit was straightened out slightly for its next F1 race in 1995. However, after the 1995 event, both Tanaka and the prefecture decided that the event was not worth continuing. Both F1 races at the circuit were won by Michael Schumacher. That was not the end for the track, however. The Japanese GT Championship paid a visit in 1998 for a non-points round before adding the circuit to the schedule full-time in 1999. Tanaka International went into administration in 2003, and so the track was sold, becoming Okayama International Circuit. The facility has been a fixture on the Japanese national racing scene since, playing host to Super GT, Super Taikyu, Super Formula, and the All Japan Road Racing Championship for motorcycles, and the World Touring Car Championship held around here from 2008 to 2010. With its width, heavy braking zones, and corners with multiple possible lines, Okayama has long been a good shout for sim racing championships, and now we get to see a field of lumbering V8 supercars tackle it. Sit back and enjoy the racing.
iRacing.com is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all over the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics and engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. iRacing's web-based interface allows members to compare stats and test drive any combination of car and track instantly. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 60,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsport organizations like SRO Motorsports Group to deliver virtual races based on the real-life Blancpain GT series. iRacing's Blancpain Endurance Series features team racing, giving members the ability to build a team and participate in races ranging from 3 hours to 24 hours. Additional partners include NASCAR, IMSA, V8 Supercars, IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own 24 hours of Spa, Bathurst 1000, Daytona 500, and many more. iRacing.com, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car.
Welcome back to V8sonline's coverage of the iRacing V8 Supercar Online Premier Series, Round 8, here presented by WP Concreting, and we're here for the EMR Industries Porsche Super Cup. 24 laps ahead for the guys tonight in the support category, but we'll get pictures through in just a moment. We're not far away from the session. Session is underway in qualifying. We'll have some pictures through very, very soon. Jay Kennedy and once again Cameron Dance alongside me for this one. It should be another entertaining race, but Josh Muggleton's dominated this series.
Yeah, he definitely has. Muggo's been definitely the man to beat so far this season, as he's quite the peddler. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys go tonight and whether he's going to dominate as much as he has. He's currently on pole at the moment with a 28.9 versus Michael Schreier's 29.5. So he's already quite ahead, and he's just about to go out now again for another run as well. So yeah, he's been very quick, that's for sure.
Oh, ultra quick. It's very, very impressive. He's been in this car. We've seen in the Porsche Cup Australia series that he's been really, really competitive, really, really fast in that series as well. So be interesting to see again tonight. To this event, bit of a different layout, very, very smooth surface. So. And we've seen the draft as well play such a big part of this racing as well. So I'm just trying to fix the overlays. I just noticed an issue with them before we were going live. So just trying to fix that up on the fly, which is always hard to do that and talk at the same time. I think I fixed it. There we go. That's better. We'll get some pictures through now. How's that?
Yeah, that would be much better. Good old technology.
Right. Muggleton on the green. Yeah. Half a second, as you said, over next car, which is Michael Schreier. David Lord, now driving for Team TTL, was first drive in this series for that team since rivaled the TTL just before we broadcast about 10 days ago. So David Lord, a very, very good pickup for the TTL team. Your teammate, Cameron?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, he's definitely been quite the addition to the team, actually. So, going to be interesting to see what happens in the future, and hopefully we can get some more good results with him.
Driven really well in this car. See him up towards the pointy end. He's currently in P3. A little bit off the pace. He's ahead of his teammates, though, which is always the big battle you want to win. You want to beat your teammates. If you don't beat anyone else, as long as you beat your teammates, that's the most important thing.
Yeah, definitely. Greg's not slow either, so...
Not at all.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how it goes tonight, that's for sure.
Justin Rougier also in the field tonight. He's currently in P5, so pretty accomplished top 5 at the moment.
Yeah, definitely.
Actually, the top 10 is pretty much a who's who of Australian sim racing with Muggleton, Schreier, Lord, Stewart, Rougier. Dylan Shepherd we've seen do really, really well in the last few weeks. Scott Larnax also... another great driver, former GT Academy finalist. Val Riches, Matt Nethercote, one of the most interesting names out there. Does some awesome work in regards to liveries. Now, if you've seen anyone that's used the metallic layer on the liveries, that would have probably been done by Mr. Nethercoat. Jared Timon doing a great job, another up-and-comer for All-Star Motorsport. So that's your top 10 at the moment. And
Yeah, and it's looking quite close as well,
Yeah,
so
really
that's
close.
quite good.
That second batch of drivers, we've got 6th through to 18th separated by a second. So nice and close, nice and what will be an entertaining field. I'll have a pit restriction, or fuel restriction I should say, so there will be a pit stop in this race. I want to say a quick shout out to Bo Albert. Bo obviously jumping in the commentary box for the IMSA series with myself. We often comment about him flashing the headlights a little bit too much. Well, he's actually added an extra thing to his livery tonight. On the rear wing it says, "How's my headlights look?" So
That's quite the addition by the looks of it.
how's my headlights flashing, I think it is. Sent me the photo on Facebook, so I'm going to have to go and find and see exactly what it says now, but fairly sure
Yes, it is exactly what it says.
the banter levels are high between myself and Bo.
Yes, yes, definitely.
A little bit down in the field at the moment. He's currently 26, so it's very out of character for him. We've seen him push for podium positions in this field, so he's going to have to work on this qualifying pace at the moment because he won't want to start back there.
No, it looks like he's on a flyer at the moment, so probably shoot up the field shortly once he completes this lap.
Hopefully for his sake he can get up towards the point out. See Greg Stewart jump into P3 ahead of his teammate, so he's not far off Schreier as well.
Yeah, quite a good time there by the looks of it, so gonna be quite interesting to see whether we can do a quicker one in the next couple of minutes actually. About 10 minutes or 9.5 actually.
Yeah, under 10 minutes to go, so this session almost over, or over half done, and as we saw in the split 2 for the V8s before, really tough later in the session because the track heats up a great deal.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, Albert about to cross the line. Wanting to get into the 129s, won't be able to. It's a 30.3. Does move him into
It's
the top 10.
10th. So definitely a good improvement from where he was.
Sure, David Haynes also moved up the field. He's up into 12th, just behind him. Got Larnax just moved up into P4, 5/100ths of a second separating he and Greg Stewart.
Yeah, very close indeed at the moment. I think Greg's coming to pit lane, yes he is by the looks of it, so he'll be probably putting on a new set of tyres and then going straight back out for another run.
That was Scott Larnack, because I think he's on another flying lap at the moment. Justin Rougier just about to start a lap, so we'll go to him after this lap is complete from Larnack. Oh, big sideways moment for Larnack out of the hairpin, and that's lap done. Go to
Yep,
Justin
straight to
Rougier.
pit lane.
Good to see Justin back out on track, racing once again.
Yeah, definitely.
Former winner of the Kumo Tyres V8 Touring Car Series. A bit of history in the car that he won that series with as well. The only car to ever win all 3 tiers of Australian Touring Car Championships, winning the Supercars, the Dunlop Series and 3rd tier Kumo Series.
Yeah, so he definitely had quite the car as well to have done that.
First laps I've watched in the Porsche at this track, and I'm surprised at the speed that they're carrying through the hairpins. I thought they would have been a little bit slower, but they seem to be a lot quicker and a lot earlier on the throttle through the hairpins than I was expecting.
Yeah, I think that might be just primarily down to the fact that the Porsche is just a little bit better in handling and doesn't have as much horsepower being sent to the rear wheels as the V8. So Rugi has just also done his quickest lap there with a 29.8. So that puts him 6th at the moment.
That for him. Jason Hyde's jumped back out of the V8 straight into the Porsche, Cam McConville style.
It's
first flying lap, I think.
Yeah, by the looks of it. Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see when guys jump from one car to the other straight after they've done a race. It definitely brings out the best in them, in that it also shows how adaptable they are to changing situations.
Michael Schreier on screen. He's currently P2. As Greg Stewart, Scott Larnack and David Lord starting to close in on him in regards to time. So he'll be wanting to try and move up the field a slight little bit more. Close that gap from he to Muggleton. Those of you who are wanting a little bit more inside info about the car that Rougier did win, go and check out the episode of Short Shift that Sam Mann and myself did at Winton with Justin back in 2014. That was a little while ago. But we were lucky enough, Eggleston Motorsport let us into the pits for the day and gave us some tyres to sit on to film. So go and check it out if you haven't seen it. Make sure you do it after the race though. But good show that we used to do back then. Schreier's ended his lap. Go to Greg Stewart next.
Greg just coming down the back straight in a moment by the looks of it.
Hasn't got much to gain to pass Schreier, so interesting to see if he can. Less than a 1/10 of a second will get him up a spot. We probably want to get some time.
Close.
Look at how close Larnack is behind. So we want to try and get that gain. Larnack's actually not far behind him in the queue. So we'll get a look at both of their lap times as they come around. David Lord also about to finish a lap as well.
Argo's also on a flyer just behind Greg as well. So be interesting to see. No, he's pulled in the pit lane. Sorry, so never mind. As Greg just comes through the final corner now to finish his lap.
David Lord just ahead as well. He's going to cross the line. I think he's improved. No improvement from Lord. Stewart, no improvement. Larnack, no improvement, no time. So that was a bit anticlimactic there, the end of that. Go to Dylan Shepherd next. Dylan's done a great job. We saw him do really, really well in the IMSA series. Also saw him doing a great job in the Formula Renault series on Wednesday night.
Yeah, he got second place in that, so it was good to see him get a podium.
I think he surprised himself with how well he drove in that race.
Yeah, he didn't do too bad actually. Obviously, Scott Newton had that bit of a oopsie moment earlier in the race, but he definitely managed to hold his own once Scott managed to come back through the field.
Laps look nice and clean from Shepherd, and right on cue he's into the pits, so ruin that. Ashley Lear's on a flying lap at the moment. We'll go to him. Ash absolutely loves this Porsche. To see him out on track. Haven't seen him for a couple of weeks out racing this car, but a driver that's starting to come a long way in this car as well. Ash, another one of these drivers that coming from a karting background. Into the second last corner. Only got a minute left in this, or 1.5 minutes left in the session. It's absolutely flown by.
Yeah, it definitely has. So it'll be interesting to see whether these guys can put in last minute effort. Leah with a 30.7.
Able to improve. Rougière's on a flying lap. We'll go to him. Second half of his lap. Current best is a 129.8. Big lock up coming into the hairpin.
Oof. Oh, and he's looped it as well to the hairpin.
Session done for Dale Riches is on a flying lap though. Go to him. Currently P8. Best lap of a 130.056. Doesn't have to gain much time to gain a position.
No, he doesn't. Vale doing quite well on the Porsche actually. Him and Greg do a lot of work with it in TTL. So yeah, it's good to see them doing quite well in the Porsche series as well as Supercar Cup.
I was going to actually get a bit of an advantage here with the draft behind Jai Potts. It's just spun just ahead of him, so hopefully that hasn't put him off for this lap. The 18 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, not a lot of time left for these guys.
Not going to finish this lap. He may not make it for another go at it. So end of this session for Vale Riches. One checkered flag now out.
Yeah, just missed out.
Just missed out on getting back in. Bo Albert's probably the guy to watch now. He's actually made his way up to 10th while we've been talking about other things. David Haynes into 11th. Oh,
Ooh, Bo Albert just breaking slightly too deep into the final sector.
going to hurt that lap time. This lap is a 30.3, so if he can improve on that, I don't think he will with that little mistake, but he is pushing on, so maybe there is some improvement there. Might be another 30.3, I think. 30.3. Best lap, but no improvement.
Yeah, top 10 though, so actually P11 actually, sorry.
Yeah, Jason Hyde just jumped up into the top 10 just behind him. Dylan Shepherd, I think the last driver on a flying lap. Currently P7, he's pushing on, so see what time he can do. By 29, 30.1, so no improvement there. Dylan Shepherd, but I think that's qualifying done by the look.
Yeah, I think everybody's finished their laps by the looks of it.
Run through the starting grid. Josh Muggleton will start this race from pole over Michael Schreier in P2. Greg Stewart in third. Scott Larnack in fourth position. And we've got David Lord, Justin Rougière, Dylan Shepherd, Vale Riches. Row of the grid, we've got Matthew Nethercote and Jason Hyde.
At 11th we've got Bo Albert, then 12th we've got David Haynes, 13th Jared Tyman, 14th Lewis Colgy, 15th Thomas Hinz, 16th will be Ashley Lear, 17th will be Clint Shane Smith, 18th will be Braden Bateman, 19th will be Mark Peter Dean, and rounding out the top 20 will be Daryl Carter.
Next we've got Martin Silvassi, Grant Tucker, Connor McCluskey Young, Scott Goodman, Scott Zukowski, Simon Mazzomo, Tyson Wing, Simon Black, Steve Carmichael, Guy Potts, Gene Fiddies, Paul Preston, and Chris Hinton. 33 drivers we will have in this race tonight as ready up.
Yes, it's going to be quite interesting to see what happens here. I'm pretty sure Muggleton's just going to run away with it, although we never know. So yeah, it's going to be hopefully good. Yes, they have. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how this race pans out for everyone.
24 laps ahead for the drivers in the Porsche Super Cup. Then we get into the main event. Split for V8 Scops. Far away. Looking forward to that one tonight. 24 laps ahead for these drivers in this event. Take just over half an hour or so into the main event.
Yes, we will, and it'll be very, very exciting when we get to it. As I see Bo Albert flashing his lights once again.
Flashing away. Must have a sore thumb by the end of all the flashing.
Yes, I'd say so.
Waiting for the last few drivers to take their spot on the grid. Pressing with the tracks fairly warm, so grip levels by the end of this race will be fairly low, I would be guessing.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting with 33 degrees of track temp, 28 degrees, partially cloudy for air, 11 kilometre an hour west winds, 12 kilometres actually, flickering back and forth, being dynamic weather, and 54% relative humidity. So, yeah, it's in between that cold and warm, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. And also 80% track usage as well.
Track's fairly well rubbered in. Looks like we're getting ready to go. A couple of drivers have not taken the grid. Angleton Schreier.
Lights are green.
Big jump. David Lord may have jumped the start there. He's got a great run. I saw him move a little bit before everyone else, so we'll wait and see. But Lord's made his way side by side with Larnack. Oh, a little bit of contact between Larnack and Greg Stewart. And Larnack's around.
Oh, Larnack's gone around. Oh, and that's a big hit for Dylan Shepherd. Oh, and a couple of other cars involved. Oh, and there's more carnage. Oh, massive crashing. Pile up at turn 2.
Wow. Wow. Got a safety car out. So safety car is out on the track.
Thomas Hins.
Bit of replay.
Got Goodman. Simon Black.
Replay on screen.
Almost too many cars to count, actually.
So what we were talking about before, you really want to try and be on the middle, and Greg Stewart sort of held his line, and Larnack tried to turn in, and big contact between he and most of the field behind. But that's race over for he. Lewis Kugley also in the pits as well. We saw him involved in that. Thomas Hins also involved.
Yeah, it looks like it was a lot of drivers involved, more than 10, I would say. Hines, Lear, Bateman, Smith, Larnack, number of cars involved actually.
Have a look at this on board from Ashley. You can see the car flipping. I think he's just read it perfectly, ducking underneath the flipping car. He's judged the position very well, and I think he may have got through fairly unscathed.
He gave Thomas Hins a little bit of a bump, but otherwise he made it through pretty well, unscathed.
Fortunate, but unlucky for a large chunk of the field. Larnack out, he's completely gone. Who else is out? We've also got Lewis Kugley, we've got Thomas Hins, got a few other guys, like they'll be coming into the pit, and the pit's open next time by.
Yeah, and it looks like a couple of guys are still out there with a little bit of body damage as well.
Angleton, Schreier, Stewart, Brugiere, Shepherd, Albert, Time, and Richie's Lord and Nethercoat the top 10 at the moment. Roll of the safety car. And Shepherd's got a little bit of damage to the front of his car, but it looks like he's made it through. Actually looks a lot worse on board than it did from the TV camera.
Yeah, when you're a driver in those sort of situations, you kind of don't know what to do, really. You kind of have to just go, hope that the car drives itself, really.
Bit hard to guess which way to go sometimes. It looks like Jason Hyde's made it. A little bit of damage, but not too bad.
She sounds like a couple of guys are fuel saving at the moment, actually.
It wouldn't be a bad ploy, because it means you can do a bit shorter stop. So that'll be a big gain come up to pit stop time, because there is the fuel tank restriction in this race. No compulsory stop, but there is a full fuel tank friction.
Yeah. So the shorter you stop, the better you're off you're going to be, really.
Exactly. If you're tucked in behind another car and you can jump them through the pits, sometimes the pit stop's the easiest way to make a pass. Especially at a track like Okayama where you can hold the outside line so successfully. We saw that in the V8 race. You really can hold it around the outside when you're 2x2. See who dives into the pits here to get some damage fixed. I'm sure a few guys at the back of the field will. Lights will go out on the safety car this time by. Ready to go green next time around.
Is Bo Albert flashing his lights once again?
I think he's just wanting to make sure that we've seen it.
He must replace a lot of headlight bulbs, I'd say, with the amount of flashing he does.
Right, we've got Gene Fiddy's coming into the pits. Looks like Jai Potts as well. No, he's staying out. So Gene Fiddy's actually the only car that's taken this opportunity to make a stop.
It
Everyone
wouldn't
else-
be a bad idea, to be honest.
Definitely doesn't hurt if you're back in the field, get damage fixed, fill the car back up with fuel and go again. You might get an extra couple of laps. You'll have a shorter stop. You'll be able to battle a bit better if you've got a little bit of damage. So definitely doesn't hurt.
Yeah, definitely.
Surprised a few more haven't come in, so interesting. Here on board here with Greg Stewart, you can hear the limited amount of engine use. Almost sounds like it's idling. Right there guys, just having a couple of technical issues I'm trying to fix while we're under this safety car. We are about to go back green. We'll have 21 laps of racing ahead. One thing about this though, this will actually help the likes of Shreya Stewart, Rougier keep on the tail of Muggleton with the rolling start as opposed to the standing start.
Yeah, definitely will, and if they can get a good jump, they'll definitely be able to pounce on the start coming into turn 1.
Right, so we're about to get underway with 21 laps of racing ahead. Muggleton will lead the field away. Shreya Stewart, Rougier and Shepherd rounding out the top 5 at the moment.
Oh, and he's gone early as well.
Jump from Muggleton. Shreya missed that completely.
That is short in a number of guys actually that got caught out by the early go, so yeah, that's the field spread out a little bit already off the start.
Advantage there for Muggleton getting that jump like that. Keep an eye on Justin Rougier and Dylan Shepherd. Actually, Bo Albert's probably one to watch. Right on the tail of Dylan Shepherd, who we know has got a fair bit of front end damage. Big lock up and Timon's right there on his tail. Our first view of what the draft will actually do. Rougier not quite close enough. Albert having a look up the inside, big tyre lock up for Dylan Shepherd.
That was close.
With Grant Tucker off at the hairpin, is up against the inside wall. We'll try and pick up a replay and see exactly what's going on. Oh, big lock up, locked the rear wheels and did a good job to not hit the wall in the end there. Well done, Brett.
Yeah, that was quite a good save there. Bit unfortunate that he spun, but I'm sure he'll be able to come back through the field and get a couple of positions.
Driver, so I'm sure he'll be able to work his way back up. Have a look at Justin
Oh,
Ruggiero.
Bateman actually spun as well, just shortly after that.
Simon Mazzomo side by side with Steve Carmichael, I'm fairly sure that is. Yep.
Yes, it is. That was very close to contact there.
Right behind him, Scott Sikowski. He's going to dive up the inside. No. Twice about it. So Carmichael holds that position over Mazzomo. Look at all that dust up on the track.
Yeah, everybody is running quite right out to the dirt, so it's kicking up quite a bit of dirt by the looks of it. Lasky's looking to make a move here by the looks of it on Mazzomo.
Watch this pack as they come down the front straight. Actually, before we got that, we got Clint Smith side by side with David Haynes, and they've tucked back in the line. Go back to Sikowski now up the inside of Mazzomo, and move done.
Move done.
Yep. Up the front, Muggleton. Only 8/10 he's been able to pull ahead of Schreier. I thought they might have extended that gap a bit further. And Greg Stewart is starting to get a bit of a train starting to form behind him with Rougier, Shepherd and Albert all looking to take that third position away. Right, now that we've finally got underway, that we're starting to get a few battles starting to form. Rougier's dropped down that front straight. That battle has spread, but Jared Tyman's one. It's starting to get a few cars start to bank up behind him. Vale Richards is right on Tyman's tail and having a look, big dive up the inside, not able to do it.
Might be able to get him at the hairpin here with the draft.
Big thing about that hairpin there, the first hairpin, is there's so many different lines, it's really tough to get a really good run out of there.
And someone spun in the background.
It's Daryl Carter in the fence. Oh, stuck in the middle of the track. Cars all going around him. We'll try and get a replay and see what's happened there.
Oh, it's
Big
just like
tank
looking
slapper.
like he, yeah, it's looking like he's just got on the throttle and it's just gotten loose and he's tried to hold on to it.
Have a look at this from Mark Dean. Replay on board with Mark Dean here. Have a look at not knowing which way to go.
Oh, that's not pleasant to have that happen.
Which way do I go? Which way do I go? We go back live. Go to the battle between Clint Smith and actually who's that on the inside there? It's Connor McCluskey Young's dropping position, so I'm guessing he's had a slowdown penalty. Go back to Vale Richards
No,
actually.
he's dropped the wheel into the grass by the looks of it and just got it sideways.
Vale Richards right in behind Jared Tyman, David Lord, Matt Nethercote, Jason Hyde and Ash Lear in this battle pack right now. Interesting battle pack starting to form here.
Yeah, it is actually.
Rises a bit of a gap starting to form. Muggleton back to Schreier now, 1.8 seconds. Back another 1.8 to Stewart. 1.1 to Rougier with Shepherd right on his tail and Albert there. Then a bit of a gap back to Tyman and Richards, this battle we're watching now.
Yeah, it's quite the spread at the moment as Timon getting a wee bit sideways there.
Doesn't hurt you quite as much in the Porsche getting that little bit of a wiggle sideways as it does in the V8 we saw before. how aggressive
Yeah.
it is when you get that little wiggle and how much advantage drivers can take.
Yeah, it also helps that it's cool conditions, so your tyres won't be too badly affected, sorry.
Obviously the pit window will change a little with that safety car as well. Have a look at Bo Albert right on the tail of Dylan Shepherd, almost bump drafting him down the front straight.
Yeah.
The battle for 5th position. Here he goes up the inside. Move done. Good move from Albert.
Very nice. Oh, but Shepard could come back in. No, never mind.
He may be able to get a run though, because depending on how nice back is. So depending on how you get it out of the corner, it doesn't really matter what line you run, whether you're right on the outside, right on the inside. As long as you can get that speed advantage on the exit, you can potentially come back.
Yeah, it's a corner you kind of want to line up to the point where you can afford to go a little bit deep under brakes, and then you'll be able to get a better run out of the corner. But yeah, there's a number of lines you can take through that corner to come out of it as best as possible.
Can't wait to see what the guys in top split do in regards to that corner. It'll be really interesting to see how they handle that corner and how they handle the big long straights that we've got here at Okayama. I've got absolutely no doubt that we'll have plenty of battles to talk about tonight, plenty of action.
Yeah, we definitely will. Oh, Shepard getting very sideways out of the final corner there.
Shepard's got to be careful here because of that damage. He may find himself vulnerable. That group behind Hyman actually starting to close. Last lap 1.2 seconds quicker.
Both Vale Ridges and David Wool are actually quicker than time in there, so this is going to be interesting as to how this battle eventuates actually.
Interesting to see if one of these guys decide to pit completely out of strategy with everyone else. Try and get some clear track. A few less cars in the field than what we've seen in the last V8 race. The traffic I don't think will be quite as bad, especially with the field a bit more bunched than what we've seen. Actually see Martin Silvassi, Scott Goodman into the pits, as well as Simon Black, so they're looking at alternate strategies. We've got Steve Carmichael facing the wrong direction in the All-Star Motorsports.
Yeah. Oh, there's a bit of contact between, I think that was David J. Lord and Timon there.
Yeah, so Vale Riches has actually got through. We'll try and get a replay of that incident. That happened just as we went to the other incident. Good move up the inside of the first, technically the third hairpin. Back live now. Look at the gap that Albert's been able to pull over Shepherd as well since he got through. So Albert was definitely being held up by Shepherd.
Yeah, definitely, and it looks like these guys might end up getting held up as well.
Shepherd doing a very, very good job to maintain his pace that he's got with that damage he's got to that car. On board with Timon now. He trying to work out where he can get back past Riches, but at the same time doesn't want to leave himself vulnerable to David Lord.
Yes, Lord's looking at the inside of Timon there. Yep. He's looking like he's got the move done. No, Timon's holding it.
Yep.
No, Lord's actually gone around the outside of him.
Jason Hyde's the one that is going to get out of this sequence. Actually, in saying that, so is Dylan Shepherd. They're both into the pits. Not a bad ploy for Hyde. I'm not sure about Shepherd. I think he could have continued on, unless he's thinking that damage is a bit too much for him.
Yeah, possibly.
gap between Bo Albert and Vale Riches with that battle that was happening between he, Lord and Tyman, now up to 4 seconds. So Albert's been able to pull away a great amount while they've been having their bit intense battle.
He has actually, quite well.
Matt Nethercote now on screen. Fairly crumpled up rear wing and front of that car, so he was definitely involved in that turn 2 incident. But doing a great job maintaining this pace. Ashley Lear's starting to close up onto this pack as well, with David Haynes right behind him. None of these front guys pit as we are now 11 laps done. Josh Muggleton leads the way, 5-second gap between he and Michael Schreier in P2. Greg Stewart in 3rd, Justin Rougier 4th. These guys all running very similar paces, actually, in saying that. Muggleton, full second quicker than Schreier behind him. Bo Albert next in 5th, then Vale Riches, David Lord, Jared Tyman, Matt Nethercote and Ashley are rounding out your top 10.
It's not too far behind Lear either.
He's right there in a little battle between he and Lear. So this is the battle for 10th position at the moment.
And now Haynes has
inside.
spotted up the inside of Lear, and he's done quite well actually.
Yeah, good move there from Haynes. Set him up very, very well. I wouldn't be surprised if Lear jumps into the pits now as we approach the halfway point. Stay out. Talk team very well known for staying out as long as possible in runs, not breaking it into 2.
Yes, they are actually.
David Lord's starting to put a lot of pressure on Vale right now.
Yeah, it's looking like he's a little bit quicker in that last lap, so possibly a little bit better pace, maybe.
Not many drivers have actually pitted either. I'm a bit surprised by that. We've only seen 4 guys that were in that lead or in that top 20 pack that have pitted. So Dylan Shepherd, who we saw come in at the same time as Jason Hyde. Got 3 laps to go. We've got Clint Smith and Connor McCluskey Young all in the lane. They've made their stops.
Yeah, I think that safety car has probably helped a lot of guys because they've now been able to run the tanks a little bit further, possibly.
I'm still a bit surprised by that though, because you still obviously will still need to make the stop. I don't see how they're going to be able to make it the whole way on field. Daryl Carter facing the wrong direction. Fairly sure that's coming out of turn 2. Yes, we'll try and pick up a replay and see what's happened to him. Like he may have done this all by himself. Yep.
Yeah, it's looking like he's just gone the curb and it's rotated on him. Good job to keep it out of the wall though.
Yeah, done that a few times tonight in both the second split and EMR Super Cup. 11 to go.
The
No
coat's in the
pits.
pit lane by the looks of it.
About to say, still no pit stops from these guys at the front as Nethercote jumps in, so well done for stopping here. Fixing my almost boo-boo. Rougier starting to close up on Greg Stewart now too. It's noticing, looking at the timesheet.
Yeah, he is. Greg did a 31.2.
Both did a 31-2 last lap
Yeah, they actually did.
But
So
since the
only
start,
hundreds.
since the start-finish line, that gap's closed up. Decent
Yeah.
amount, about 3/10, I think.
Yeah, it was only a 500th difference in lap time, so not sure where the gap's closed in.
After the pit stops, Matt Nethercote has come out ahead of Dylan Shepherd. Now, Shepherd was ahead of that big pack that contained Nethercote, Riches, Lord, Tyman, Haynes, Lear. So that's a positional change there in the pit stops for Matt Nethercote. Very, very short stop for Nethercote, 5.6 seconds. Keep an eye on that in comparison to a few other guys. Guys jumping into the lane this time around as well. Get 10 to go now. Lap 15. Second split winner, Tyson Williams, currently P13. Tucked right in behind Scott Sikowski. .13th position for Williams. That's pretty good back-to-back at the moment. Obviously yet to make his stop though. Vale Rich's David Lord. I'm not sure if there'll be a positional change here, but Lord is applying a lot of pressure to the back of Vale Rich's car.
Yeah, he is at the moment, by the looks of it.
Obviously being teammates now, they're interested to see if anything happens here strategy-wise. Rich is actually starting to make a couple of mistakes too. Whether that's pressure or tyres or the different fuel load, not too sure.
Yeah, not sure, but yeah, it's unlikely there's probably going to be team orders. But yeah, it's not sure what's going on, but it appears David's having a bit of connection issues here, slightly, as Vale comes in the pit lane.
One way to end that battle is to don't have to worry about any pressure then when you're in the lane. So Jared Tyman will continue on now. Dropped a little bit of time after being passed by both Riches and Lord. Mark Dean also in the pits. Lots of Slowskis. That battle that he was having with Tyson Williams. Car off background. I think that was Jason Hyde using all of the runoff out of the final corner. Now Hyde was one that was right on the tail of that pack we saw with Rich's Nethercote, Lord Tyman there, and he was not able to gain as much time as expected. Riches has come out about 2.5 seconds ahead of Nethercote after. Muggleton's into the lane. Oh, Greg Stewart's just made a last-second decision to pit, and that will actually be a black flag because you can't enter the pit lane that way.
Yeah.
So that'll be a big 17-second stop-and-go penalty for Greg Stewart there. I don't know if he's realised that that would have been a penalty, but sure he will now.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Greg, as he was doing quite well in the race at the moment.
Muggleton's already back out. Comes out right beside Ash Lear. Ash in 7th position. We'll tuck back in behind Muggleton. So Muggleton's out in 6th position. Greg Stewart, after being able to get past Jared Tyman, now lost out. Nethercote's gone through. Hyde's gone through. Going to come out behind Hyde. He's going to have Mark Dean and Clint Smith right on his tail. That's unlucky for Stewart. He's dropped from 3rd back to 13th. That's ultra painful for that one to happen.
Yeah, really, really unfortunate by the looks of it.
Michael Schreier now leads the race. We'll see if he jumps into the pits this time. Does not. Justin Rougier. Oh, that's too aggressive for Rougier. That will probably be a slowdown penalty.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Oh, Albert into the pits. Up a replay of that with Rougier. No, we won't. Go back live. I'm going to try and pick up a replay of that and see if we could see how aggressive he was over the curb, but here I am clicking the wrong buttons, so ignore the replay. We'll just go back live. He hasn't slowed down at all, so gone. I'm very surprised about it. I was sure that would have been a penalty.
Yeah, I thought it would have been 2, but doesn't look like it by the looks of it.
Actually very lucky there, I think.
Yeah,
Wonder if he'll be that aggressive this time around. He's actually closing up on Schreier quite quickly too. Schreier comes into the pits, as does Rougier. To pretty much cleanse the field. I don't think there's many guys left to pit. David Lord continuing on for one more. David Haynes is in the pits.
Schreier's in the pits as well.
Ashley continues on. So still 3 cars left to pit in this race with Lord, Haynes and Lear. See, Haynes is in the pit, so Lord and Lear. Haynes had a big lock up coming into the pit lane. David Lord now leading race in the MR Super Cup. We've got 6 laps to go. See where Schreier and Rougier come out. It's about the same gap, about 1.5 seconds. But Bo Albert's gained a whole heap of time coming out of this pit stop battle. He's now closed up right behind Rougier. He's only about a second behind.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. Not sure if Bo took less fuel or
Pit stop
whether he
times
can
are
take
exactly the
tails.
same.
Yeah, they are. That's not sure.
Clean track.
Yeah, maybe.
No traffic. I look at David Haynes. He's been a big winner out of this pit stop round as well because he's right on the tail of Matt Nethercote.
Yeah.
He's just outside the top 10. Now he's finding himself in P8 with Lord and Lear still to pit. I'm suspecting Lord will come out just ahead of these guys. Haynes thought about making a move under brakes there. Oh, and does. Nethercote ran wide. Haynes has gone through.
As Lord comes in the pit lane,
I
so
think
Muggleton will go by.
Nethercote might have been watching in the mirror a little bit too much there and thought he was coming. He wasn't. He didn't, and all of a sudden he's gone by. Ashley are also in the pit, so the field is now cleansed.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe just slightly distracted, not sure.
Garrett Tyman putting a lot of pressure on Dylan Shepherd. We know Shepherd's got a fair bit of damage to that car. Probably wouldn't have been able to get too much fixed. He's actually slowing down, so he's got a slow down penalty. Let Tyman through.
So Lord's come out in front of Vale Riches by the looks of it.
Ashley's done a good job as well. He's come out just ahead of Dylan Shepherd. They're going to be side by side here. It's going to be 3 wide.
Oh.
Jason Hyde getting involved as well.
He's going to hold it around the outside.
As you can do here, we've seen that time and time again tonight.
Going to get the run down to the next corner.
Hyde's going to follow Lear through here. Good job from Ash Lear, and here comes Jason Hyde. Jason Hyde will get the draft as well.
So will Shepherd. It's about to get feisty.
Big advantage that Lear's got at the front, though, is that Shepherd has got damage, so he won't be able to draft quite as well. Close up on time and pretty quick too.
Yeah.
Gap at the front, Muggleton back to Schreier, 11 seconds. Then it's less than a second back to Rougier, 1.5 back to Albert. Then a big gap back to David Lord and Vale Ritchie's. David Haynes, Matt Nethercote having their own little battle. And then there's this battle here. This is for 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. You've got Timon, Lear, Shepherd and Hyde. And up the inside goes Ash Lear on Jared Timon. Will he be able to do it?
No, Timon holds on.
Ash Lear with the shortest pit stop out of everyone in the entire field. 4.4 seconds for Lear. Very
yeah, I
quick
think
stop.
I think he may have been saving more fuel than everybody under the safety car, so that might be why.
Big advantage of pitting very late too is you know the exact number to put in your car fuel-wise when you do make your stop. Side by side through the exit of the first turn, Hyde and Shepherd. Oh, big slide from Hyde. And Greg Stewart coming back through the field. He's going to join onto the back of this pack as well. We're going to have 5 cars coming all together with about the same pace into the hairpin here. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, it's going to heat up very quickly shortly. And it looks like Lear's possibly going to make a move at the hairpin here on
he's got to run.
Timon.
No, he backs out of it at the last second. Oh, and Timon's run wide. Lear's thinking about going up the inside, and here comes Shepherd. Not quite able to do it, though. I think Lear could have thrown that up there then.
Yeah, he could have.
Hydeman pretty much left it open for him to do so, and then he pulled out of it.
Yeah, not quite sure why. Not sure whether he was just not confident enough under braking or what, but yeah, that's a bit odd.
Maybe thought he might have been a bit too far back to do the dive bomb, and then by the time he realised he could do it, it was too late.
Yeah, possibly.
Good battle though, either way. Shepherd dropped back to 11th. We saw him up inside the top 5 before the pit stops. Big slide from Shepherd, and here comes Hyde. He's going to have a good run here. But damage to his car as well. Be hampering his speed. He's going to defend from Greg Stewart behind. 3 laps to go in this race. Not long left at all.
No, not at all, and it's just got to the most interesting part of it all, in fact.
A highly entertaining battle. Thoroughly enjoying this. Not far away from the main event. Top split of the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. Here on V8's Online, this is the EMR Industry Supercar. We've got 2.5 laps left in this race. All still single file. Muggleton about to cross the start-finish line. We've got 2 to go at the front. Rougier not able to close up on Schreier like I was expecting. It's staying around that 8 tenths to 1.2 seconds. It's fluctuating between that amount. David Haynes and Matt Nethercote still staying around about 8 tenths of a second, but this battle here is the one to watch. Timon, Lear, Shepherd, Hyde and Stewart, 8th through to 12th. Stewart thought about going around, making a big move, but wasn't able to do it. Big flash of the headlights from Jason Hyde as well to try and get through.
Yeah, Shepherd was earlier as well, so yeah, a couple of these guys probably getting a bit frustrated.
Definitely be getting frustrated. It's tough out there. It's hard enough to get around this track as it is, and having a battle pack like this where you probably know you're faster than the car ahead, but you just can't get through, makes it really difficult. With Shepherd here is under brakes, not able to get close enough to leave it. Have a look at Hyde, he's right on his tail once again. Not quite able to get a move done though. Here he comes. Oh, both well and truly off the track. Here comes Hyde up the inside, big move, and Shepherd big move as well. Contact between he and Lear. And Lee's going to hold it back on the inside. And Hyde, big dive under brakes. Oh, Shepherd and Hyde to come together finally. We knew that would happen. And over and onto his roof goes Shepherd. Did a replay of that because that was brewing from about 3 corners previous. Replay on screen. Contact you see there between Hyde and Shepherd, and then they lock wheels. I don't think that was intentional from either. I think they just both ended up in the same piece of track, and over and onto his roof goes Dylan Shepherd. Go back live. Josh Muggleton, a couple of corners left to go. Done a great job in this race. Currently in a 14-second lead. They're letting Jai Potts back through so he can unlap himself. Finish on the lead lap. Bit of sportsmanship there from Muggo. Muggo through the final corner. Pick up the win here. Round 8 of the MR Industries Porsche Super Cup. Another dominant drive from Muggo in this car. Muggleton picks up the win after 24 laps here at Okayama. Michael Schrayer looks like he's going to hold on from Justin Rougier. Come home in 3rd. Bo Albert will bring it home in 4th with those headlights are flashing. David Lord's going to hold on for 5th by the looks over his teammate Val Riches. That pack that we were watching, Jared Timon, looks like he'll bring it home. 9th position. Ashley will finish in 10th. Greg Stewart in 11th. As, Lear has to drag off Stewart across the start-finish line. Wow, what an entertaining race that was. Cameron will be back in just a sec, just having some microphone issues, so trying to get that sorted. Contact back in the field between Scott Goodman, Brant Tucker and Steve Carmichael. Carmichael and Tucker teammates, so they won't want to come together, but Goodman and Tucker had contact redressed there from Tucker. Home looks like in that order. Jai Potts will be the last driver to cross the start finish line. Come through the second to last corner. That is the race done. We will results. Green Muggleton picks up the win. Ended up at 10-second win over Justin Rougier. And Bo Albert in the 4th position. Muggleton, Schrayer, Rougier, Albert, Lord, Val Riches, David Haynes, Matt Nethercote, Jared Timon, Ashley Lear, Greg Stewart, Mark Dean, Clint Smith, Connor McCluskey-Young, Tyson Williams, Scott Sislowski, Martin Silvassi, Simon Mazzomo, Scott Goodman, Brant Tucker, Steve Carmichael, and Jai Potts. 22 drivers on the lead lap. Then we had Dean Fitties, Simon Black, Paul Preston, Dylan Shepherd, and Jason Hyde finished 2 laps down in the end after that issue. 2 to go. Braden Bate, Daryl Carter, and Scott Larnack, Thomas Hinds, and Lewis Kugley rounding out the field. Got Cameron back as of yet, but we will go to a break. But as we go, we will go to our fact file video done by and Reese Gardner, who's unfortunately crooked tonight. So we'll be back in just a few minutes for Top Split, the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series, Round 8 from Okayama. We'll see you soon.
Japan's contribution to the auto manufacturing and motorsport industries cannot be understated, and with its mountainous terrain, lends itself magnificently to creating classic racetracks. This is one that is often overlooked, but still has its share of intrigue and historic value. Okayama International Circuit is a racetrack that, in terms of character, seems to pull itself in 2 different directions. A smooth layout that combines hairpins and kinks with sweepers and a long back straight, all wrapped up in a tight and compact space with close looming walls, it is a strange hybrid of club track and professional racing venue. Technical but often deceptively dependent on the driver's instincts, a lap around here is an exercise in patience and precision. The circuit exists thanks to an experiment by Hajime Tanaka, a businessman who owned golf courses across Japan in the 1980s. The golf industry in Japan was booming at the time, and Tanaka wondered if the tried and true country club business model for golf courses could be applied to a motor racing circuit. In 1989, he sold off a number of his golf courses to raise funding for the construction of such a track. He approached wealthy petrol heads around the country and proposed the plan. Members would pay 15 million yen each, $120,000 at the time, and gain access to the new track and its facilities, including a luxurious on-site clubhouse and hotel, and an extensive garage filled with exotic machinery to sample. Around 350 memberships were sold, mostly to private individuals, with Nissan and Toyota investing in the project as well. The circuit opened in November 1990, known as Tanaka International Circuit Aida, Aida being the nearest town in what was a very remote part of Japan. The first car race on the circuit was an invitational race between veteran British drivers held for the benefit of the members. These drivers, Sterling Moss, David Hobbs and Brian Redman among them, would, as a result, lend their names to most of the corners around the track. The initially private facility eventually began signing deals to host races in Japan's national championships. With this development, Tanaka developed the goal of his circuit hosting a Formula One race. With the assistance of the local government of Okayama Prefecture, Tanaka eventually struck a deal for TI Circuit Aida to host the second round of the 1994 Formula One season, as the Pacific Grand Prix. Though considered a well-organised event, travel to and from the circuit proved problematic, with narrow roads through the mountains being the only way to access the facility, only public transport being able to serve spectators, and team members having to travel up to an hour to reach the circuit. Following the events of the 1994 San Marino Grand Prix, where Roland Ratzenberger and Ayrton Senna were killed, the Moss S at TI Circuit was straightened out slightly for its next F1 race in 1995. However, after the 1995 event, both Tanaka and the prefecture decided that the event was not worth continuing. Both F1 races at the circuit were won by Michael Schumacher. That was not the end for the track, however. The Japanese GT Championship paid a visit in 1998 for a non-points round before adding the circuit to the schedule full-time in 1999. Tanaka International went into administration in 2003, and so the track was sold, becoming Okayama International Circuit. The facility has been a fixture on the Japanese national racing scene since, playing host to Super GT, Super Taikyu, Super Formula, and the All Japan Road Racing Championship for motorcycles, and the World Touring Car Championship held around here from 2008 to 2010. With its width, heavy braking zones, and corners with multiple possible lines, Okayama has long been a good shout for sim racing championships, and now we get to see a field of lumbering V8 supercars tackle it. Sit back and enjoy the racing. Here at the V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series, we're really excited to see the amount of exposure and interest this championship has attained. We've recently been getting a lot of messages and comments asking questions about the series and how to get involved with it. So to make things a little easier for everyone, we've decided to create this video to talk about the basic facts of our championship and how you can get in on the action. V8 Scops uses the racing simulation service iRacing. iRacing is different from other racing games in that it is not a one-off product that you purchase. It is instead an online-only subscription service. One pays a subscription fee to use the service and base content, and then purchases more individual cars and tracks on top of that. Available for purchase are both the Holden VF Commodore and Ford FG Falcon V8 supercars from 2014, plus 3 Australian tracks, Phillip Island, Oran Park, and Mount Panorama. This is in addition to a large amount of cars and tracks from all over the world, and from many disciplines of motor racing. Full pricing information can be found on the website www.iracing.com. If you're interested in trying out iRacing for a low price, we have our own discount code that you can use. Purchase a 3-month subscription, then at checkout, enter the code PR-V8SCOPS 2017. You'll get the 3 months for only $5. The platform is desktop computer. iRacing is not available on consoles, but that's no reason to be discouraged. iRacing's engine runs well on basic hardware, so chances are high that you can run it. Windows, Mac OS, and Linux are all supported, though the majority of races run Windows. Detailed system requirements can, again, be found on iRacing's website. In terms of controls, there is support for many control types, but it is strongly recommended that a force feedback wheel be used for the best and safest experience. So, how do you get involved in the series itself? Well, iRacing's main draw is its official series and events, which are sanctioned both by iRacing and many real-life racing organisations. Cars and series are organised into licence levels, determined by your safety rating, which is a measure of how safe your driving is. V8 Scops, for the most part, is run outside this. It is a hosted series, independently run and managed by the community for the community. As long as you've managed to get your iRacing licence level to C or above, the series is open to anyone who can make the cut. To find us, jump on the member forums via the main website, and scroll down to the Ford and Holden V8 Supercars subforum. In there, you will find relevant threads for the V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series, where you can sign up, read briefings, and keep up with happenings in the championship, in addition to a wealth of discussions on the cars themselves and how to get the best out of them. We wish you the best of luck in your sim racing career, and thank you very much for checking out the V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series.
Hello everybody, welcome back to V8 Scops action here tonight, and we are here from, of course, Okayama for round 8 of this series, and should be an absolute cracker of a split 1 race here that you're about to be tuning in for. We had obviously split 2 before in the MR Porsches, which I'd rather not talk about just before this one, and yeah, we had some fantastic racing throughout, and should be an absolute cracker of a race here, 68 laps around this circuit, so a sort of lengthier race, not the super sprint format, kind of the traditional, I guess, format for this one, and should be fantastic. We had some really close times in pre-quali, which of course has come to expect from Scops in its current form with the current drivers, and yeah, I'm very keen to see how this will go and how the drivers will handle this, as well as we've got with us old Brenton Hobson. Say hello, Hobbo.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, not too bad, man, not too bad. So we've got you on here to give us a little bit of a guide lap. I can see you're coming through the final complex now. When you're ready, I guess just have a bit of a lead us around on a tour of this fantastic little circuit.
Yeah, for sure. It's a pretty interesting sort of a track, actually. Like, it's the way I like to think about it is that it's a bit of a compromise everywhere. The surface is really, really bad, so for grip, that is. So you're sort of always compromising corners. A lot of backwards and forwards stuff, but yeah, we'll go around and talk about a lap here around the track. So we're going to get right up to the top of 5th gear, down at the end of the main straight, back to 3rd, very late apex on the curb on the inside, on the right-hander. Sacrifice your exit to get wide just out here for turn 2, and then again, sacrifice your entry this time, get on the gas nice and early. Got Mr. Rogers right behind me here, I'll let him go. Hairpin here, you're going to come right down, and the gear ratios determine what you end up doing here. So I like to hold third gear and a tight line, but as the tyres go away in the race, you're going to find that you have to compromise your entry and mid-corner to get a good exit onto the long straight. You're going to come right up into 6th gear and deep as you dare, down under brakes, all the way back to 2nd or 1st if that's your flavour for this corner. Hold it tight to the inside, and then again, sacrifice your corner exit. 2nd gear through here for me, and then a little bit of limiter, and either hold it in 2nd or short up to 3rd. Rogers is flying. Back to 2nd gear here for this hairpin. Again, hold it nice and tight to the inside, sacrifice your exit again for the opposite way on the next corner. And then this corner, very hard to get the power down, bit of wheel spin, 3rd gear across the inside curb. Last corner, again, you can choose 2nd, 3rd gear, but you want to focus on a good exit, contrary to what I just did. Nice wide, use up all the curb on the exit, big run down the straight, and go ahead and do it all over again.
There we go, yeah, thank you very much, Hobbo. Nice little lap there around the Okayama International Circuit, obviously the full course. And yeah, it really is a lot of fun in these V8s. I think you wouldn't expect it to be as fitting for these cars, but it does produce some fantastic racing. It's definitely a big challenge in these cars, having to be so precise out of so many corners, with so many being those sort of half-throttle, really gradual corners. So thank you very much, Hobbo, for coming in for that little guide. Very much appreciated.
Yeah, no problems at all.
All right. So there we go, nice lap by there to get us underway for what will be Split 1 action, of course, brought to you by WPC Concreting. And yeah, this is, and it's Hobbo's skin, by the way, just updated for my Trading Paints as he finished there. So thank you, Trading Paints, much appreciated. My one's being a bit dodgy for some reason, but it's all good. But yeah, no, it should be a really awesome night of racing here for this main race, Cameron. And who are we looking at, do you think, to be the men to watch for this race?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a very close night of racing, as you said, with pre-qualifying times as well. So yeah, as far as I can see in terms of who we're going to be watching for, it's obviously going to be the normal top 3, Phil Sale, Rogers and Downs. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, the likes of Jake Burton and a couple of other guys reappearing, and then some disappearing due to not being able to race tonight. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top tonight, especially with most of the top guys back tonight. So yeah, it should be another great night of racing.
Yeah, for sure, and you know, it's as you say, it's a lot of the top guys back for this one. Obviously, last round, I believe you had a fair few of them away, so it was a little bit of a mixed bag in terms of the field. But for this one, we've got a lot of the regular top guys back again, and it's a bit more of a sort of status quo again, I guess, back to normal operating service for the top split. But it's good to see a lot of the guys here that obviously come to familiarise themselves with in the V8 series. Also, good to see Adam Zeidinger as well. I know he's been got a new reel recently and just snuck in. I saw on the pre-quali, he just snuck in to the top split by being the last position there in the top split of a pre-quali. So he just got in. So he'll be happy to be in top split, and hopefully he can get some good results here. Obviously, being Okayama, we know how hectic it can be. And really, if you, as I found out in the EMRs, if you can just survive a lot of the time, you'll do really well, and especially when you've got such a massive field around such a sort of close quarters, I guess, kind of circuit. If you can survive those any early shenanigans and just keep a clean nose, then you can do really well around this circuit and get some really nice results. But 68 laps is a fair old distance, obviously not quite, you know, Bathurst length, let's say, in Duros, but it is still a pretty hefty race. So if people have issues, there is potentially time for them to come back through. Yeah, but what are your thoughts on this circuit, Cameron? Is it a circuit that you enjoy or not so much?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I have driven it a bit myself. Obviously, we've all driven it at some point in our career, having to come through rookies and everything. But yeah, yeah, I don't mind the circuit. It's not too bad of a track, to be honest. Obviously has a lot of different challenges with the likes of double apexes, hairpins, and undulations. So yeah, definitely brings a lot of challenge to a driving perspective. But yeah, I do not mind the track, but it can be a bit frustrating sometimes.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm probably on the sort of dislike side of the spectrum for me. It's just not a track I've really found very rhythmic. I think for me, I just personally like a bit of rhythm to it, and I find this one is a bit stop and start and just not quite my flavour, I guess. Maybe it's too many slower corners where you actually have to, be good on the throttle. Maybe that's what it is. I'm just not skillful enough to do well, so I get frustrated. But yeah, it's definitely a little bit different. Certainly for these V8s, of course, when you've got so little grip in these cars, they really require a deft touch around here. And certainly, as Hobbo mentioned, that right-hander on the back straight really requires a lot of patience in these cars to get it right. If you get too keen on the throttle, you'll go around in something like the Porsche, even, for example, which in itself doesn't actually have that much grip compared to, say, a GTE car or GT3 car. It's sort of on the lower end of the spectrum, but even on a Porsche, through that corner you can generally go on the full throttle pretty quickly. You don't have to worry too much about sliding, whereas something like these V8s, you really have to be watching it quite a lot. Seeing as we've still got about 5 minutes left to practice here until we get into quali. Jay, I guess I asked Cameron this one, so I'll ask you as well. Who are you going to be looking at to be doing well here tonight?
Yeah, g'day guys. I'm not too sure actually. I'm thinking Forzan, looking at the timing here. Forzan's doing a great job, so Forzan might be a surprise packet here. We know he's done very, very well in regards to fuel strategy. So one to watch Forzan El Nabi tonight.
Yeah, definitely, and we've seen him before, as you mentioned. Fuel strategy's always been quite on top of that, and generally he's just been getting better and better as time has gone on, and he's certainly been one to watch in other series as well. We did the V8s and other cars even. He just seems like a generally quite handy driver in him, and but I think for me, probably the usual sort of trio, Rogers, Down, and Phil Sell, probably going to be the key three. But yeah, I think El Nabi might put in a good show if he can get things going and avoid any shenanigans. Other than that, Greg Goulds might bring something. He can sometimes be up and about there if he gets it on. Interesting to see Dane Warren down there in P10 at the moment in this practice session. He's been very quick in other series, but and obviously he was looking good at Sebring until issues happened. So we'll see how he goes. I hope he can do well. It'll be good to see All Stars up there once again having a good run. But yeah, and then you've got, as you can see in the midfield, they're just so close. How many people is that in 30.5s? That is, what is that, 6 or 7 people within the same tenth of each other?
Yeah, I think it was 9 actually. 9 cars with the same time, pretty much. Interesting to see newest privateer out there, Luke Harvey, our privateer, doing a great job at the moment in P9. So interesting to see how he goes and see how long he lasts as a privateer out there.
Yeah, I was going to say he's one that I've noticed has gone privateer lately. Of course, if you remember, he was with the RT previously, and he's gone privateer in the last week or two. He's gone privateer, so I'm not sure what's going on there with him and what happened there. But either way, it's looks like he hasn't really lost any pace he had before. He's still got the same edge.
Don't magically lose it when you change teams.
True.
Here.
Yeah, good point.
If you're fast, you're always going to be fast. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Very true. I think I'm going to say the Lowndes livery is giving him an extra tenth or two as well. But that's my own thing. Own bias for Lowndesy. My own bias for Lowndesy coming through. But it is a very nice livery. I'm going to say it's a cool, obviously retro sort of livery from back in the day. But yeah, and actually, just speaking of liveries, I'll just quickly, because I think it was about a month ago they did it. Progression Racing Australia with the likes of Brady Myers, they've got in here at the moment in Top Split. They did a bit of a revamp for their skins probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago for their liveries. They sort of redid them a bit and just tweaked a few things, and I really like the new look liveries they have. I think they really pop quite nicely, and I think Brady's is really cool. That orange just really stands out.
I like that they've done theirs in a way that they all look the same, but each car is individual at the same time. I've seen other teams do the similar thing with Synergy Sim Racing, also ERT that you talked about, where they're all the same style, they're all the same look, but they all look unique at the same time.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So yeah, really good to see. And good to see Brady up there. Actually, he's in the 16th at the moment. He's a very quick driver. I do highly regard Brady. He's a very nice guy as well. I've chatted to him before. Super nice guy and just a very talented driver as well. He's a bit more recent to iRacing and to the V8s, but he's really come to them very well indeed, and he's a very speedy campaigner, that's for sure. So we've got just under a minute and a half of this practice session, and we'll head to the quali to decide the grid for this race around Okayama, the Okayama 250. Of course, again presented to you by WPC Concrating here on V8sonline. And yeah, this should be absolutely fantastic. I'm expecting this to be a super close qualifying session, especially if anything in this practice session is to go by. You can see, especially in that midfield again, we sort of see this week in, week out, that sort of back end of the 10 through to even through to sort of 30th or so is just really close and compact. So in the midfield especially, you get some fantastic battling in terms of the pace in qualifying and the races as well. So looks like we'll be heading to qualifying in just under a minute as Blackie gets some messages going there in the game to the drivers, of course, and the race stewarding there. Simon Black, as always, doing a fantastic job as he always does. So just letting the drivers know quali's about to start, and then we can head to it. So, yeah, I'm just really excited to see how this will go in the V8s, because you can again do a lot of trouble around this track if you're not careful, as I'm sure, as you mentioned, Cameron, we will drive around Okayama at some point in our career, because obviously in rookies and the old Mazdas, you gotta pretty much have to race here because of how it is with that series with stock content. Pretty much, yep. Exactly right. The Mazdas, basically your second home is Okayama, so you can get out of rookies. So
you race here every second week, don't you? Whether
I'm
you run
pretty
the
sure,
short track or the full track?
Yeah. Short one, I think. Yeah, but either way, yeah. Especially that back section, you get really used to that in the Masters with the short version of the track. You know it pretty damn well. So yeah, it's a bit of it's one that everyone will know. Again, as Cameron has mentioned, as I've mentioned, I think it's a bit of you either like it or you don't kind of track though. It's very, very sort of, you're either end of the spectrum and you're not usually in the middle too much. It's one of those kind of tracks. But look at that sea of V8s coming out of pit lane. That is a lot of V8s. Yeah,
all bunched up coming out of the pits.
Yeah, that is a big old gaggle of V8s right there. As they all try to get out.
He's got the lucky jump though. He's the one that's right at the
front.
You see, I think that's Richard Hampstead swerving his way through the field to try and get up to the front, because as we've seen, the guy at the front of the field is the one that gets the big advantage with the best track conditions. So
and it's contact with Hampstead, yeah. And there's more by Blacklock. He got tagged by Hampstead and who else? And Cooper Murray. Yep. So they're all trying to push their way through, and poor old Blacklock's just kind of the bystander and all this. As I got to see, I think that's Sandman further back as well, trying to weave his way through the field. So very frantic. We're not even on qualifying laps. These are out laps. I'm already seeing some different bars going on. So it looks like they're all sort of calming down now, though. Start to get into their position. But it will actually be Richard Hampstead who'll be first out. He's managed to sort of strong arm his way through the field, and he's going to be the first one to start lap here in that TTL Falcon. Looks like it'll probably be Phil Sell who will be following him through. I'm interested to see if Cooper Murray perhaps pits here, because he does have a bit of front left fender damage from, I think, that hit with Blacklock. No, he's going to keep going. All right, there's a little blink from him as well, just to reassure Phil Sell even more as Hampstead comes through the final corner. That delightful final corner. It's very interesting in a V8 Supercar, because you just got to wait so long to get it at the right point to accelerate and sort of juggle it through there. It's interesting to go through, to say the least, but they all begin their first laps now as they all stream down the pit straight. As you can see, there's just so many V8 Supercars for miles, quite literally. So keep an eye on Hampstead, see how he goes. As you can see back, if you look back at the final complex, we've got everyone basically at a standstill as they all try to find a space in the track, which is always a fun part. We've got such a big field around a circle like this. But I think Richard's got a good gap actually till he catches up to Moore, so he should be right to do this lap. So let's see how we go. And actually, I'll be watching. Oh, it was on Navi. Wow, all sorts of squirrely onto the back straight. I'll be watching Cooper Murray here, because I'll be interested to see if he's going to gain anything here from following Phil Sell, because he's following right under his rear wing. So I wonder if he's going to gain any tenths in the slipstream, and just from learning potentially from Phil Sell here as they come around the back end of the circuit. Hampstead looking pretty solid so far. He's looked pretty smooth on this lap. I think I was watching Alnabi behind him, looked very ragged out of a few corners, and Roger's not far behind them as well. But we'll see how Hampstead goes. I reckon I can visibly see Phil Sell actually has caught him over this lap, so I think this might be a pretty speedy first lap here from Phil Sell that we're in for. We'll find out as they come through the last few corners, using all the curb and a bit more there, Jared. So he went through the second to last corner. Onto the main straight they go. let's have a look what their times are going to be as we'll get the first ones coming in. First proper laps. Let's have a look. So Hampstead does a 29.7 start proceedings, and Phil Sell just says, you know what? How about you do a 28? Because he does a 28.9 on his first lap. I thought it looked quick, and he's proved me right there. That was a monster lap from Phil Sell to start off proceedings, and that's a big bar to have to beat already, Cameron, and we've only just started the session.
Yeah, definitely. He's 3/10 up on Rogers already, so, and 4/10 up on his teammate Madison Down. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who actually gets pole there, as with that time. So, yeah, I would not be surprised if Rogers or Madison or someone else can put a 28 up on the board. But yeah, it's definitely one way to start the session, that's for sure.
Yep, there we go. See it. Jay is still in the background. He's doing his thing, but me and Cam will be giving you the voices now as we go through. But yeah, that was, as you say, it was a monster lap to start that one from Jared. No warming up. He's just gone bang. There it is, 28.9. How about that? So, how about that? I'm sorry, I feel bad for saying that. I feel Jay, rightfully so, asking if you can ban me from that. Apologies, I had to. The chance was there, but either way, still at 28.9 from Phil Sellers. All the drivers are already coming in. I think a lot of them are, and you know, if you've driven the V8, a lot of the time, Hamstead in the pit lane, nearly getting spun by Phil Sell. Gee, that was a bit interesting. But yeah, if you've driven the V8s a bit, you'll know that a lot of the time with these cars, it usually is a one-lap run. To get that optimum lap, because the tyres do lose their edge pretty quickly, of course, with how these cars are and how slidey they are. So generally, you do one lap, and then the tyres start to just sort of lose a little bit of pace after that. So I think a lot of these laps, I think we'll see for the drivers, will be one lap, and then they'll come in and head straight back out again in this 20-minute session. It's already a quarter of the way through, and everyone's only done one lap. So it just shows here at Okayama especially just how crucial it is to get that lap in, as we have Thomas McMillan on screen of All-Star Motorsports. And shout out to him, actually, because me and him have had a few very nice battles of late. OSR Main on Wednesday, I had a lovely battle with him for about a dozen laps. I was holding him back for a top 10. I managed to hold him back in the end, but it was a very intense final 12 laps, I'll say that. And the track temperature was 40 degrees, so it was very slidey. And I had him basically pushing me the whole time, so that was a lot of fun. That was a really great battle. So, but yeah, it's good to see him in top split of Thomas McMillan. We'll see how he goes. He's currently 28th in that car, so still plenty of time to improve though. And we've got 37 cars here, and I think by the looks of it, unfortunately Hobbo and Dame Warren didn't look like they got a lap in on that first run, so they'll have to go again to try and get a lap in. Hopefully they will. But yeah, it's very interesting to see how it is in the session so far. Again, in the back end of the 10, as I said, back end of the 10, look at that. So close, all the way down to, where's that? Down to, I mean, even 28th. Was that 8th down to 28th, covered by 0.6 of a second. That's just bananas, isn't it? Really, it's out of this world in terms of how close it is in that midfield once again. Just looking through to see if we've got any sort of mentions early on. Cooper Murray up there in P7 in that Falcon. Al Nabi P5 at the moment, so he's hanging in there, but he's not quite up at the pace of the sort of the main three just yet. We'll see if he can find that as the session goes on. Oh, okay, Jake Burton has looked like he's done, because he's escaped. Of course, no escape rule in effect in the V8 Scops series. So, yeah, so if he's escaped, I would say the same. Yeah, I'd say he's done then. So, oh no, he's heading out. Oh, okay. He must have, yeah, okay.
Pits by the looks of it.
Okay, there you go, yep. So, already, yeah, I'm just watching it now, yeah. So, he went to go out the pits, and he stopped, and okay, yep, so yeah, looks like he was all good. So there you go, good thing for Jake, because otherwise, yes, he would have been in trouble with the stewards. And we've got Rogers on screen at the moment as he goes around to do his second lap of the session. Again, Cooper Murray once again trying to follow one of the faster guys. Seems like that's his tactic in this session, just follow the fast guys and try and gain a tenth or two in their slipstream. So we'll see if that improves his time at all, but we'll keep an eye on Rogers as he comes down the back straight. And that CTL car looking very nice, using all the road and some there on the entry to the hairpin. Very deep there, when possibly ran a little bit too deep. It looked like he just was a little bit too aggressive on the brakes, but we'll see if that is perhaps his line, maybe what his plan was, as he comes through the final few corners. Oh wow, really on the edge there out of the left-hander, sliding it on the exit, as Cooper Murray is still shadowing him the whole time, but looks alright, apart from that hairpin. Not sure if that hairpin might end up being the key to this lap and possibly have cost him some time. We'll soon find out as he comes through the last 2 corners.
No, he's in the pit lane.
Yep. Oh,
Ooh.
pit. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, and there goes Rogers into the wall in pit lane as well. He really came in hot there, but we'll keep an eye on Cooper Murray here as he comes across the line. Was in the slipstream of Rogers and does a 30.3.
No
which is
improvement.
5/10 down. Yeah, wow, that's a long way down. So and we'll look at Forzan now as well to see he is coming around. Just coming across the line now. Let's look if he improves. 29.5, a 30.3. Wow, 8/10 down. So I wonder if we've got this case going on of the thing. We've seen it before where the track actually doesn't really improve as the session goes on and only gets worse potentially with the dirt being chucked on it by the cars. We'll go to Craig Jones now. He's sitting in P15 with a 30.1 in that newly painted Stealth Sim Sports car. They revealed that before the new season of AOSC last week, and it's the new liveries they're going to be running in those cars. Again, they're going for the sort of personalisation technique, I guess, with liveries as he's pitting. There we go, so a bit of a shame there, but he is sitting 16th. Good to see Craig doing well. As Dane Warren up to 13th with a 30.055, which he just said. And Sam Blacklock is on the screen at the moment in P17 in the TTR Falcon. And Tasman Racing, and looking not too bad 17th, but he did come 9th in practice, and I would expect him to be a little bit higher, so I think he has more pace in him. It'll be a question of whether he can find it, but again, I mean, if he gets P9 now, he only needs to find 2/10. That's it. That's just, literally is nothing. That's all he's got to find, and he'll gain, 4 or 5 spots. It's just unbelievably close in that back into the 10 through to the sort of 20s even. It's very, very close indeed. As the cars go around, and we'll see if he can do any better here on this lap. He's got Rogers right up his chuff as well, just to give him a little bit extra pressure. Oh, and yeah, well, Rogers really is giving him a little bit to think about there, maybe trying to just sort of put him off a bit by being right up his chuff. But we'll see how Blacklock goes here. Comes through. No, he's going to pit as well. I think we're going to have this case if every car we look at is going to pit. We've had it before, but I think we're going to have it again at this point because I think it's 3 cars now we've looked at that pitted. So yeah, it looks like they're hearing us every time. But see if we can find anyone else on a lap right now. I think Jake Burton's on lap by the looks of it. So there's one that we could look at. And he's, or actually no, he may have just completed a lap. He did 130.4. We'll see. There we go. Yeah, Rogers, there we go. Rogers has just started one, but looks of it, just finished his out lap, so he's starting a lap. Yep, going through the first sector now. Again, using all the road and some, it's very Rogers-esque, as you can see that using on the line pretty much on the left-hand side. He not sacrificing a millimetre as he goes around trying to find the pace here. Using that tight line there in quali as Holly mentions, we'll go to Michael Cracknell now, and then we'll go back to Rogers. No, he's pitting there. Every time, I swear, every time. We'll pick someone, they'll pit. But we'll look at Rogers now as he should surely be on lap here, having just done his out lap. And again, look at that, using all the road at every single corner. And then look at that going all the way out to the gravel trap even almost in the outer section of that double left-hander as he comes through the final complex that you basically learn from being able to drive through blindfolded in Mazdas. You do it that much, you'd just be able to put a blindfold on, you just know from memory because you drive that much in those things. But looking not too bad here. Nice on the throttle there, pretty smooth. Didn't look like it was too herky-jerky. Using again all the curb. I tell you what, these guys are not leaving any bit of the track unexplored as they go around. Let's have a look and see what Rogers can do. It looked pretty nice, the lap. I'm not sure if it was quick, but it looked pretty tidy. So let's see what it is. It comes across. It will be 29.7. Geez, so I really think we may have a case here if the track is not really getting much better, it's just getting dirtier, and so the pace is just not there. As Wade or Posy going along for a lap. We've got him on screen now. Just getting around Ian Ford there as he's, I believe, on in lap or out lap. He's on an out lap, so that could be one could watch next. Oh boy, is Ian in the background, nearly loses it. Yeah. Oh, Ian drifting it around a few corners there in the background. Good stuff from Gordy. Up and Posy. It's
Yeah, Coswell's plates in the pit.
Yep. So, oh boy, and he's, wow, a lot of them are really pushing it into the pits. They really are on the absolute maximum even when they're coming in. So, we'll see if we can find anyone else. But I reckon it's Jake Maloney. There we go. Got one to look at. Yep, there he is coming through the last few corners. Got a bit of a TTR train right behind him in the form of Down and Burton. And looks like he is going to come around here. not using as much of the curb there as Rogers, not being quite as ambitious, I guess, with the track usage. So
Yeah, interesting to see that.
yeah, the different lines in play, as we will see, as you see in all forms of racing, but even the V8s as well. You see all sorts of different lines being used. He did 31 flat there, 1 second off his best. So it just seems the pace is not there. It's just getting worse. If anything, as I said, I suspect maybe the dirt that's being put on the track is just making it lose the edge it had at the start of the session, and it's just getting worse here. As we'll go to Hobbo now. As he goes around, he's in 20th, he has got a lap in, so he's got a lap in now since we last looked, 30.2, so again, if he finds a 10th or two, he's going to jump a good 4 or 5 spots, so we'll see if he can do that now. In the Synergy Sim Racing Commodore, got the silver rims I've noticed too. That's something that he didn't used to run. I think he used to run black rims possibly, if I remember correctly, but he's changed to the silver sort of chrome rims now, so a bit of something different to add to that car. As he comes through the final corner now, again using all of the road and some as he comes along. Let's see what lap he can do. It will be 30.4, so only 2/10 down, not as far off as some of the others seem to be finding at the moment as they're doing laps. So he'll stay P20 at the moment, just behind Lucavi, who's P19. As we've got Madison down on screen now, he's P3 at the moment. He's actually, yeah, I think he just passed his teammate Jake Burton there, potentially on a lap, yeah, so that's interesting. So I'd be surprised if this is quicker, seeing as he had to pass a car, but we'll see. Probably some slipstreaming tactics being used by the TTR boys here, I would say. But let's have a look here as they come down the main straight. What is Down going to do? Does a 31.3, yeah, so he really got held up by having to pass Burton there. So no improvement for him. We'll go Forzan now in P5, 29.5. 9.7, neither makes no difference to a 29.6 basically. For him in that first lap he did. I'm not sure, we'll see how he goes here. He's right behind Nick Cummings, who's also on the lap, so Nick's not going to get out of the way for him, and I wonder if he's been held up a little bit by him. No, Cummings is going to pit, there we go, so he peels off. That releases El Nabi for these last 2 corners. Let's see what he can do. Again, looking not too bad, using all the road and some as well. Looks like he's similar to Rogers in that fashion. So he comes down the main straight now. What's he going to do? Will be a 30.5. So off by, what's that, a second, basically.
Yeah,
so
by the looks of it.
So I really do think the track it's just not there right now. It's just getting worse as the dirt gets flung onto it. It's just not getting any grippier right now. So I'd be surprised. Yeah, I'm thinking I'd be surprised if we see many improvements here, because it's just one of those kind of sessions at the moment. But we'll see. So it's still a little update in the top 10. It's still Philcell on pole for the moment with 28.9. That's Rogers, Down, Burton, El Nabi, Hampstead, Murray, Rick Gould, Wayne Seaburke, and David A. Moore round out your top 10 for the moment. We have just under 4 minutes to go in this qualifying session, as we've got Philcell on screen now, going around, I believe, on a lap, as he's out up the last lap around. So let's see if he can improve again. I mean, if Philcell goes a good half second slower, then I think that's a sign that the track's just not at the sort of state it was in at the start of the session. But we'll find out in the coming seconds. As he pits, of course he does. And again, look at that, using all of the road and dirt on the pit entry. So obviously, oh wow, they really are pushing it so hard into the pits. I guess they're practicing their pit stop entries for the race itself. So he's now pitted. As we've got Jack Lemon on screen, he's down in P24, 30.3 so far. Last lap was a 31.3, so I'm guessing he did a lap previously. Yeah, he does 32 flat, so I think he tried to carry it on and see if that worked, and obviously as we saw there, it didn't work in the end. So we've got Bruce Keeley on the screen now. So I'll try and find where he's in the field. Where is he? There he is, 32nd on 30.5. We'll see what he can do. He's right up behind Emily Jones actually at the moment. I think they're both on a lap by the looks of it, so possibly trying to get a little bit of toe there. Emily in P23 as well, doing well there. And nope, she's going to pit, there we go. So it's going to release Bruce as well. Oh, he gets squirrely there.
That might have invalidated.
Yeah, we'll find out won't we, as he comes through. Oh yeah, look at that, yeah, he's backed off. Yeah, he's got to slow down, I think. So that'll be lap over for him. And yeah, it's very, I guess we'll go Wayne Burke, yeah, in P9 in the Synergy Commodore. I think he just started laps. He comes through the second corner now. and you can see there on the exit, you can see just how much dirt is there. It really is a very, very dusty track so already. And this is only a 20-minute quali session, so you can think how this is going to be in the race. It's going to basically be rallycross by the end of it, if this is any sign for the race itself. So comes through onto the back straight, pretty tidy little exit there. But we've seen already that just because it's tiny doesn't mean it's going to be quick. And in the background, once again, is good old Cooper Murray. I swear he just knows where we're going to look, and he just pops out just to be in the background or something. Because every time we're looking at someone, he's in the background of the shot. But either way, Wayne coming to the final section now, the area right here where the short circuit adds on to the full circuit, right there on the right to Burke there, that left-hander. You're back onto final few corners, a little bit tardy there out of the left-handers. He tried to use all the road and some as he comes into the final little rhythm section here, flowing hairpins before we get on to the double right-hander to finish the lap. I mean, it's looked pretty tidy, but whether it'll be quick is the question. Let's have a look. He's going to continue on, so perhaps he does think he has a shot at improving here. Ooh, using a lot of the road there on the second to last corner. Yep. And let's have a look here and see how he goes. Just catching up to Ian Ford ahead of him. I assume this is starting a lap. Let's have a look here. Does a 30.2, so down by 3/10 again. So just cannot find any more pace. I guess we could look at Ian Ford. He's in 13th at the moment to start a lap. Yep, he's on 30.043 so far. Only 0.02. Yep, alright, so we've got 0.02 of a second for him to catch up to Dane and pass him. It's just unbelievably close. And obviously live timing available as well here for this race. Be sure to check that out if you want to be seeing all the gaps and all the data really in the and just be basically kept up to date every second with what the gaps are and what lap times everyone's doing and all that kind of thing. So be sure to check that out. Should be in the description of this stream if you want to check out where that is. Looking at Ian Ford now, just coming through the hairpin and into the final section of the circuit. We've got actually the time has just ticked over all the sessions, so the drivers will now finish the laps they're on, and that'll be it. So we'll keep an eye on Ian here. He's just catching up to, who is that? He's just catching up to Sam Blacklock. Yep, I think Sam might be finishing a lap, isn't he? Just coming back to the pits. He's sped up now. He was going quite slowly, but he's obviously seen Ian coming up behind him, so he's sped up a bit. Oh, is Ian? It gets a bit squirrely out of the third last corner, and it's going to be the end of his run, and he pits now. So that's him done. Jack Lemon is coming around just behind them. I think he is on a lap here. We'll see if he can improve. Judging from how we've seen this, I'd be surprised, but we'll see. Maybe you might pull something out at the death for this qualifying session, and we'll go
35.2, so no quicker.
Yeah. He might have actually done an out lap there, and he might have been trying to get round. He didn't make it. May have been what happened there. And yeah, that's it. There we go.
Rogers is on a lap actually, by the looks of it.
Oh, okay. Rogers. Oh, okay. There we go. So Rogers, we'll keep an eye on him. Ah, okay. We'll go Maloney then, because he's further up the track. So we'll see. He's pushing. I can't really tell actually. I don't know if he is. He might just be bringing it round. Yeah, I think he's just bringing it round. I don't think he's pushing.
Yeah, possible. Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, he is. Coming so there you go. Alright, so we'll see if Rogers is indeed on lap. He does look like he's pushing pretty hard, so I'd say he might be. It's hard. It's always so hard to tell. With these cars, it's quite hard to tell if someone's really pushing or not. Although he used all the track there and more, so I think he is on a lap here. We'll see what he can do. Obviously, trying that one last run here to see if he can find the 3/10 to jump Phil Cell. I think he'll be lucky with the way this track has degraded, if anything, more than got better throughout the session. So I'd be surprised, but we'll see. He comes through out of the pretty much final for true hairpin. Nope, there he goes. Comes in. So yeah, obviously I think he probably saw the delta, saw he wasn't up, and thought, you know what, I'll just bring it in. So there you have it. That is qualifying done here for this race, the Okayama 250. We'll go through your grid now. So on pole will be Jared Philsell with a 28.984. Fantastic lap from him. He ends up being 3/10 clear of Joshua K. Rogers in P2. Madison Down will be P2 for TTR, followed by his teammate Jake Burton in P4. Forza El Nabi is in 5th with Richard Hampstead in 6th. Cooper Murray will be 7th. Ethan Greg Gould will be 8th with Wayne C. Burke in 9th. And running at top 10 will be David Amell.
In 11th, we've got Nick Cummings, 12th, Dane Warren, 13th, Ian Ford, 14th will be Jake Maloney, 15th will be Glenn Postlethwaite, 16th will be Craig Jones, 17th, Sam Blacklock, 18th will be Jordan Ross, 19th, Luke Harvey, and rounding at the top 20 is Brenton Hobson.
21st will be Kurt Stenberg. Then you got Daniel Williams, 22nd, Emily Jones, 23rd, Jack Lemon, 24th, Lee Ellis, 25th, Michael Cracknell, 26th, Brady Myers, 27th, Henry King, 28th, 29th to Stuart Vaughan, and Christian Hinton rounds out top 30.
In 31st, we have Thomas McMillan, Bruce Kelly in 32nd. 33rd will be Stephen Sandman Clark. Ben Twydale in 34th. 35th will be Michael Taliangic. 36th will be Ryan O'Sullivan, Adam Zeitung, and Daniel Eklund round out the rest of the field in 37th and 38th.
There you go. So that'll be your feel for this one. The car's just lining up now. I managed to speed run that grid nicely and get him before the start. So that's good. So yeah, we're just waiting for all the cars to line up now, and we will be go for the Okayama 250. As we said, 68 laps of this circuit. Should be a fascinating race ahead, as we said. A bit of a more traditional style race rather than the super sprints that we've had in previous rounds, or in a few of the previous rounds. So should be a cracker, as I think all the drivers are there. Ooh, gee, track up to 44 degrees. That is a steaming hot track. I'll tell you what, as I said, I did 40, and that was hard enough. So 44 is going to be really skaty. So expect some interesting times here. The drivers are going to be really struggling for tyres. I think we'll be heading
the revs are rising, the lights are on.
The revs are rising, yep, there you go. So we're ready to go here.
Green flag.
And we have green flag here at Okayama for the Okayama 250. And the cars get off the line, looking like a very good start from Phil Sell. He's already away.
Good stuff from Britain as well.
Yeah, indeed.
Good stuff from Hampstead by the looks of it. Is
Hampstead looking at El Nabi, yeah. Into turn 1.
Oh, someone's off of turn 1. Oh, big shot in turn 1.
In the background, yeah. Oh, in the background, big crash at the back of the field. Looks like we've got multiple cars with heavy damage, but right at the front, look at this Phil Sell from Rogers. There's Rogers coming at the GTR driver here. Oh, another big crash.
I think that was...
Oh, no. Oh, that's a real shame.
Actually.
Oh dear, that's a real shame. Look at that behind. You can see how packed up they are. Oh, there's more.
Oh,
big crash. El Nabi around. Oh, how has that not caused a bigger crash? Well done from El Nabi to keep that out of the track. That was amazing stuff. Oh, more contact. In Cummings, and I think that's Blacklock as well. Oh, it's still going. Oh, wow. Gee, this has been... the mist is up. The red mist is absolutely... I mean, they're pretty much drowning in it at the moment. We've got a replay that's going to be up on screen soon of the instance there off the line, but I'll keep an eye on the
going up the inside of Cummings here.
Yeah, we've got Cummings being passed. I'm keeping an eye on P2 as well. Rogers has actually fallen into the clutches a little bit of down. And Burton's got a replay at the start on screen, and you'll see the shenanigans that happened there. That was a very... there we go. So Nabi coming together with Jordan Ross apparently will kick that all off. So that was the catalyst for... Oh, sorry, Luke Harvey. There we go. So that was the Jordan Ross and Luke Harvey being the catalyst for that one, more or less. As yep, Nick Cummings, we can see here being taken by Hobbo and Hobson at the moment up the inside. That'll be for P15. Oh, Cummings there tried to hold it around the outside, but Hobbo was having none of it. And more contact. Cummings and Emily Jones come together. Oh, there's more contact. Oh my goodness!
Cummings has hit the fence big time.
And he's come back on. And there's more wrecks going on.
This is sure to be a safety car.
Goodness me, this is... Oh, gee. Come on, guys. This is getting a bit ridiculous, really. But more contact further back. These guys have really got to settle down. I mean, I think we've got to tell them it's 68 laps, because the way they're driving, it's almost like it's a 10-lap race right now. But either way, some very heated exchanges going on in this first lap. As we've got a replay on screen for Blacklock and Cummings. I think you'll see it was a bit of a odd one there, but either way, Blacklock is still going, but he's got a heavily damaged front end. Yeah, there you go, Jack Lemon, I think was the unfortunate bystander there, really. He just was trying to go along and got caught in other people's incidents there, so a real shame for him. I was watching Dane Warren, getting very slidey out of the third last corner. Back live now, live pictures too, as we watch Wayne Burke and Cooper Murray for the battle for P7. And they're actually just behind Richard Hampstead as well. Just behind them is Greg Gould, who we saw getting a bit in the wars in that first lap. He's missing a front left fender, so a little bit of a sad-looking ERT Commodore at the moment, but he is still going inside the top 10, so I'll be happy with that. Let's watch this battle here, because it looks like Cooper Murray's looking pretty pacey in these early phases. He was 10th quicker than Burke last lap by, and so I wouldn't be surprised if he makes a move, but I'll tell you what, Cameron. I think I wouldn't be surprised if we see these tyres going off after. I'd even say half a dozen laps, to be honest. Because when I did the OSR race last week, it was 40 degrees and the tyres were going off after I'd say about 8 or 9 laps. So we're going to see some very skatey V8 cars for I think a lot of this race, Cameron.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with the warmer track temps. So these guys are definitely going to have to look after their tyres a little bit better than they normally would, especially with the fact that it's a much longer race. Even though there is pit stops, it's definitely going to have strategy.
Definitely, yeah. And we've seen already at the likes of Sebring, we saw how key strategy was to keeping you in the race and possibly gaining your position. Always got. As Posy and Craig Jones just came together, and Hobbo's actually just come up on that, and he's going to now take Craig Jones potentially for P13. Oh, Hobbo nearly sliding it in there, MotoGP style, but backing into the corner there as he tried to get past Craig. He's going to try and hold it around the outside, but I think Craig's got it. He does. Good to see Craig up there as well, and P14 for Stealth Sim Sports. It's fantastic to see. Obviously, a bit of a got a bit of damage to him on the front left, but I think he managed to avoid the majority of the carnage on the first lap, and he's really benefited from some of the issues that happened there as everyone weaving there down the main straight to try and break the slipstream. Oh, I can see further back, I think Blacklock and Hinton, I think that were getting close to each other as they try to battle for P21, I believe that is. As Blacklock tries to come back through in it's not really a Commodore as we mentioned, it's more of a Holden Cruise, isn't it? Probably.
Yeah.
Anything, it's we've got Lee Ellis and Brady Myers on screen. So no problem with how they are. They are battling for P18 at the moment. Lee Ellis and these two probably got two of the cleanest looking cars in the field. They managed to avoid most of the contacts in the early phases, and they may have started from the pits there to avoid that, because otherwise they would have been right in the heat of all the battling there. So they probably did have a bit of a start in the pit lane. As Lee having a look there at Brady, but not quite close enough to make the move in the hairpin. He's just going to sit behind and wait, although Brady a little bit squirrely there through the hairpin. Very squirrely actually as he comes out of it. And Lee's still having to wait though, not really a place to pass there. And Brady just going to hold station for the moment. But he is looking pretty vulnerable to Lee right now. And then right behind him you've got Sandman, Hinson, and then Blacklock and Henry King as well, all looking pretty feisty. So we'll see how Brady goes. He's not far off the back of Daniel Williams, just ahead. He's in P17. And then there's Burke and Cooper Murray back on screen in that battle for P6. Actually, I think behind them, looks like Rick Gould's getting a lot of pressure from Dane Warren. That's for P8 at the moment. There's Greg Gould at the moment. He is the highest placed CRT car after the starts there, although Ian Ford's actually not too far behind him. They're doing pretty well, so just outside the top 10. We'll see how this goes. This is a pretty nice little battle pack we've got going here with Murray, Greg Gould and Warren. It looks like Burke's actually been able to just slightly gap Cooper Murray, and Cooper Murray having a couple of blinks here and there. I noticed him in qualifying as well. He just gets the old blink every now and then, so hopefully he doesn't pop up inside someone at some point, because that could cause some shenanigans. We could launch a forward or holding space program if that happens. You never know. Yep, look, he's blinking down the back straight. Get Gould having a look down the inside there, possibly trying to just break away from him and to avoid getting spawned into, more or less. Nearly contact there, yeah. Cooper Murray nearly getting turned by Greg Gould. He just got a bit slidey, and Greg Gould had to back it up there. He did well to avoid contact and avoid a spin there, but look at this here. Cooper Murray's looking very vulnerable to Greg Gould at the moment. Greg Gould not going to have a look there. He's not quite feeling like he's set up well to do it. He might try and chuck it up the inside here. Nearly pushing him out of left-hander there, but again, he's not close enough. But look at this, Greg Gould, he's literally pushing him out of corners.
The rear of him.
Yeah, he's literally pushing him out of almost every corner, so you think he should make it soon. Dane Warren, I've got to say, looking very nice there in P9 in a pretty clean-looking All-Stars Motorsports Commodore. So we'll see how he goes, but good little battle we've got here, and they've got a good battle as well for P10 with David A. Moore, Ian Ford, and I believe that is Jake Maloney. Yeah, that's P10, 11, 12. They're having a nice little scuffle as well, but I think, yeah. Hobbo, what's happened to him? He's dropped down, hasn't he? Where is he? I'll see if I can find him. He's in.
I think he's in pit lane. He's out of his car.
Oh yeah. I'm not seeing him on track at all. So yeah, I think he's out for good. By the looks of it, I'll see if I can go back and find out what happened. Okay.
Oh no, he's disconnected.
Yeah, DC onto the main straight. Oh, gee.
Bit of vintage issues.
Oh boy.
That's very bad.
Yeah, that's very scary for Williams. He's seeing Hobbo popping up continuously behind him. That's going to be pretty unsettling. As we look at Oh, here we go. Greg Gould going to make the move on
The inside of
Cooper
Murray.
Murray. Oh, he does, yep.
And Dane Warren looking as well.
On the hairpin, but look at this, Murray will hold it down the inside.
Oh, Murray's blinking.
He slides into him. Look at this, Dane Warren's going to go yoink and say thank you very much. I'll just take that P8 from you if you don't mind. So good stuff from Dane there to see that chance and take it. Oh, look at this. Oh, Ethan tries the late switchback as well. Oh, they all nearly came together. Greg
Warren's going to get it, though.
Take it. I think, yeah, Dane will confirm it. Yeah, he will. Holds it around the outside. And then he'll just kind of park it there on the exit and not really give Greg Gould anywhere to go. And that's going to be moved on for Dane. He now moves to P8. That was a good little bit of vision there from Dane to see what was happening and just step up the inside and take that spot from Ethan Greg Gould. But yeah, it's interesting to see Cooper Murray. He's just getting the odd blink here or there, and that's going to be pretty unsettling for these guys. Although if they keep battling, he might just start to pounce off into the sunset if anything happens. But yeah, pretty nice battling here. It's all settled down a bit, which is good. We're seeing some good battling now, not too much shenanigans like we saw in those first couple of laps. It's all settled down a bit. We're seeing some good hard-fought battling now as we get to lap 7 of the 68-lap race, Cameron.
Yeah, definitely all these guys are looking like they're starting to settle down a bit and get to the rhythms and battles. So, yeah, should hopefully see some exciting battles and everything, especially with the likes of what's happening at the moment.
Indeed, so I think we're looking at Phil Sell and Rogers at the moment on screen, separated by 9/10. They've pretty much been holding formation for a lot of the early phases. The last lap, Phil Sell was a 10th quicker than Rogers. I'll just look through and see what their times have been for this race. Yeah, they've been pretty much matching. It's all, I mean, you can swap them and it'd be the same. Yeah, almost the same driver. They've been that close on pace. It's been within a 10th of each other every single lap. So at the moment, they're just trading laps. I think Phil Sell might just be holding the lead at the moment, and I think we'll be seeing them sliding a bit already. I know we're only 7 laps in, but that's how quickly these tyres go off in these cars when it is this hot. They just absolutely fall off the cliff really, really quickly, and you've got a very slight deviation. As we can see the times, I mean, the guys at the front are doing high 30s already. We're only 7 laps in, so yeah, there you go. 1.5 seconds slower than what they were managing in qualifying. So that just shows how hot it is. The tyres, they're lasting about 5 or 6 laps, and then they just completely die on you. And then you're pretty much just driving around on skates for most of the race. So it's going to be a big thing of tyre management for these drivers, who can manage the tyres the best and who can juggle them on the limits of grip that they're basically on for most of the races. I'm just looking back in. This battle with Cooper Murray and Dane Warren has kicked up a bit again. It's Dane looking pretty feisty. He's got it on screen now. Greg Gould behind them. Then you've got David Amore in forward. Jake Maloney not far behind them as well. Got 2 little trios, 3 Musketeers of battles, 3 V8 tiers of battles. That was a terrible pun. I'm sorry, I tried. But Cooper Murray looking pretty under pressure, I've got to say. He's been under pressure for a long time now. Good 3 or 4 laps. Wow, he was getting squirrely there and blinking. That's got to be a bit of a worry. Oh, and he gets it. More slide out of the corner, and Dane's going to go, thank you very much, I'll just take that P7, hope you don't mind. And that'll be good stuff for him, yeah. And he's got Wayne C. Burke ahead of him. I'll tell you what, Wayne's not gained too much. I thought he would have galloped away, but he's not really gained as much as I thought. He's only about, Isaiah Cooper Murray back up the inside, yeah. And then he's going to open him up. It's Ethan.
That's close.
Yeah, he nearly came. As Cooper Murray, I think, actually gave Dane a little bit of a shove there on the exit, just unsettled him. He managed to hold it though, and he's going to have to hold in P8 as well. Who's that? Someone in the pits behind. That is, Jake Maloney, pitting already on lap 8, so possibly going for that short fill. And then, as Talianchich has crashed, we're hearing, so he is, I believe, out, yep. Yeah, I'll have a look. I'll see if I can go back and find out on that, because his car looks fine. Yeah, I think he did, yep. Into the...
Yep, rest in peace, engine.
Yep, that is a dead engine right there into the second last hairpin. Just obviously blinked up a bit too much, and the engine has gone, nope, sorry, can't do that, and there it goes. Jake Maloney's no driver. Yeah, there we go. So Maloney serving a drive-through for something or other. We're not sure what. That's why he pitted. So he's now popped back out in P26, I believe. I don't know. Yeah,
P26.
Yeah, it's actually be 27th, I think, sorry, by the looks of it, looking at the positions.
Or 28, sorry.
There we go, gee, so big shame for Jake. He was on for a solid result, but it is a long race, to be fair. Plenty of time to make that back up, especially if you can get strategy right, so we'll see. He's a... Oh, there he goes, Ethan. While we've been looking at Jake, Ethan has got past Cooper Murray. That is for P8. So P8 now for the ERT driver. Cooper Murray drops back another spot. He's just looking a bit vulnerable, Cooper. I don't know if he's struggling with the tyres, maybe the blinkings having a bit of an effect as well. But he just doesn't quite look as pacey as he was in quali. He's just struggling at the moment as he drops down. Next up for him will be David Amore. He'll be next on the hit list, and then it'll be Ian Ford just behind him. It's a bit of a gap then back to Craig Jones, who's doing a very good job for Stealth Sim Sports. A little shout out there in P13. Good to see. He's actually Posy. He's dropped back to P13, so it's actually 12th for Jones. I don't know what's going on with Posy, but he's dropped back a fair bit in the last. Yeah, as Emily Jones was about to say, yeah, Emily Jones is looking pretty keen to pass Posy here. I don't know what's happened to Posaway. He did a 34 flat last lap, a very slow lap, so he's obviously had a mistake somewhere. That's cost him a spot, so he's looking very vulnerable to Emily Jones at the moment, who's got a bit of a missing fender, does Emily. So she's still going in the top 15, which is good to see. She managed to avoid most of the shenanigans early on. He's benefited from that. Daniel Williams now in the top 15 as well, thanks to dodging the chaos pretty much as well. Brady Myers P16. Again, probably the cleanest looking car on the field at the moment. It's pretty much not got a scratch on it, so that's good to see. But Posy, looking pretty vulnerable to Emily Jones. They did the hairpin, but Emily not quite close enough. Posy defends as well. Didn't really need to actually, because Emily didn't really go for the move, so a bit of unnecessary defending perhaps, but still keeps the position regardless. He's actually going to have to watch out for Daniel Williams as well. He's looking pretty pacey behind these two, so we could have another 3-car battle pretty soon. As I'm looking, there's David Amore on Cooper Murray. I don't know what's going on with Cooper. Can't remember, but I think maybe he's just struggling a bit on those tyres.
Yeah, possibly by the looks of it, as he is looking a bit slidey.
He slid out of the hairpin again there, he's done that. I think the last 3 laps basically. He's been almost drifting out of that hairpin, so he's looking very, very slidey in that car. Not looking too comfortable. His last lap was a 32.8. His last lap. For comparison, most of the guys around him are doing low 32s or even 31s. He did a 32.5. The guys around him are doing 31s or 32 lows, so he's not looking too pacey. I think Jay just mentioned there. I think he's right. I think the tyres have been killed by Cooper. Again, he's sliding out of every corner. That's not going to help him either. That's just going to make it worse. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see him possibly get taken by Moore already. Oh wow, Moore almost having a little bit of a half look there onto the back straight, as he just looked like he could brake so much later into that right-hander as they head onto the straight. And, Cooper Murray's he's really struggling. I think possibly he got a bit higher thanks to, although he's usually pretty pacey, isn't he, Cooper Murray? He's usually quite handy in these V8s, but obviously he just isn't very happy in these conditions. Oh gee, that was nearly some contact with David Amore there. Again, a bit of a clashing of lines there. Cooper sort of squaring off the corner a bit more than David and nearly causing some contact there. Managed to get through in the end, as I've seen Cracknell and Maloney chatting on the game there. I've actually got the game chat muted, so I'm not sure what they were saying, but obviously some words shared there between the two. Oh, I think, Maloney may have just passed Cracknell. That might be why. I might actually see, out of curiosity, if I can find out what happened there. Oh, okay, that's what happened. Oh, Maloney comes across there in the braking zone a bit. I'm not sure if that was maybe what the words were about, but either way, Maloney through. Actually, well, that may have been, as we'll go, Wayne Burke and Dane Warren on screen, that may have actually been Maloney being let through there. Cracknell may have actually been letting him through, knowing that Maloney is a lot quicker, which should have been smart play from Crackers. Usually a pretty smart driver like that, so I wouldn't be surprised if he possibly did that. But yeah, look at this Burke under a lot of pressure from Dane. Dane's looking really pacey right now. He did a 31.8 last lap. Burke did a 32.3. So tell you what, Wayne really on pace, and Greg Gould as well did a 31.8 last lap. So these two look like they're managing the tyres a little bit better than Wayne is, and I wonder if that'll probably be a little bit of a story of the race, won't it, Cameron? Just be who can keep their tyres on that sort of knife edge the best.
Yeah, definitely. It's just going to be a matter of who can manage those tyres the best, because the better your tyres are, the better off you're going to be at the end of the day. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these guys manage their tyres and whether they stick to a certain strategy or whether they change it throughout the race. So, yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see what happens.
You could say the heat will literally be on, both for the drivers and for the tyres, and for the cars in general, at the moment.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to apologise in advance to Jay, especially, who's going to have to sit here and put up with me doing really terrible puns the entire podcast. So, I had to do it. It was there. I had to do it. Sorry, I see the chance and I have to do it. But either way, Burke is under a lot of pressure from Dane right now, and as we said, I think he's not really managing to caress these tyres around as well as Dane is. Dane's looking really strong right now in that All-Star Motorsports Commodore. This is the battle for P6 as well, so just outside the top 5. Remember, Dane started in P12. He's been very strong the entire race. He's showing a really strong race pace, which is great to see. So good to see that that's transitioned for the All-Star boys, because we saw in, I think it was Sebring, he qualified really well, but just wasn't quite able to do as strong in the race. But it looks like they've worked on that, the All-Star crew, and they've managed to get a pretty solid race car. But looks like what Dane is managing here. And oh boy, he nearly runs at the back of Wayne. The braking zone there. I don't think he was quite prepared for how early Wayne was going to brake. And oh, geez, Dane's drifting it out of the right-hander there on the back straight. But he still managed to get a pretty solid exit, although you may have to watch out for Greg Gould here in the slipstream. He's looking like he might have a look. He has a half look to the inside, but not going to commit to the move, and they all hold formation for the moment. But I think it's only a matter of time, because Wayne is just not on the same pace as these guys. And if anything, you may have to start looking behind it more and forward as well, if they can keep the pace going. They still haven't got past Cooper Murray too. Cooper Murray holding P9, but again, it's probably only a matter of time before Moore potentially makes a move on him.
Yeah, definitely.
I think it's the battle we'll keep an eye on though, because Dane's looking substantially faster than Wayne. He might even chuck it up the inside here. Yeah, he will. Look at that. There we go, up the inside at the hairpin. It's always a risky move doing it there, because you're kind of relying on the other driver ahead of you, not chopping you off. Yes,
run.
Yeah. I think he's going to do it though.
Oh,
yeah, beautiful move. Oh,
nearly.
Good stuff there from the two drivers. They managed to keep it clean, and Dane gets through, but he has got a little bit of a vulnerable run onto the main straight. He may have to defend, and he is. He's going to go inside, defend from Wayne. Into turn 1, I think Wayne's happy to sit there. He is. I think Wayne knows that he's not on Dane's pace, so he's just going to sit behind and play the game. They had contact as well. I think Greg Gould, just gave Wayne a tap there into turn 1. He nearly went round, but Burke managed to hold. Does drop to 7th though. Look at this, Greg Gould now is next on the list for Wayne. I think he might get through soon as well. He might even look onto the back straight here, will he? Oh, not quite. No, he's going to wait. Potentially for the hairpin. Oh, again, nearly bring him another touch once more onto the back straight. Yeah, you can just see Burke really, really struggling with those tyres, and you can visibly see how much better that Dane and Greg Gould seem to be doing in these conditions. As Greg Gould again, sort of half looking, but decides not to commit to it. As we'll go to Emily Jones, Daniel Williams, as Williams looking to make a move for P14, and I think he will, is he? Or, again, sort of half looking there, decides not to commit to it in the end. They'll have to hold station in P14. They've got Sam Blacklock just behind them. He's recovering, of course, after the instance earlier on. Did a second quicker last lap, 32.3 for him. It was 33.3, 33.2 respectively for Williams and Jones. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Blacklock passing these two pretty soon. I'm sure Emily will probably be given the word to just move across, especially because Blacklock's looking a lot pacier at this phase. So a bit of stuff going on. But yes, TTR looking all right at the moment. They are trying to recover, of course. Remember, they were caught up in those early instances. Emily and Blacklock were both caught in some dramas in the early laps. They're both sort of recovering somewhat. So that's probably why, especially in Blacklock's case, why he's a little bit out of position at the moment, because he is trying to recover after the early incidents. But he is back up to P16, which is good to see for him. And he's only lapped 15 of 68. So we're getting into the meat of the proverbial burger, as I like to say. We're just chewing through the salad into the meat now. I'm sorry. I really am sorry, Jay. You're going to have to put up with these puns the entire broadcast. But we're getting into the lovely part of the race now, where we're going to see strategy come into it too, aren't we, Cameron? Because now it's going to be the case of our drivers going to start short filling to try and set themselves up later in the race, or go for the long stints now to set themselves up for those last sort of dozen laps.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who does the stints now, and then the longer at the end, or the longer now and then the shorter at the end. So, yeah, I think you'd probably do a shorter at the end, just so you're on more or less quality sort of pace and form. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who does that and who does the opposite. But yeah, as far as I can tell, it's probably going to be more or less about who does what in terms of which teams are focusing on which teams, really.
Yeah, definitely is. I'd like to give a shout, of course, to Reece Gardner, of course, our usual commentator here for V8 Scops, the Southpaw racer himself. Unfortunately, was feeling a bit ill on the weekend. His throat was not being terribly kind to him, so I wasn't able to make it for this broadcast. Hoping a speedy recovery for you, Reece, and your throat. Hopefully you'll be back on your feet very soon, as Wayne Burke in the pits. So he's pitting early, and that makes sense. We saw how much he was struggling in that CNG Sim Racing Commodore, so it's not too surprising to see him in, to be honest, because he was really struggling on tyres. I've just seen Adam Ziding has just DC'd from the race. He was actually, he was down in P32. I swear I saw him a bit higher up earlier on. I think he may have pitted actually, but he's just DC'd from a connection drop. There's a over replay on screen. I reckon we'll probably just see him out of existence, would be my assumption from the look of that. So big shame. Yeah, shame for Adam there as well, because he was looking alright there in the races. Were Cooper Murray and David Moore, and they're still battling away for P9, and they've actually caught back up to Greg Gould in the process as well. Looks like he 33.7 for Greg Gould last lap.
Getting involved as well.
Yeah, Ford behind. So we've got a four-way battle here for P7 effectively, because Greg Gould's at the head of it, as he had a bit of a tardy lap last time by. Cooper Murray looking a bit better. It looks like he's just getting a little more comfortable in that car now, which is good to see for him. He was really struggling earlier in the race, but his pace has sort of stabilised a bit now. But those blinks every time, I'm just waiting for him to pop back up inside a car, and then we see a space program for the V8s get launched officially here at Okayama. So keep an eye on that. But and again, he's just every now and then. It's not constant blinking, but it's just every now and then one happens. And always worry when you're near a car that's doing that you might just pop up at the wrong time and cause some issues. So hopefully we'll be all good. But as you see, Dane Warren in the pits as well in the All-Stars car. It's interesting because he was going along quite handsomely in that car. I didn't think he was going too bad, but again, he might be doing the short fill early and doing long stints the rest of the race as he slides into the box. New tyres and fuel for him, and we'll see where he pops out as well, because that'll be key for how his pace will be in the following laps. Looking at Daniel Williams, by the way, in what should be now P13. He's got Sam Blacklock behind him. He's not letting him through, of course. This is for position. He has every right to fight it, so we wouldn't be expecting him to just pull out of the way for Sam, no matter how much better his pace or how much more pace he may have at the moment. Doing pretty good pace still, yes, we said Sam. Despite the fact that's a pretty sore-looking Commodore, he's doing good pace as he goes up the inside of Williams onto the back straight. Oh, they're side by side. Williams, I think, had another slide onto the back straight. Nearly made contact with Sam there as they go along. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, there you go. So that just shows how much damage Blacklock's got. He just does not have the straight line speed with the amount of damage he has in that car. So pretty impressive. He's still managing to do mid-32s despite that damage. That's a real sign for how strong he is in that car. So hopefully he'll get that repaired when he can, and he might be able to show a bit more of the true pace we know he has. But we'll see if he maybe pits soon as well, because he might try the same short fill now longer later as... Looking back a few of the other guys further back, Lee Ellis and Sam Man pretty close together, as well as Christian Hinton just behind them. As I go through and I see El Nabi there is up to P22 now, and again a very sorry looking Falcon after the early issues, but he's still going, which is the main thing. His pace is pretty good. He did a low 32 last lap, so he's got good pace in that car, despite the fact that it looks like a Falcon that's more destined for the wreckers than on a racetrack. But he's looking alright. At the moment, he's in behind Jake Maloney, of course, who's recovering after that drive-through penalty earlier on. Up at the front, it's still Jared Philsell leading at the moment. He's got a 3.9 second lead now over Joshua Rogers. Just been opening up that gap ever so slowly. And if anything, Rogers has just been slowly falling to the clutches of Madison down in P3. Jake Burton in P4, pretty quiet one for him so far. Richard Hampstead in P5, and you got Jordan Ross. Oh no, he's a lap down, sorry, wrong one. There's Greg Gould in P6 at the moment. Then you've got Cooper Murray, P7, David Moore, P8, Ian 4, P9, and then Craig Jones at the moment rounds out your top 10. Of course, that's not including some of the guys who pitted already, so that's not an effective order as that battle with Williams and Blacklock continues. But I don't know if it'll change, because I just don't think Blacklock's got the top end to get past. So unless he gets a bit savvy with where he passes, I think he might just have to just grin and bear it and just sit behind Williams at the moment. As Williams tries to chase back down Jones, get back through, but Jones just opened up a little bit of a buffer at the moment. Okay, so we'll go to Madison Down and Rogers. That has closed up. I did mention that, yeah, it looks like, from what I can tell, Down's just been slowly eking away that gap at Rogers. And again, look at that, 2/10 faster that lap. So, looks to me like Madison Down just a little bit stronger at this phase on these tyres. He's just probably keeping them alive a little bit better than Rogers is. And he's gaining the benefits now as he is just a little bit quicker at the moment. As in the lead, Philsell continues to lead quite handsomely now. The gap in the lead is 4.2 seconds, so he's quite nicely just been slowly pulling away. It's interesting to see this difference in pace, isn't it, Cameron, between even the top guys? Are some of them struggling more on these tyres than others?
Yeah, looks like maybe some of them are going conservative as well, just to make them last a little bit longer, or even save some fuels to get a shorter stop. So, yeah, it's interesting to see what these guys are doing in terms of strategy and how they're approaching the race at this point, especially with the fact that they're spread out as they are, like they are now.
Yeah, indeed, exactly. So it's going to, as we said, it's going to be really fascinating to watch how the fuel plays into it. Because obviously, if you have a lighter load, you theoretically should go faster for being lighter for one, and theoretically, you'd think the tyres last a bit better because they don't have as much pressure going down on them when they're under load because they're on a lighter car at that point. So it'll be interesting to see if that plays out as well throughout this race. We'll see if any of these guys pit early. Rogers continues on, so he's not pitting. So I think all these guys might be doing what you're suggesting, Cameron. They might be going for the long stint now for the short stint at the end. So take the pain early on to get the gain later on in the race. So that might be what the strats are for strategies, I should say. Wow, strats. That's a legitimate commentary term. That is in this race. But 68 laps. This one we're 18 laps in, so we've still got about 50 laps to go. So we've still got a long way to go in this race, and we've already seen more than enough action, I think, Cameron, for one race, but there's still so much more that could happen here.
Yeah, definitely. There's much more to happen. I mean, we've got plenty of racing left to do. So, yeah, once these strategies come into play, it's going to be interesting to see what happens at the end.
Yeah, for sure. And I just noticed as well, by the way, that Blacklock did manage to get past Williams. So that's a move done. So he's now moved up a spot to, at the moment, P12. Oh, as Williams has actually gone off. Oh, whoops, he's gone off the second corner there. I thought I saw him go off in the background. And he's going to pop out. Yeah, Brady Myers, might have a shot, I was about to say. So Williams, I think he just went a little bit too far right. By the looks of it, may have lost the rear end. I'm sure we'll get a replay on that when we can. But it looks like Brady...
this massive
okay.
top one!
Whoa.
Williams has just about been rolled.
Wow, what has happened there?
I think that was netcode.
Yeah.
Because he drove straight through him.
Yeah, Brady was inside. Literally, he was one. We'll have a replay on screen, and what you'll... Of them both, yeah, we'll see when you get to the incident. You will see two Commodores becoming one. So there you go. I didn't think I'd ever see them be meshed together like that, but it has happened. So there you go. So that's what happens when a netcode contact goes to the extreme. So that is I've never seen one like that. That is truly something. Wow, Williams just got absolutely launched. That is truly something. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, as Jay mentioned, Brady mustn't have seen his car because he literally just drove as if he wasn't there. So on his screen, Williams must have disappeared because I could see him, but obviously for whatever lag he had, obviously Brady couldn't. So that's a big shame for Williams. He's on for a good result. And there's a backlight now, and he's going to have to pit, and there he goes. Yeah, going to have to pit for damage repairs in that one as we have Cooper Murray and David Moore on screen. Battle for P7. And it's been going on for a good, I'd say, dozen laps probably now. They've been much heel toe off each other for a long time now, and Cooper Murray was a tenth slower last lap. Some more continues to probably look stronger, but again, in these cars, as you know, with these ones, as if you've driven the V8s or you've been around them a while, you know that it's very difficult to pass, especially when you're only a little bit faster than the car ahead. So that's probably why Moore is having a bit of a hard time, especially when it's as hot as it is here as well, and the tyres are falling away like they are. It makes it even more difficult to make a move on a car when you're so similarly paced. And interesting to see the different lines that are at play as well. So Murray sort of cuts off the corner a bit more than, or straightens off the corner, I should say, a bit more than Moore does, or probably more of a traditional line, you would say. It's interesting to see that difference, as they've got Greg Gould still ahead of them. Ian Ford's just kind of dropped back. Was Emily Jones, just let Sam Blacklock pass. That was for P12 and to be expected. Sorry, P11, I should say. As I mentioned, I was sort of expecting that to happen because Blacklock has got a bit more pace at the moment, so they'll want him to try and continue his charge through after the contacts earlier on. As they continue on their merry way, seeing Alnabi as well is up to P18. He's right on the back of Maloney as well. As we've got Hampstead in lane as well, possibly going for an early stop himself in that TTL Falcon as he comes to a halt in the box now. We'll see where he pops out as well, but he's now doing that early stop. Jones goes past into P9 now. That's the Craig variety. There's Sandman in the pits as well, so there we go. So we've got a few of them pitting now after 21 laps in this race. But we'll see if that means they might even go one or two more stops, might they? Ooh, so we've got Cooper Murray continuing to be pressured by Moore, and he's even closer now. I think this is probably the closest Moore's been all race long, so you'd think if he's going to make a move, it might be here, as Murray again has that almost compulsory blink that he gets every now and then. As Moore, will he have a look up the inside? He is looking, he's broken, he's going for it, he's committed. Oh, it's Moore! Oh, he just pulled that up was very close indeed. He did commit to the move, but he just wasn't quite up the inside enough, and Murray cutting across on him there to take the corner, probably rightfully so there, as Moore wasn't quite far enough up the inside to make that move stick there, so he's going to have to wait for another chance, and that has let Ian Ford sort of back into this battle again. He just closes in about half a second or so from that little exchange. Interesting though as well that Greg Gould is not really getting away. I think they're actually maybe catching Greg Gould. Are they? Let me have a look. 3.25. Are they matching pace with Greg Gould? Yeah, so Greg Gould pits. Yeah, and Greg Gould as well. Oh, Greg
Moore's
Gould
coming in the
nearly.
pits as well.
Yeah, Greg Gould nearly looped it into the pit lane. He came in that hot. He just basically drifted it into the first part of the pit lane there. Got some initial D going there as he nearly looped it into the wall. That would have been very awkward for him. But he is in. As, Kieran in his box as well. Or Burton in his box. So Burton there as Greg Gould in, and also David A. Moore. So obviously Moore might be trying to go for a little bit of a... Yeah, as Burton, as Jay just mentions there, Burton probably trying to watch out Hampstead. That's probably what this is, trying to cover off any advantage from Richard. So we'll see what happens here, because as we know, just that one lap can be really crucial, especially when the temperatures are as high as they are. You can, just that one lap can make such a massive difference in terms of position. But where is Burton? I think he's already out. He is, and he's going to pretty easily actually jump ahead of Hampstead, and he's actually come out right in front of Wayne Burke, and he's actually he's between Wayne C. Burke and Dane Warren. So I reckon Warren and Burke have done their short hill now, because it looks like Burton might have taken a full tank. So that's very interesting. So Burton come out right in the midst of these two. So he's not going to have a very clean run for this stint. So it's going to be interesting. We'll see what happens as he goes along. But he has been able to beat Hampstead. Hampstead about probably 5-6 seconds behind him on track. So he'll be happy with that. Greg Gould has popped out right in front of Glenn Postlethwaite. David A. Moore out there as well. I think Lee Ellis also pitted. Sandman as well, and a few others further back have also pitted as they go along. And I just see Luke Harvey and Michael Cracknell also popping out of the lane as they pit. They've actually just come out right in front of Joshua Rogers, who's probably cursing his luck a little bit, because it's probably the worst time. Yeah, as Madison down, he's catching him, and it's probably the worst time for Rogers to get them is right at the first sector. And to say they're not really, these two battling as well, Harvey and Cracknell, so they're not really getting out of his way right now. So this is Rogers is probably going to be cursing his luck here as he finally gets past Harvey. Harvey just letting off the throttle there down the back straight. Looks like he'll let down through as well. So that'll be advantage to down, though. He definitely can get held as long as Rogers did. So it's going to be a big advantage to Madison. Look at that, he's right on the chuff of Rogers now. And we might have a nice little battle for P2 in this race now that that's occurred. They're just going to have to get by Crackers as well. The Crackers will be on the fresh rubber as well, and that quite sorry looking ERT Commodore. Front right's a bit beaten in. It looks like someone's just taken a baseball bat and given it a couple of whacks there. It's basically what's happened there, as he's a little bit sorry and sad looking Commodore, but he'll have to get out of the way of these two when he can, because you don't want to hold up a battle like this, because it gets a bit awkward when that happens. We'll see if Rogers might pit actually. Maybe he'll try and gather traffic, will he? No, he won't. He'll keep going. So he continues on in P2. As I guess while we're in this kind of phase in the pit stops, we will have a look at the penalties so far. There's Simon Black just sharing them for us, so thank you, Vicky. So far we have quite a few, of course, as we saw. It was a bit of a chaotic first stint, so we have quite a few little incidents here. I'm sure Jay will let me know if anything happens on track while I'm doing this. So for quali, we had a 10-point penalty for Hampstead and... it was a incident between Hampstead and Blacklock. Richard Hampstead was given the blame for that. He gets a 10-point penalty. Lap 1 between Jordan Ross and Luke Harvey. I'm assuming that was given as a racing incident by the looks of it. Looks there's nothing there. Or post-race it might be, sorry. Luke Harvey and Jordan Ross. All these next few are for lap 1. So lap 1 again is Kurt Stenberg, Ryan O'Sullivan. It was a penalty to Kurt Stenberg, which is drive-through. He has served that. Lap 1 again, Greg Gould and Al Narby. It was given to Ethan. He gets a 15-point penalty. Lap 1 again, Jake Maloney and Al Narby. Once again, the blame was given to Maloney, of course. That explains the drive-through we saw, which we saw him serve, so that's done. Lap 1 again with Blacklock and Cummings. It was given the blame to Sam, no penalty given. Lap 2, Cummings and Jones. It was given to Cummings for that one. He gets a 10-point penalty. Then we've got lap 2 again with Cummings with his re-entry with the no brakes please, which is probably fair enough. Nick kind of rolled back onto the track without any attempt to lock the brakes. So I see Rogers into the pits, so he pits from P2. Oh, and Phil Sowen as well, so that's pretty key this race as our leader pits as well. So Rogers possibly reacting to what Phil Sell's doing. And
I would
probably
say
trying to...
that would be now the strategy that TTR is trying to mimic TTO, I'd say. So whoever does what is what happens, really.
Definitely a
I
good
would
spot.
say probably Madison will be in the next lap, I'd say, if I'm not surprised if he does.
Yeah, you'd think so, definitely. With how quickly these tyres will be wearing, you'd think that he'll be probably in a lap or two, because they'd be getting very, very slidey, those tyres. But he's doing a very good job, to be fair. He's got, low 32s. Obviously, the pace has been slowly dropping off, but very consistent, you have to say. Of course, Madison Down, we know how consistent and how smooth he is as a driver. He's not a multiple champion in this series for nothing. So, yeah, showing that experience that we know he has, doing very well indeed there in what should be P3 effective, possibly P2 depending on what happens with Rogers. Going back through the penalties again quickly to round them off. So that's re-entry for Cummings is a 25-point penalty. Blacklock versus McMillan. It was again a penalty for Blacklock with a 15-point penalty. And lap 20, that was that one where we saw Williams inside of Myers. And that was indeed given as a net code contact, which is what I suspected it would be. So no action there, because that was all net code, and obviously nothing Brady could do when that happens. Also, big thanks to George Gibbs Jr. For being a great fan of the channel and supporting the channel. You've got us 41 likes, so thank you very much, George Gibbs Jr. You've been fantastic support for us. We always really appreciate the support you guys give us. As Madison Down is in, so there you go. Good pick there, Cameron. You picked it bang on. Oh, did let me have a look here. As Jay just wondering if he did. No, he didn't. No, he pitted the correct way. He just, yep. He just pushed very hard, yes, into the pit entry. So down. Oh.
He was slightly over that yellow line, so it'll be close.
No, I think a lot of the drivers have been going over that yellow line though. They've been pushing in the pits, so they know they can do it. So they've been just pushing over to try and obviously be as quick as they can to the lanes to lose a little time on entry. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, Rogers has been stuck behind Dane Warren ever since he came out of the pits, so he may see Down jump him in the pits. Where he's Down? Is he exited? Yes.
Oh, it's going to be close.
Oh, Down, not out yet, I think.
No, he's got
Rogers
by.
Got him, yeah. Rogers got him. And there goes Down now, and yeah, no, he's not going to get
Madison's just
Down.
left.
He's actually going to drop behind Hampstead. So there you go. Wow, so yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. There you go, 4.5 second longer stop for Down, so you'd think that means he may have actually taken a full tank, maybe what he did there.
Yeah, so he might be going longer instead.
There you go, so Burton now effective P2 for him, as I think he just got by Henry King as well, who's still out there having yet to stop. There you go, so 5 cars yet to pit, but yeah, Burton obviously taking a little bit less of a fill there, and that's why. Yeah, we've got Rogers and Warren, as Rogers tries to get by Warren. I assume Warren probably won't fight this too hard. He know Rogers is quicker, and yep, there you go, let's Rogers have it. Maybe probably just slip in behind, will he? Sort of looking back. No, he's trying. He's trying to get back at him, but yeah, in the end, slots back behind, and probably just try and tag along with Rogers as best he can, although obviously it's Rogers, so that's always not an easy task. Never an easy task to tag along with one Joshua K. Rogers, but I'm sure Warren will try. He's had really good pace all race, Warren. He's been very impressive in that All-Stars Commodore, and as I said, it's good to see him have some really solid race pace here. I've seen him doing really well in other leagues in V8 Supercars. It's good to see it transitioning over the V8 Scops here as well. As Henry King just ahead of them pits from P6, so that's his first stop of the race. There he goes. Forza El Nabi will be the last car to pit, and he's still going out in, where is he? He's up in, obviously the lead, yes, sorry, he's in the lead indeed, in that very sorry looking Falcon, the old Ford Focus V8 Supercar, as we always love to say when it's missing all its wings. He's actually got Jared Philsall right behind him here as he's just come out from that pit stop. I assume Jared will probably get through pretty easy. I assume El Nabi won't fight it too hard, because obviously the pace difference will be pretty extreme. Not really giving him the corner there, though. He kind of cuts across there on him on the entry. Let's have a look what he does. Probably then have the inside, will he? I think he nearly thought about trying to defend there, but decided against it. As I see McMillan just disconnected, so I think he's retired it from the damage. There's actually Hobbo actually disconnected a while back as well. He's reconnected, but that's a lot of time he'd have lost in that disconnection. So a shame to see Hobbo's internet failing him. Was a real shame. We'll go Brady Myers and Stephen the Sandman Clark battling over P18 at the moment, and they've actually got Emily Jones not too far back either, and Craig Jones a bit further up the road. So the sandwich between the two Joneses, the moment. And Chris Hinton, yes, and Chris Hinton there as well. He's also just pitted, I believe, so he's amongst that little battle. And Hobbo in there as well. He's just got back going again after the disconnection, so he'll try and bring it home for some points. So good to see. But yeah, look at this Sandman looking pretty good to possibly have a go. Ooh, it was very deep there in the hairpin, and really pushing Brady 10/10ths here. As I just head them as well. Ian Ford and Craig Jones are pretty close. I think one of them just pitted as Ford's in the pits. So the field has now officially been cleansed for the first time here at Okayama. The 68 lapper. We're at lap number 29. So we're actually not far off halfway, Cameron. I'll tell you what, this first half has absolutely flown by. It does not feel like 30 laps at all.
Yeah, it definitely has. It's just absolutely blowing by, and there's been plenty of action going on as well. And I'm not going to be surprised if we see another 38 laps of action and all sorts of strategy going on.
Definitely, yeah. So we should have a very nice and very cracking last half of the race, I would say. But we'll see where El Nabi pops out. He's still in the pits there. Probably going to try and get some repairs done while he's at it and in the lane. Let's go to Burton and Rogers. See how close? Yeah, they are quite close, aren't they? So Burton on the pump from Rogers at the moment. What did Rogers do? Oh, wow, Rogers 8/10ths faster last lap. So big difference in pace between these two. Rogers is really on the charge here. He's obviously trying to charge down Burton and also try and get back in range of Phil Cell, who's just been out dominating so far. 5.5 seconds in the lead as Burton, I'm assuming, probably being as well a little bit of a rear gunner as well, obviously being from the TTR group, so probably being a little bit of a rear gunner for Phil Cell. So we'll see how he makes this for Rogers. You wouldn't think he'd make it easy, but then again, you don't want to make it too hard for him, because if you start battling too long, Dane Warren is right there, and he's coming at him pretty handsomely as well. So see how this goes. Oh, and actually behind them, I just saw, look at that, Richard Hampstead is under a lot of pressure from, I think it's Wayne Burke and Madison Down. Madison Down has looked to the inside of Burke. He'll probably make the move. Yep, Burke's going to roll out of, let him have it. So smart driving from Wayne there. He knows that Down is a quicker driver. We'll stay with that one now. And yeah, Burke there knows Down's quicker, so he's just going to let him have it and just try and tag along. Some smart driving there from the Synergy Sim Racing driver. As Down now moves up to P6, there we go, P6 he moves up to, and now going to be challenging to get back in the top 5 after he took his longer fuel stop.
Rogers is all over the back end of Burton at the moment.
Yeah, look at that, yeah, Rogers. We're going to have a look here into the hairpin, you would think. Will Burton defend? You know, he's sticking to his line. I think he might let him have it. So look, Rogers up the inside. Burton try and hold around the outside. I think he might, but no, he's going to let him have it. There we go. So yeah, Burton is up down up the inside of Hampstead and gets it done. So a bit of the opposite ends, TTL passing TTR and then TTR passing TTL. So both ends of the spectrum right there. You'd almost be thinking that you're looking at the same two cars from different time periods of the race. So always good stuff. But yeah, Hampstead drops to P6, down up to P5. He gets 2 very quick moves done. You wouldn't be surprised if he catches up to Dane Warren soon too, because Dane's pace is a little bit slower than Down. Down was 6/10ths faster last lap, and I think he was also still behind Burke at that point, so he's probably got a little bit more pace under him than that suggests. But Rogers now through to P2, he got some clear air once again. See what lap times he can do. Burton now in P3 as Hampstead P6, Burke P7. We've got Greg Gould down in P8 now. P9 is David Moore. He has been able to get past Cooper Murray, who now drops to P10. With Glenn Postlethwaite just outside the top 10. In 11th, Blacklock update on him, he's up to P12 and he's charged back through. So a good comeback drive so far from Sam D. Blacklock. But yeah, looking like being a juicy finish to this one. Really intrigued with what the difference in fuel as we're just rolling through the field at the moment, so you can see where your favourite driver is placed out on track. But yeah, I'm really interested to see how the strategy goes here, because obviously Rogers and Burton probably took a little bit less fuel than the likes of Madison Down, and I'm really curious to see where Down's going to end up later in the race when he can short fill. And we know Down's usually pretty savvy, both just generally on track and in strategy, so I wouldn't be surprised if he comes back to the fore a little bit in that battle for possibly P2. I'm not sure if Phil Cell can be caught though. He's just been so solid, hasn't he, Cameron? He's just been out in the lead, doing what he needs to do. You know, nothing spectacular, but just done exactly what he needs to do. Put in the solid laps, and he's reaping the rewards right now.
Yeah, definitely. He's been driving very well, and he has done for the past several rounds. So, yeah, he's definitely going to be in championship contention as far as that goes. But, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he actually does manage to win the races. We've got David Moore and Cooper Murray on screen at the moment.
We do indeed. That's the battle for P9. So Cooper Murray looking like he's coming back at David Moore, if anything. So maybe he's been able to nurse these tyres a bit. Yeah, 31.5 last lap, whereas Moore's at 32.2. So possibly Cooper Murray, it's possible maybe he had a big slide at some point in that first stint, and that just sort of cooked the tyres early, and that's why he struggled so much. Whereas now he's got a fresh set of boots, maybe he's looking after them a bit better than he did in that first stint. That's why he's looking a bit stronger than he was earlier on. But it's looking like we have a good little battle here for P9 with Moore now, the one defending rather than the other way around. And then we've got Postlewaite's not far behind him either, and he's doing pretty decent pace, 32.1 last lap. And yeah, Moore's looking really vulnerable to Cooper Murray at the moment for P9. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Cooper Murray back through possibly pretty soon in that 116 Falcon. There's the lad you can just visibly see, just looks a lot stronger on the corner exits. Oh yeah, Moore had a bit of a slide there and there's nearly contact, but he's going to have to go around the outside here, Cooper Murray. Moore, I think he inadvertently ended up on the inside from that slide out of the corner as well. Oh, Murray!
He's just held it.
Yeah, just held it as he touched the grass in the braking zone. It's always so dangerous when that happens, when you touch the grass and these things under braking, they just go straight away. So really don't. So Murray nearly pushing Moore through the corner. He may have actually given him a tap, and he's blinking at the same time, which I'm sure David is absolutely loving. As David Moore, Ian Ford has got by Lee Ellis. Meanwhile, and Cooper has got by David Moore.
Yes, he has.
Moore nearly tries to chuck it back up the inside there at the hairpin, but it looks like Murray has got it done. And that'll be him up to P9 now, and Ian Ford up to P13 as he's gotten by Lee Ellis. And just behind him, actually, Stuart Vaughan in 15th is looking pretty good start. 29th, Stuart Vaughan up to P15. He's been very quietly going along. As we've got Dane Warren and Madison Down on screen. Madison Down is slowly chipping away at the All-Star Motorsports driver. As I'll just keep an eye on this and see if Down gets close enough. I don't think he will be just yet, but I would say it'll be probably a lap or two. Yeah, it won't be. Yeah, exactly. Won't be long until I think we see Down coming through, and he knows as well. He's kind of tagging Hampstead along with him. He's been kind of towed along here. As we, I was just about to say, we've got more reports on the penalties from race control. So we've got lap 22. That was between Stuart Vaughan and Jake Maloney. No penalty there, was given as Maloney's fault there, but not enough for a penalty. Lap 29, Al Nabi and Luke Harvey had an issue, and apparently it was net code, so nothing there. And then we've got lap 30 was Henry King and Forzan Al Nabi. Henry King now has a drive-through, which he hasn't served yet, so he'll be serving that in the coming laps. A bit of a shame for Henry, who's looking pretty solid for his race after dodging most of the early carnage, but has a drive-through to serve now. As Dane Warren, looking under a lot of pressure here from Madison Downs. They come into the final corner. I'd say Downs going to make the move very, very soon as they come onto the main straight. And yeah, look at this. I think surely Down will do the old chucker up the inside, pack and send, as he puts it down the inside nicely, pulls it up nicely. Package sent, not quite delivered yet though, so this Dane is fighting. He's not letting him have it. Oh, really now? Yeah, there you go. That's him more or less have it. It's probably didn't quite make it as easy for Down as he may have liked, but either way, it looks like Michael Telianchich is back out on circuit. So he's got his engine changed and he's back running once again. So good to see him back out. Oh, as Dane nearly runs to the back of Down there. Yeah, he just don't know if he was quite prepared for where Down was going to break there, and he nearly ran into the back of him, so that was very close there, but managed to avoid contact. But yeah, Telianchich back out on track after getting that engine change. Very nice and quick engine change from the crew there. It just shows how on point the crews are. Yeah, 37-minute engine change there from the boys and the crew. Very nice stuff. So he's back out on track though. It's good to see Telianchich is still going to be at least trying to get a finish out of this, albeit 23 laps down at the moment as he had to wait for the repairs there, but still going, which is the main thing. But Down has actually managed to get by Dane there, so he's now up to P4. It's Dane back to P5, and now he's going to have to defend some more because Richard Hampstead is coming at him pretty handsomely, and I'll be surprised if he tries to make a move pretty soon to get back into the top 5 here. And yeah, it's all in that sort of middle phase now where we sort of wait to see where the stages are. Lap 34, so we are bang on halfway, or just over it now, as the leader has started lap 35. So just over the halfway mark here, Cameron. And as I've said, it's been an awesome race, hasn't it? But we've got plenty more to play for in this last half.
Yeah, definitely. There's just over 30 laps at the moment to go. So yeah, still at least one more pit stop to go. So it'll be interesting to see how close these battles get by the end of the race.
Sure, yeah. So just looking at Phil Siles, well, I did 31.2 last lap, so very, very nice pace after his stop. He's been doing consistent 31s pretty much the entire stint or last 4 laps since the tyres have lost that edge that I talked about. Interesting note on the lap times. So his first lap was a 30.5 after that first stop, the 30.7, 30.7, 31 flat. So it looks like it may actually only be about 3 laps before the tyres lose that edge on them and they become quite skaty. So yeah, there's certainly, I can imagine, and as I said from the OSR race I did earlier in the week where it was 40 degrees, I can imagine the slidiness they're having to deal with, because yeah, as I said, it was 40 degrees and that was bad enough. This is 44 degrees, so it's very slidey indeed. We've got Lee Ellis. There we go, nice little battle here. We've got Lee Ellis, Stuart Vaughan and Craig Jones battling away. And Vaughan looking very nice. Possibly have a move on Lee. Yep, chucks it up the inside of the hairpin. Oh no! Locked the rear end. He managed to not spin. Wow, good catch there, but this is going to give Craig Jones a chance up the inside. Get the move done, I'd say he will. Have to leave a little bit of space there for Vaughan as he's still on his outside, but he's going to make the move stick. Vaughan will get the run through the left hand here though, maybe even a look up the inside, will he? Yep, there he goes. Oh, a bit of a late move out there, but he manages to avoid contact and not quite get the move done. Craig going wide though there. I think he wasn't quite expecting Vaughan to pop out when he did. And just gets a bit distracted through the corner, but I think he'll hold it. He will. He has the inside there for the hairpin. Oh, Vaughan nearly trying to stick his nose on the outside there.
Oh, just not pushing him.
Yeah, probably just hold back a little bit, trying to see himself up the main straight. That's probably the better place to do it here. And he's got a nice exit, but a little bit slidey, but it's a pretty quick exit. He might have a look at Craig into turn 1, will he? Craig thinking about defending. Don't know if he will. No, he just breaks late enough, and in the end, Vaughan can't do much. So Vaughan ends up dropping to 16th, loses a spot in that exchange. That's actually let Jordan Ross catch up to. Oh, he's a lap down. Apologies. I keep seeing Jordan thinking he is in the battles, but he's actually in 32nd, a lap down in that car. So I think he's had some issues somewhere along the line, because usually Jordan a little bit further up the field. So a bit of a shame for him, but he's still going once again, which is the main thing. But look at this, Craig Jones under a lot of pressure from Stuart Vaughan as he tries to get back inside the top 15 after that little moments at the hairpin. Cost him that spot. What this is doing is letting Lee Ellis just gallop away now. He's got a nice gap there in 14th. I know we're just wanting to see these two battle away more and more and more. That's just going to let him go. Vaughan tapped on 2 up the inside. He's gone
on his way out, breaking himself. He's off in the dirt.
Yep. Saw him there. He just poked out a bit late again. I wonder if he. Let's have a look at. He broke. Oh, I think he wasn't prepared for where Jones broke, if anything, because it looks like Jones has broke where he does, and then Vaughan has had to take almost evasive action to avoid contact in that one. So a bit of a shame for him. He loses another spot. That's down to P17 now. But he has a nice gap back to Brady Myers, so only loses the 1 spot in the exchange. But a bit of a tidy few laps there for Vaughan, but he is still running without any damage, which is probably the main thing to take from that one. But they continue on now. Cooper Murray seems still P9, by the way. He's actually managed to gap David Amore pretty nicely. It's like he's got a bit more of a grip on these tyres in the stint. He's got Warren, we've got Burr, Harron, Hampstead and Warren on screen. This is for P5, that battle for the final spot in the top 5 that we mentioned before. Hampstead trying to come back through after taking a bit more fuel than Warren in that first stop. I think Warren trying to gain some track position back in that first one by taking the less fuel. See how that places him at the end. Again, as always, as we have at these races, when we have the fuel, it's always very interesting to see where everyone ends up shaking up at the end of the race in that critical last of 10 or so laps. But Warren looking pretty solid once again. I mean, as we've seen before, he's a very quick driver in these V8 supercars, and looking like he's hanging on all right. But we'll see. Hampstead, we know, is a very experienced campaigner, and I'm sure when he gets close enough, he'll definitely have a look at getting through. Warren very on the limit there through the second to last corner. Madison down, slowly pulling away. Did 31.6 last lap. He was only 0.3 faster than Warren behind him. But slowly pulling away. What did he do this lap? 31.7 that lap. Warren at 31.9. So he's not too much quicker than Dane. That's pretty interesting to see. He matched his teammate ahead of him, Jake Burton, in P3. Rogers did 31.6 and Phil Sell 31.7. So all the top guys pretty much matching pace at the moment as they plod along. Wayne C. Burke still P7. Pretty much in his own space. He's got He's got about 4 seconds ahead of him and then about 7 seconds behind him. So he's very much in his own little world there in that 7th spot. And looking through, I think we don't really have many battles going on at the moment. What's that? I think there was. Yeah, no, it's a lap car. I think Brady Myers has got a little bit of a train behind him. Yeah, I was about to say, Brady Myers P19, P17. A little bit of a train of cars. It's Emily Jones, Stephen Sandman Clark, and then Christian Hinton just hanging off the back of that one, just at the back end of the top 20. I think Brady probably holding at the moment, but Emily Jones looking a little bit quicker, and even Sandman actually just looking a little bit faster on pace than Brady at the moment. Brady possibly have taken a short fill, might be why he's a bit further up the field now. Going along not badly though, Brady. Had an interesting race. Obviously had that moment with Daniel Williams, the netcode, which would have been an experience and a half, I'm sure, for Brady. So, oh boy, he gets very slidey out of the right-hander on the back straight. It's giving Emily half a sniff at maybe having a look into the hairpin. I don't think she's quite close enough. Not quite there. I'll tell you what, Sandman actually is looking really feisty on the back of Emily. If anything, he might actually make a move on Emily Jones here soon. We'll keep an eye on that. He's started.
Me.
Yeah, he started P33, so started quite a way down the field, but up in P19, having a very good race so far. The fact that his car is basically spotless is probably enough of an indicator that he's done well. I think if your car is still spotless at this phase after the early shenanigans, then you've had a pretty good race. I think is the signal. But Sandman looking, look at this, he's looking pretty good, looking pretty fast at the moment, looking faster than Emily and Brady. So I'll be surprised if he hasn't moved soon. Hinton just sort of hanging off the back of this in the background, not quite got the pace to catch them, but he's got enough to sort of match them more or less. Yeah, and it won't be far off. Yeah, it won't be far off some guys pitting, probably doing that last stop very soon. Possibly look out for some of the guys who short field to pit soon to put in the full tank to get home for that last stint. And as we said again, that'll really play in for the strategy as well. Make it very interesting to see who is the benefactor at the end of this race as we go along now. Just thinking actually, while we're here, while we're in a little bit of a lull in the action at the moment, while everyone's having their nice little bits in the middle of the race, trying to just put in the good laps. As we've got, Dane Warren and Richard Hampstead once again on stream. They're probably the closest battle at the moment. Looks like Hampstead is caught back up once again. And he's looking pretty good. He's 32-1 for Warren. Well, yeah, Blacklock and Postlethwaite is who we're looking at now. This is about for P11. Postlethwaite, the pump, and Blacklock did us 5/10 quicker last lap, so certainly see the pace of Blacklock is there. Posy not quite got it. And 8 laps fresher tyres as well probably helps on that one. So Blacklock, see what he can do. I wonder if he's still got that straight line deficit though, because that could be the key here that might hold him up from making a move nice and quickly. Coming towards turn 1, I don't think he's quite close enough. No, he is not. Posy holds the moment. Ian Ford just behind him as well in P13. Just ahead of them is David A. Moore in P10. I think Blacklock might still have some straight line deficit because it doesn't look like he's quite got that speed in the slipstream. So may explain also why he's being so fast through the corners, because he's got a little bit less top end. And he nearly thinks about having a half look there into the right-hander, but not quite. Swinging right-hander onto the back straight. Oh, it's a really nice exit though. Wow, look at that, so much early on the power.
Got the run.
Yeah, but the question is, will he have the speed? So I think, tell you what, looks like he might. He may have got some repairs done. I think he has in the pit stop, because he's keeping with Posy. Look up the inside. Oh, Posy. Oh, Posy broke it too late.
Oh, Posy's off.
Nearly off. Nearly. Oh, just keeps it on. And Blacklock managed to take position. So obviously done a little bit of repairs, even though visually you wouldn't be able to tell. He's obviously got some critical stuff repaired there, and he's got that top end back. Oh, he's got. Oh, Daniel Williams dropping back through the field. He's got big damage. Oh, he does, yeah. So, he did. Yeah, assuming a replay on screen. I wonder if that might still be from that netcode contact, though. We'll see. Yeah. Oh, so he's having a bit of a do with Ryan O'Sullivan, though. A bit of rubbing between those two. He was in a fight. I think it might just be from the netcode contact earlier. Yeah, he's dropped back again. He drops back behind Bruce Keeley now. So. Okay, yep, there was contact between O'Sullivan and Williams in turn 1 apparently. Yeah, they did look like they were getting pretty physical in their fights. So Williams may have just thought, you know what, I'm struggling on pace, so maybe it's best I just drop back and tag along. Oh boy, though, he's nearly pushing Kylie there through the corner. More contact with the hairpin, yeah. So it looks like Williams obviously possibly had some damage from that and drop back. And Posy in the pits as well, and so he'll give you fuel to the end, you would say. Obviously, he'll be going to the end of the race in that car. Could be aged. Go back to Warren and Hampstead. What we could. Oh, it was Tane. Oh, very slidey there. out of the left-hander. What I think we might do, just as I said, while we've got this little bit more of a lull in the midpoint of the race, while the strategies play out, I think we might go for a lap on board with Richard Hampstead as we watch him chase down Dane Warren and get a lap on board around this Okayama circuit here for the Okayama 250. No, we can't. No, we're not, because Hampstead's going to pit. Of course he is. Of course he is. Thank you, Richard. I was going to... Richard, of course, hearing me and going, oh, you wanted to do an onboard, did you? Oh, well, it's a shame I'm pitting, as he comes in now with TTL, and that's going to be him through the end of the race. I tell you what, we do really well with timing those, so well, we really do. But instead, into the pits, and that'll be as there he goes. Telling just back in the lane. Yeah, I can see him there. It looks like he's probably called it off. Thought, you know what, 28 laps down, a bit too much to continue on. So fair enough there from him. I think we have, from the looks of it, at Wayne Birkin Lane as well, we've got 32 runners still going in this race. So we've lost, I believe that is 6 cars we've lost so far. So it was Emily Jones versus Brady Myers. It's a move done. Let's see if I can go back myself and see what that was. Yeah, it looks like it was a while back. I'm just going back now to try and find it. It might have been at turn 1 actually. Let me have a look here. Yeah, turn 1. Oh, nice move actually, down the inside at turn 1. And then she went around the outside at turn 2 to complete the move. Very nice little pass there from Emily. So good stuff there to get that move on Brady. So she's now got some nice clean air. So we'll be loving that. It's going to put some good times in. So Brady doing 33 for last lap. Struggling a little bit on those tyres. And notice Hampstead has actually come out right behind this. We have a replay on screen of that move. But yeah, Hampstead is right behind Christian Hinson now. So he's right behind this battle pack. And that's not what he needs. Not what he needs. He just fought his way back into contention of the top 5, and now he might have to fight again because he's going to be caught behind this traffic really bad. Oh, Brady Myers! Oh, really squirrely. Onto the back straight. Nearly gets taken out by Sandman there. I don't know what happened. I'll have to go back and watch those. Hinson's going to go up the inside as well. Oh, Hampstead tries to... Oh, and there's contact again.
Of course, the issue.
Yeah, and Hampstead tried to squeeze between the two. There was not really any room. Should have really just waited for the after the hairpin to make the move. But he gets through in the end anyway. Oh, there's more contact with him and Hinson. Hampstead getting very physical here with these guys. Just needs to be a little bit patient here. Oh, well, I say that, and he chucks it right up the inside of Hinson. Hinson, I think, is well aware of what's going on. He's gone, you know what, you just take the move, mate. I don't want any part of this. And he's going to let Richard have it. There's Cooper Murray in the pits as well. Now Sandman and Dane Warren in the pits as well. Sandman now has Hampstead right up his gearbox. And we've seen Hampstead's already pretty authoritative in his moves at the moment. Obviously, in some battles himself. So he wants to try and, get clean air. Is so close behind Sandman there on the exit of the final corner. I think he might get done, will he? Sandman will probably roll out of it. You think he will? There we go. Yeah, fresh tyres, and Sandman's well aware of that, so he'll let Hampstead have it. Might see if as well if I can go back and check what happened to Brady Myers, because all I saw was him snaking it on the back straight, more or less. So I'm not quite sure what the issue was, but I think he very nearly turned it. Give Murray back out, so I'll just go back and watch out. Oh yeah, they got a big slide. Oh, big slide on the back straight. Wow, and he just managed to catch it. That is a catch and a half. Wow, he got really tailored there. As Sam Blacklock is catching David Moore apparently, and what did he 32-1. Yeah, David Moore did a 32-6. Wow, yeah, so Blacklock really catching. Actually, Henry King is in behind David Moore a lap down. He's actually did a 2/10 faster last lap, so that's a bit of a sign that Moore really struggling at this phase of the stint. As Blacklock gets past Henry there. Henry well aware of what's going on. There's more pits. There we go. So he's in. Obviously had enough of these tyres. I'm going to get that stop in to the end of the race. About a 24 lap stint thereabouts for the end. Oh, more. I don't know if he's aware where the pit line is because he just activated the pit limiter a little bit too soon. So, there we go. Some more. We're going to lose automatically a good 3 or 4 seconds there because he accidentally, there's Madison in the pits as well, back out as well, so more probably going to lose a good 4 or 5 seconds there from that. There he goes, Madison down, he's ahead of Hampstead, so big stuff there, quite considerably too, as Hampstead up the inside of Emily Jones. Move done into T1. 6 seconds, there you go, so yeah, Madison down. Possibly that earlier stop helps. He might have, that earlier longer fuel stop meant he didn't have to take as much for the second stop, and that might be what has jumped him ahead. So good stuff, or by that margin. So good stuff for down there. It's going to play into his hands for this last dash to the end. We've got about 24 laps to go in this race. We've got Phil Sell still leading 8.7 seconds. He really is absolutely dominating here once again. He's been so strong all season long. As Rogers in the pits as well from P2, so he's in for his final stop of this race with what'll be 23 laps to go, more or less. And Burton continues on. Rod's in. Greg Gould also pits from P4. We've got Chris Hinton and Sandman on the screen. They're battling over P11. Yep, and Sandman, oh, he's struggling a bit again. He was actually looking quite strong earlier on, but looks like he's struggling a bit now. Possibly Hampstead coming through might have just put him out of the zone a little bit, maybe. As Hinton looking a little bit strong here. And Brady Myers back behind him as well after the near spin onto the back straight. That was a truly spectacular save. Went back and watched it. It was just absolute Snake City, that was. Just sliding all over the place. The Sandman pits now right ahead of Hinton, so he's in P11. Probably his final stop of the race. Go to the end. Oh, gets very slidey there on the entry of the pit lane. Manages to hold it. Dane Warren also out there in P14 having stopped, so we'll see where he comes out once everything sorts itself out in the pit stops. Phil Sell on screen in the lead once more. Moving on, so he's going a little bit longer in the stint, it would seem. Possibly going to go long now and have a shorter stop at the end of this one. But yeah, this is really fascinating stuff, isn't it? And that's the interesting thing on that camera, isn't it? Seeing, as Burton in as well, that's the interesting stuff for me, is seeing those faster cars trying to come through, because some of them, I just saw with Richard there, was pretty authoritative with his moves.
Yeah, definitely he was.
There we go. Okay, so we've got Rogers and Burton will have a pit stop comparison. So we'll keep with Burton, who's in now. We'll see what the difference in the stop time will be.
Box now.
Yep, there you go, in the box now, and Rogers is coming through the third last corner now into the double right-hander final complex. We'll see what his pace will be like, and what his time will be in the lane, because that could be key here. You'd think.
Rogers coming through the final corner.
Yeah, Rogers through the final corner. You'd think Burton will be longer, because remember he took shorter, less fuel went down.
Out of the box.
Oh, there he goes, out of the box already. Close. Let's have a look. I think Rogers got him just.
Got him.
Yeah, Rogers got him. There you go. So yeah, Rogers takes him in the end. I think that might have been Burton's slightly less fuel in that first stint, maybe what been the key there. So Rogers holds P2. Burton will be P3, who's dropped back if anything. Ahead of Madison. Yeah, good point. Madison has dropped back behind Burton. Yeah, so could have an interesting inter-team battle once again for the podium. These two have battled before. They end up being a lot of time. They end up being in the same part of track. I've noticed. Their strategies end up kind of coming together at the end of the race. So we'll see what happens there with TTR. They'll probably end up battling. I mean, Rogers is a fair chunk up the road, and he'll probably start to slow the gap out. So we might see a little bit of inter-team battle pretty soon. Jones still in P5. He's yet to stop for that last time. Hampstead will inherit P5 in the end out of all that, quite handsomely too. He's going to be quite lonesome if anything in P5. Dane Warren, I believe, Dane Warren about 5 seconds back, and he should be effective P6 once this irons out. Sorry, P5, sorry. Yes, P5, and yeah, Sam still be... No, yeah, P5 is P5. Sam still be P5, and then Warren will be P6. And then it's all with Jay Elgood, and then I think it'll be Burke, then it'll be P7 if I'm not mistaken. He should be effective P7. Yeah, I just saw that. Yeah, that's Greg Gould getting past Cooper Murray. That's for what is P12 at the moment. Should be inside the top 10 once everything irons out on the stops. So it's a good move there from Greg Gould coming back through. I think he may have taken a bit more fuel on the stop, and that's why he dropped back behind Murray. Got that left front fender fixed as well, so his back end's got a little bit of a whack in it. Looks like someone's just taken a sledgehammer to try and jimmy open the boot, if anything. I'll be looking for some valuables in there as Emily Jones is in the pits. There we go. So Brady Jones, Hinton, and Emily Jones in the pits, all three coming in together. So interesting to see who comes out first here, actually, because we'll see who needs less fuel, or whether I think they've all been on similar strategies. So you would think they'll all be pretty similar, but every second counts when you're this close on track. There's someone else behind him. That's Bruce Keeley in the pits as well. As Jones will be first off, quite handsomely too. Wow, she's really jumped those two. They're still there. Who's that behind? One of her teammates. Phil Selling. There we go. Phil Selling behind her as well. So Phil Sell pits now from the lead. Wow, yeah, look at this Brady and Hinton in for a long time. Oh, they're going to come out together as well. Oh, wow, Hinton nearly gets by, but there you go. Sandman's got them both, and that actually is a switch as well. Because remember, yeah, Hinton was ahead of Brady, remember, as well. So that's going to be a switch back. So now Brady has managed to get back past Hinton. So there you go. It's a move in pit lane there for those two. And Emily Jones really easily beat them out. So obviously a bit of strategy again, CTR guys. There goes to Rogers. Yeah, look at that. Rogers not far behind Phil Sell, just crosses the line now, and Phil Sell just going through the first corner. So it's probably about 2 or 3 seconds between the two. But I think that later stop from Phil Sell will be the difference there, because he'll have fresher rubber, and if he can nurse that car, which he's been doing all race, just been doing good laps but keeping the tyres alive, then I think it's pretty much his race to lose at this point, because he's been very dominant all race long. But we'll see what happens. Rogers might be able to pull something out for the win. He'll be able to see Phil Sell ahead. That's always pretty good motivation, if anything, when you can see them just up the road. We've got a bit of a battle further back for 27th. Kurt Stenberg and Daniel Ackland battling away, and they've got Michael Cracknell behind them. I think Cracknell's pitted, these two haven't, and they're just ahead of the leader Phil Sell, who's going to come up to lap them pretty soon. A little battle here at the back end of the field, as we always say. It's always great to see battling all throughout the field. Really fantastic stuff. I'm just keeping an eye on some other ones. There's a few other close battles as well. There we go. Emily Jones nearly thinking about a move on Lee Ellis for P16 on track. Behind them is Jake Maloney, who's been trying to recover ever since that drive-through penalty, but not really made much progress as of yet. Obviously that strategy for him has been a little bit wonky, and that's why he's quite been able to make moves like you would think he would. And he's usually got the pace of the top 10, so a bit of a what could have been possibly race for Maloney. In his case, oh wow, Jones nearly pushing Lee Ellis. Yeah, she's really. Yeah, I think she'll probably have a look up the underside, you would think, into the hairpin. Yep, there he goes, pulls out. Yep, pressure tyres. Remember, these are both TTR cars as well. And yeah, I think Lee Ellis knows what's going on, and Jones will go through. So Emily Jones back up a spot, P16. And now Ellis will have to go defensive once again, because he's going to have Jake Maloney coming at him. Stuart Vaughan also has been slowly catching up the back of him as well, in that little battle pack between the two of them. So good stuff there. Forsnell Navi, by the way, P11 for him, although I think he hasn't stopped yet, so he's still got to. There you go, so he's still got to stop as well for Forzone, but doing alright. So considering that is basically a forward focus in terms of the body parts left on it, he's doing pretty well, we would have to say, in that car. It's good stuff to see. I think out up at the front, basically the only one in the top 10 that hasn't stopped, I believe, is Craig Jones, who's in P6 at the moment. So he's going long here in this stint, so we'll see where he ends up popping out, because he's been hanging around in the teens most of this race, so we'll see what he does. Pace is in the mid-32s, obviously those tyres have been on for quite some time, so they got the edge they had earlier on. We've got Ian Ford on screen as he tries to get past Forsnell Nabi. It's for P11, and behind them is Sandy Bluck right behind, who's been slowly catch up to Ian Ford himself in the last few laps. Is 40, nearly having a half look there at El Nabi into the hairpin, but deciding not to go for it. Much clean looking Commodore, in fact that doesn't really look like it's got a scratch on it. 40 been nice and clean this race, just been keeping out of trouble. A nice quiet one. Still on for a good result at this point, possibly close to a top 10 now. El Nabi out of the way. I wonder if he's got a slowdown. Looks like possibly a slowdown if anything, rather than getting out of the way for position. Not sure, either let him through or he had a slowdown, one of the two, but I think I'm going to say slowdown, because he's not making it easy for Blacklock. So yeah, I think he'll pit with it. Yeah, he's going to pit, there we go. So he peels in for what will be his final stop in half of V8, essentially, with how that thing's looking at the moment. Yeah, so good stuff there. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, shout out to Craig Jones for going so long into the stint. He's probably one of the only ones still going this long into the stint. He's still cracking along, still doing decent times. I mean, he's doing high 32s, and considering how long he's been out there, that's really solid stuff. I mean, really pitted lap 26. So he's been going for 25, 26 laps. So he's going to pretty much almost put these stints even, actually. So that's very interesting to see. But there you go. So yeah, really long stint for Craig, but he's still going along and looking pretty smooth. But you'd think he'll pit soon, because he'll only need about 17, 18 laps. So it'll be a pretty short dash for him to the end. So I'll be surprised if we see him in the next lap or two. That will be interesting. As I said, it'll be interesting to see where he pops out, because I'd assume he'll be somewhere in the mid-teens. As Phil Sol is pulling away from Rogers, probably not too surprising with the fresher rubber. Putting in some really, really quick laps at the moment, given the conditions, to just pull that gap out. Burton pulling away from down as well. That's interesting. So Burton possibly might actually confirm that P3. We'll see. It's gonna all going to depend on who can hold their tyres. And we know how good Madison Down is for just being really smooth and really consistent in his driving style. So we'll see. That'll be very clear. I think the next about 10 laps we'll know what's going on there and whether Burton will actually hold on for a podium. Sure, Dan will give it his all, but you know, either way, it's a podium for TTR in either case, as well as the looking like Phil Sale possible win as well. So looking like a big result for them. Richard Hampstead still going along in P5 using all of the dirt as well as the road there, as he was using a lot of the ripple stripping even over that there through the fast little kinks there in the first sector. Looking. Got Stuart Vaughan, Jake Maloney on screen. They are battling for P17. I think, yeah, Maloney actually falling back into the hands of Vaughan in the last few laps. I think, pretty sure. Let's have a look here. Oh no, Maloney. Yeah, I was looking at Maloney has pitted pretty recently, like 43. I thought he maybe hadn't pitted, but he pitted. Ah, there you go. Yeah. Okay, there you go. So yeah, Maloney and Vaughan pitted at the same time, but Vaughan looking, and Ellis as well. So all three of these guys on the exact same strategy. But I'll tell you what, Vaughan looking like the strongest of the three. Maloney looking like he's already struggling a fair bit. So we'll see what happens here. But just a battle. This is the battle just outside the top 15. It's all going to depend on where Craig Jones is up going on. He's still going another lap. So Jones really pushing this stint out a long way. He's still, and as I said, considering how long he's been out there, he's still doing pretty decent pace. I mean, he's still doing high 32s despite having been out there for 26, 27 even laps, I think, coming up on those tyres. So big shout out to Craig there, doing a very solid job for Stealth Sim Sports. Sure, I'll be very happy to see him being so strong here in Split 1. But that battle further back continuing on. I'm actually looking at Blacklock continuing to battle forward as well. I think that's been going for a while. Blacklock continuing his charge back through, and he's also got Cooper Murray not far up the road as well. And if you can catch him, that'll be for the top 10. So, and then Greg Gould's actually not far up the road either. So if Blacklock can get a bit of a move on, he might be able to gain a couple of spots here before we're out. But getting into the closing phases now, Cameron, we've got about 16 or so laps to go. And it's looking like it might be another Phil Sale domination at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely is, as apparently Ben Twidale has actually spun it on the back straight, apparently, as I'm just looking at it now. But yeah, anyway, yeah, definitely looks like Phil Sale's got this one in the bag by the looks of it, so yeah, it's unlikely that anybody else is going to match his pace by the looks of it. Rogers is holding stationary in second, and Burton's apparently pulling away slightly from Madison, so yeah, it's unlikely that the top 5 are going to change at this point.
Indeed, although Madison actually brought a 10th back on that last lap, so obviously down heard us and went, wait, what were you saying about him pulling away? And he's put one back. Hampstead got a very quiet moment on his own. Jones, I just saw. Apparently Twidale may have had his screens go back on him, which is what's happened there. I'm sorry, I'm just looking. Yeah, back live, I'm just looking at Craig Jones. That was very odd. He slowed right down the pit straight. So unless he got a slowdown somewhere, yeah. But I looked at the second last corner where I thought it would be, and he didn't cut it that much. I mean, he cut it a fair bit, but not enough to be a slowdown. So unless it was way back, let me have a look here. No, I don't think he got a slowdown. Nowhere looks like a slowdown. So I don't know what's going on there. And he's still dropping further behind Warren. So that's odd. And yeah, look, yeah, that's what I was about to say. I think he's pushed it. Yeah, he's missed. Yeah, so Craig Jones, what's happened there? He's obviously miscalculated his pit stop window, and he's having to absolutely limp it around the track. It's a real shame for Craig. He's on for a really solid result in that Stealth Sim Sports Falcon, but now he's having to really limp it around, and I wonder if he can even make it around if he's got too little fuel. Looks like he might make it. Yeah, but he's going to lose so much time. Look at this, he's dropping behind Greg Gould now. It's going to be P9. Here comes the pack, they're battling for the top 10 as well. So, huge shame for Craig. He was as he nearly spins it as well. Look at the hairpin. That is a huge shame for Craig. He was having such a solid race in that car, and now the curse of running out of fuel has hit him. And, look at this. He's just about going to make it in for the stop. Yeah, that's a real shame. He'll drop a long way down from where he could have been in that Falcon. hopefully for his sake, he can actually make it to the box. Obviously, when you're actually going through the pits, you use more fuel than you normally do because you're just usually holding on full throttle on the pit limiter. So it's the lucky his pit box is right at the pit entrance, so he makes it in, but that's a huge loss for Jones. He's going to drop well
Yeah,
back.
definitely.
Go Postlewaite and David Morse, the battle for what will be P12 now. As David Moore's been slipping down a bit actually, ever since early on. Obviously, must have dodged the early shenanigans and gained some spots, and perhaps his true pace showing through. He's been just slowly dropping back down the field, possibly with strategy as well. But in P13 at the moment, 4/10 slower than Posey last lap. Of course, Posey pitted a while back now, but looks like Moore not quite got the pace to catch him, as Jordan Ross is in behind them in 31st, a lap down. Oh, yep, lap down indeed. It's top 22 on the lead lap, by the way, at the moment. So 22 cars out of the 31. 31 at the moment because Twidell's still in the
21
pits.
because Jones has just gone a lap down.
Oh, there you go. So Jones went a lap down. So yeah, 21 of the 32, I'm going to say, cars are still running on the lead lap. So there you go. Nice little tidbit there. But yeah, looking pretty solid for, as we said, pretty cruisy for Phil Sells, just slowly eking that gap out to Rogers, just keeping it nice and solid. Oh, there's a little more, nearly loops it out of the left-hander. Oh yeah, just catching it now. Oh, just too much throttle on the curb and nearly around. That's a good save from Moore to stop that one from being in the fence for him. Looking like he's really struggling though in that Falcon. But we'll keep an eye on. I think there's the battle for the... Yeah, I was just about to say. Yeah, Murray, Blacklock and Ford's pretty close, although he's not been holding station. If anything, Murray just been slowly reeled in by Blacklock lap after lap. He continues that charge through after the early instance. Looking back through as well. Ooh, someone's dropping back. Someone pitting, I'm guessing. Someone having damage. I thought I saw Stuart Vaughan may have dropped back a spot along the line. Maybe got passed on the lap actually, so about that, but he's sitting in P16. We'll keep an eye on this battle for P9, it's probably the closest one on track at the moment. And forward, wow, that's a bit of a late cheeky little look up the inside of Blacklock there. We're just trying to scare him out of making a mistake more than anything else, but Blacklock holding firm, sorry. And that's actually let Murray just slowly get back out again. So these guys probably trading times at the moment. Rick Gould's not too far up the road either, same with Wayne Burke, they're all sort of in the same little patch of tarmac, or same sector. It's a pretty big gap back to Postlewaite and Moore in 12th and 13th behind him. Yeah, it's looking like at the moment Murray's holding. It's yeah, it's looking, it's Ford just gets very slidey out of the second last corner there. It holds it together for the moment. Yeah, Blacklock might have a look soon. He is slowly catching, but Murray's holding firm at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on that for you though, because it's probably the closest battle on track at the moment. Rick Gould up ahead of them, having a nice cruisy finish at the moment in P8s. You've got Burke in P7, Warren P6, Hampstead in a very, very, very lonely P5. He's got big gaps either side of him, so he's just bringing it home at this point for a top 5. Then you've got Madison Down in P4, who has slowly catching up to Burton. He was a couple of tenths faster again the last lap, so he might have a nice little battle for the podium developing in the coming laps as Twidell leaves. So now leaves 31 cars left in this race. We've also got P2 being obviously Rogers, and then in the lead, Mr. Domination once again so far has been Jared Philsell. Been absolutely on fire once again, as he has been all season long, and really showing why he's such a strong championship contender this year in that TTR Commodore. 5/10 of a second quicker last lap, or 4/10 of a second quicker last lap as well, so really strong pace even though he is leading by a handsome margin at the moment. Keep an eye on that battle for 9th though with these guys. I think what we might do, no, they're not going to pit this time because they're all pitted. We'll go on board with Ian Ford, I think, seeing he's behind this battle with Blacklock and Murray. Do a lap around the Okayama circuit here in the Okayama 250 with Ian Ford of the Evolution Racing team. I'll let you listen to the sounds of that Holden Commodore V8 as he takes it around this. There was a lap for you of the Okayama International Circuit with Ian Ford, the Evolution Racing team, going along quite nicely in P11 at the moment. And behind that lovely battle between Sam D. Blacklock and Cooper Murray, just inside the top 10. They're still going along pretty similarly on pace as well. Pretty much all the guys there at the back end of the 10 are trading times, way up to about P7 in Lacey Burke. As yeah, I was thinking, I've been watching that slowly but surely close, and indeed Burton and Down have been slowly closing together. Down's just been chipping away at 10th here and there on Jake, although he's got Daniel Ackland now in front of him. He's just kind of balk him a little bit here in the last few corners. It's probably going to cost Down a 10th or two in this battle for P3. Your last corner, you'd think Ackland would let him have it now, possibly. Not making it too easy for him. He's got crackers behind him, to be fair, Ackland. So he doesn't want to make it, doesn't want to jump right out of the way because he's got his own battles that he's doing. And there he goes Down, does it nicely there, Ackland. Just gets out of the way, goes off the line. Doesn't lose too much time either, so nicely done there by Ackland. Lets Down back through, ended up matching Burton on that lap despite traffic. So that's good signs for Down, and he might be able to do it soon. And they're both coming up on Daniel Williams and Kurt Stenberg, who are ahead of them battling for P25 here, as Stenberg up the inside out of the right-hander. And these two are battling, they're going for it. They've got two of the leaders coming up to lap them, so they might just have to watch themselves here. This Burton, probably the most awkward time to catch these guys when they're side-by-side into the hairpin. Stenberg has a look up the inside. Oh boy, he's nearly spun it as well.
Oh, not quite.
Not quite, yeah, he ended up nearly spinning it through the hairpin. That was in front of his teammate nearly as well in P3, so this is a bit awkward for Burton. He's just got to wait while these two go side by side right in front of him. Oh, this is really awkward for the top three. Is Burton going to make 3 wide? Oh, thinks about it. Nearly does, but not in the end. Oh, it's really hurting Burton. Down is just absolutely charging. Oh, my goodness. Stenberg and Williams are not giving anything to these guys. And again, as I mentioned, remember Stenberg is a TTR car as well, so there's from the same camp as Burton, but he's not really making it too easy for him as Burton gets through in the end, but he lost a good chunk of time to Down while doing that. As Williams now is going to try and get out of the way. He is. Oh, Burton tried to be cheeky and grab some slipstream. That was nearly really quite awkward there. He tried to be cheeky and grab some slipstream, but nearly had some contact on the main straight, as that's going to give Stenberg a chance to get past Williams for P25.
Oh, steady with contact with Williams.
Yeah, it was right rear corner for Williams, the contact with Stenberg, and Stenberg drops back now behind Williams and is going to lose that spot effectively. And Williams now to P25, as Downs also managed to get by Stenberg as well, so it's one less lap car for Down to have to worry about. Williams will probably move over to the right, I'm guessing, and let him through, or he might let him have it down the inside. Actually, it's probably the smarter way to do this, I would say. Yep, he will. He'll just let Down have it down the inside, and he should be able to hold on ahead of Stenberg. He was safe. He does this right. Hold it around the outside a little bit. Yep, and on the control nicely. Well done there from Williams, very smartly done, and he stays ahead of Stenberg, although that battle reignites once again. Probably worth a watch actually, because they're both really going out. They've got Ackland not far behind him either, so this could be a 3-car fight towards the back end of the field. Cracknell also not far behind these guys, so good little tussle. There's a little bit of a shove from Stenberg as well. A little tussle here right at the back end of the field between these guys, as last lap Down was a good 3/10 faster than Burton as well, but that was obviously with the traffic helping out quite nicely for him in that case. See how it was this time, bikes. Remember, Burton would have had clean air as Down started to pass Williams. See what the difference is. It looks like Down was still faster, if anything. Let's have a look here. 31.8, and yeah, 10th quicker. There's behind him, Stenberg having a look up the inside into T1. We go Murray and Blacklock once again, and Ian Ford. The three of them still battling over P9. So, oh boy, Stenberg nearly went for the little bit of a dive up the inside. It's always, as I said, it's always risky trying up the inside there, because the natural line sort of leaves the door open, generally speaking. So it's always very awkward to try anything there. You've got to be very trusting in the other car to not chop across on you and cut you off. So always a bit of an awkward one to pass that. But just look at that last corner. The amount of dust on circuit there is just so much. You could quite literally make a rallycross circuit out of the amount of dust that's on the track at the moment. It's just so much of it dotted around at various parts. So very, very dirty track at the moment, as Blacklock continues to try and chase down Cooper Murray. Look at that there again. Look at that off the line. There's just so much dust all the way down towards the right-hander. It really is quite amazing just how much dust gets on these circuits over these longer races that just become rallycross circuits in their own right. But Blacklock looking really strong here to possibly make a move on Murray in the next lap or two, maybe even in this corner. He's looking very strong down the back straight. Murray feeling the need to go a little bit defensive perhaps. Not really, just fakes a little defense maybe on the right, and yep, not quite close enough Blacklock to make the move just yet. And Ian Ford still sitting in behind them, just holding station at the moment. P11. It's Blacklock really looking quite strong, despite his car maybe not looking as strong or as smooth in terms of his looks. His actual driving itself is very nice. As he again nearly has a look up the inside of Cooper Murray there into the right-hander, but not quite close enough to make the move stick. He's going to have to wait for a later time. But you'd think at this point, Cameron, it's probably only a matter of time, isn't it? Because Blacklock's been chipping away and slowly getting his way back into the top 10 over the last sort of 30 or 40 laps.
Yeah, he definitely has. He's been just quietly sitting there working his way through, and yeah, he's not done too bad. It's going to be interesting to see what he can do in these last 7 or so laps. So I would say he's probably going to be able to get Cooper. Cooper's still with internet issues by the looks of it, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Definitely, yeah. So yeah, Murray still, as you mentioned, he has these intermittent little blinks every now and then. He's been having them all race long. I'm really surprised that it hasn't caused a crash yet, because you would have thought with that many blinks that someone would spawn inside him at the wrong point. But thankfully, every time he's blinked, it's been at a time which hasn't caused too many issues generally. But here comes Blacklock again down the back straight. Have a look. He's looking. I think he might commit to the inside, or not quite. Murray brakes late. Oh, very late. He's broken. Oh, not quite too late. I thought he'd broken too late. Oh, and he has. Oh,
contact
touch from Blacklock. Yeah.
Does readdress.
Spinning him. Yeah, he's not going to do the move. So good stuff from Blacklock. Not going to just take the move from the contact. There's managed to be gaseous off water somehow. I don't know how that works, but anyway, Murray holding on at the moment, but looking very. Oh wow, Blacklock. It looked like he almost MotoGP style backed that in to the corner. It was really concerning seeing cars doing the MotoGP back into a corner style, which is not really a company thing to see. As we go to Burton and down now, gap down to 0.7 of a second. So yeah, or even less probably now, probably half a second now. So yeah, it looks like Burton has 0.4. There you go. So yeah, Burton under a lot of pressure here from Madison Down, who's been chipping away at him this entire stint, trying to get back on the podium. I reckon they'll fight it. It is only 5 laps to go, or thereabouts, and they've got good gaps either side of them, so I think they'll fight. They'll have a good tussle here for the podium and see who can be the ones to claim that last step on the podium, which will be Burton or Down. Place your bets now. Not really. We don't have anything to do that, but yeah, it's going to be really fascinating to see who gets this one, because again, they've had different strategies this race. They've kind of gone opposite strategies in a way, but they've ended up being on the same part of the track by the end, even though they basically did opposite strategies from the two of them. So it was really interesting, as we mentioned, to see when these fuel strategies all come together, despite how different they might be. Looks like Down, so he's looking really good. I'm not be surprised if he has a bit of a go soon. He's looking noticeably faster than Burton at the moment. Burton struggling a little bit to keep the pace as well as Down is.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. Maybe seeing team orders play into this, with Madison probably in a better position than Burton in the championship. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens, whether Madison can actually get past genuinely, or whether there is some sort of team orders involved.
Definitely, as we have 5 to go, as Joe just mentioned there, so 5 more laps left in this race. We're into the last stretch, and yeah, I don't think there will be team orders. So I think being a podium, I think they'll fight it out legitimately. I think they want to see who can legitimately take the podium. I know that yeah, as you say, Down is at a better place in the championship, but I think they want to have a good little tussle here on even terms, and just see who will actually come out on top. In this scenario, it's just, you've got to say Down. He's looking so much faster than Burton. Oh, I say that, although he gets very slidey out of the left-hander there, and Rhino Sullivan behind him nearly looped as well out of the left-hander. I've seen a few people struggling out of that corner, probably not helping the amount of dust that's down there as well. Down looking pretty good. I don't know. He just looks faster. He looks more pace and more grip is available to him at the moment than it is to Jake. But you know, as we've mentioned before, catching someone's one thing, passing is another thing entirely. So it's not easy at all. And just because he's right on his chuff at the moment doesn't mean that down will get done. He's going to have this time by. Going to have 4 laps to get the move done. So not too much time left. Time is starting to run out for him.
Madison's all over him now.
Yeah, he is. So again, he looks visibly faster, but he just can't quite get close enough to make the move. Though again, as we mentioned, I mean, it may even be they might even be doing team orders to have Jake take the podium. Possibly, we don't know. You know, might be going back the other way. Although I say that, and then you go down and look at the inside. Very close between the two of them. In the end, they managed to avoid contact with very nice, close, hard racing between these two TTR cars. Let's have a look. Actually, they've got about 20 seconds back to Hampstead. They've got a lot of space back to him, so they can definitely have a really good, hard battle here. They don't have to worry about dropping a spot. There's actually Cooper Murray and Blacklock's getting a bit closer again as well. But we'll keep an eye on this battle because this is for the podium. There's down because I think they get a little bit of a tap there out of the left-hander, but. Oh yeah, Burton really just has not quite got the pace. Down is really strong at the moment.
Yeah, it's probably looking like he's used the tyres up quite a bit too much now.
Definitely, yeah, I think you're right. I think Burton possibly used them a bit too early maybe in the stint, maybe to try and keep ahead of Down, and Down's just getting the rewards of being a bit more conservative on them now at the back end of the stint and the race. So they'll come over now for 3 to go, while Burton using again all of the road and more as they come through what's effectively the rallycross section of the circuit now, with the amount of dust that's down on it. It may as well be the amount of dust that's on out of that final corner. But Down still not quite close enough to make the move. He's going to have to hold station and wait for another chance. 3 laps to go in this race here.
Apparently Cooper Murray's been pushed off by a Blacklock, apparently.
Ooh, okay. I'm going to have to go back and have a little bit of a cheeky look at that, I think. Let's have a look. I might go back and have a look as well, see what I can see here. Hopefully my replay will do it. Oh, I won't do it. I don't think. Hang on, let's see. Oh, actually, yeah, in the braking zone. Oh, yeah, Blacklock's just broken a bit too late, although, well, Cooper did kind of move across at the last minute in front of Blacklock in the braking zone. Blacklock's just given him a nudge there in the braking, and Cooper Murray's gone straight off. It sounds like I've got chat muted, but it looks like they're still having some words between the two of them there. But Blacklock, I think, is going to hold it. I think he thinks probably thinks that might have been more Cooper's fault. I'm not really sure. Like a bit of an odd one there. It's, there you go. Yeah, so there you go. So yeah, looks like potentially Blacklock's probably one there. Potentially, we'll see. Obviously, stewards will. We'll go back to Burton and Down, but we'll let the stewards obviously look at that one. I'll decide what they want to do. But yeah, probably was. Yeah, Blacklock probably should have been all prepared for where Cooper was going to break. But either way, this battle for third really nice between these two, the two teammates, the Momo sponsored and liveried TTR Commodores, looking really, really nice and close. Again, nice and really intense and close, but really clean as well between these two. And you know, again, they probably having been teammates and the like, they know that they can push each other 10/10 and don't have to worry about wiping each other out. So always good to see that when you see two drivers that know they can push each other really hard but be clean. It's always a real joy to watch them battling away.
Yeah,
so we have 2 laps to go now. So 2 laps for Down to get it. No, I'll tell you what, he's doing all the right things, isn't he, to stay ahead at the moment?
Yeah, he definitely is. He's definitely pushing it as hard as he can without overdoing it. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether Madison's got anything left at this point.
Yeah, definitely, as they come onto the back straight for the penultimate time. Interesting to note in the background there, Ryan O'Sullivan has basically been keeping with them the entire time in the background there, and he's in P23 at the moment. He's been basically matching them on pace. So not, I say that, 7/10 slow last lap, but he's been hanging in the background of them for a good few laps now. So interesting to note that, but they're probably not going to. There's actually a bit of a battle ahead of them as well. Craig Jones and Brady Myers going side by side for P20 through the back half of the circuit. I think Jones is making the move on Myers around the outside too at the second last hairpin. Pretty nifty little move there from Craig. And they've got Joshua K. Rogers behind them trying to pick his way through the traffic as well. But I think these two should be fine. I think they'll catch Hinton before the end, so they should have a nice clean battle without any traffic in the way to finish. As they've got final lap for Rogers and what will be the final lap for these two as well as they come through the final corner for Burton and Down. I would say Burton's looking good, but Down's just closed back up again a little bit in the last few laps, or last lap or two, so No, let's have a look here as they come into turn 1. Down, I think, nearly thought about it. He half thought about having a look there, but decides against it. And Burton, all going to hold, but down. Oh, nearly tried a bit of a... That was a really interesting place to try and make a move, but he nearly thought about it, pulled out in the end, which is probably the smart move there. But Burton holding on for the moment and looking like he's... Oh, but down, look at this, he's just upped the aggression that notch, hasn't he? He's just put it up a little bit more here on the final lap.
Madison's looking. It's going to be close.
Yeah, after this hairpin, we'll go to Phil Sell for the win. Oh, but we might have down up the inside of Burton here. Yeah, we will. Burton's going to cover.
Looking.
But down's still going to do it anyway. I think they'll go side by side, will they? Oh,
there's a bit of contact.
Contact in the right front. That's not such a pretty looking TTR car. We're going to have to go to Phil Sell. I think Burton might just hold it, and he will, but I think he'll hold 3. We'll go to Jared Phil Sell now. Comes through the final 3 corners, drifting as well for the show. Great stuff from Phil Sell. It's been a dominant win really for the
Madison's
TTR
up
driver.
The inside.
Oh, has got Madison
it up the inside.
continuing. But Jared Phil Sell, mate, fantastic race from him. Been an absolute domination all race long. He takes the win here for round 8 of the V8 Premier Series here at Okayama for the Okayama 250. Fantastic stuff from Phil Sell. We'll get a replay of Madison and Jake after they cross the line. Joshua K. Rogers ends up P2, just not quite. Didn't have the pace in the end.
Oh, Burton's out of fuel!
Oh, Burton's out of fuel! Oh no, so Burton out of fuel, and that's going to gift P3.
He's just made it!
Just makes it across the line. There you go. So yeah, so in the end, Joshua K. Rogers ends up P2. Not quite, just didn't have the pace in the end to catch Phil Sell. We're going to have a replay of Down and Burton on screen on that battle in the last lap from those two. Down ends up getting P3 from that, so a good result from him. Good, solid, consistent race. 1, 2, 3 ends up where they qualified, and Burton as well ends up P4, exactly where he qualified. There we go, so he was on the clutch earlier, apparently Burton to save fuel, and that's why Madison went through, but Burton still ends up getting P4. Probably be a little bit disappointed that the podium slipped away, but he still gets a P4, which is good. Solid points for him. Richard Hampstead ends up in P5. Quite a very quiet finish of the race for him. He was basically on his own for the entirety of that last stint, and but still good P5 for the TTL driver. P6 is going to be Dane Warren in the All-Star Motorsports Commodore from P12 on the grid, so a good little race there from Dane. Wayne C. Burke ends up P7 in the CNG Sim Racing Commodore. P8 ends up being Ethan Grid Gould for ERT. Sandy Blacklock comes from 17th on the grid, and First Lap Shenanigans to end up P9. So a good, very good comeback drive there from Sam Blacklock. And then Cooper Murray ends up holding on to P10 to round out your top 10.
Then we go back to Ian Ford, Glenn Postlethwaite, David Moore, Jake Maloney, Emily Jones, Stuart Vaughan, and then Lee Ellis, who was the final person on the lead lap. Then you go back to Stephen Sandman Clark, who is in 18th, Forzan El Nabi, Craig Jones, Brady Myers, and Christian Hinton in 22nd. 23rd will be Ryan O'Sullivan. 24th will be Kurt Stenberg. 25th will be Luke Harvey. 26th will be Daniel Williams. 27th will be Michael Cracknell, 28th Daniel Acklin, 29th Bruce Keeley, and rounding out the top 30 will be Henry King.
Indeed, and then in 31st will be Jordan Ross, the last of your finishes for that race. And then retirements, we had Ben Twydale, Brennan Hobson, Thomas McMillan, Adam Zeidinger, Michael Teliancic, Jack Lemon, and Nick Cummings round out the results for your 38 car field here for the Okayama 250. And tell you what, that was a really good race, I think. There, Cameron, we had a pretty shenanigan field start, to say the least. Kept race control very busy, and things calmed down though after about half dozen laps or so. Everyone got into a nice groove, and we had some really nice hard fighting, nice clean, but really intense battling throughout a lot of that race, throughout the whole field.
Yeah, definitely. It was a very, very good race indeed, with a lot of action and excitement and carnage as well, which is a bit unfortunate, but that is racing at the end of the day. So yeah, it was quite a very good close race actually at the end. I wouldn't have thought it would have been as close as it was, but yeah, it was actually quite close and quite a good race, to be honest. Yeah, so well done to Jared and Josh and Madison on the podium. Unfortunately, Jake ran out of fuel out of the final corner, but yeah, quite a good race, and yeah, hopefully it continues like it is at the next round.
Definitely, yeah. Well, hopefully, yeah, we'll have a nice round 9 of racing. Of course, round 8 here brought to you by WPC Concreting. Again, big thank you to them for their sponsorship of this round. Yeah, that was as I said, really nice race. I think in the end it was a little bit dicey in the first lap or two. There was some shenanigans going on there, but it all was good to see as we said, everyone sort of settled down, got in a nice little groove after about 6 or 7 laps, and we just got some really nice racing. You know, a little instance here or there, but I mean we're going to have them in these V8s. We've got Mategi in 3 weeks' time. That is your next race here for V8 Scops. Mategi always tends to bring up some really nice racing. The V8s, I've driven around it a few times in a few different series, and it's always been really good fun. I think the V8s just really fit Mategi, and the way that track is quite nicely. Although I think it's same with GTs as well. That track's just a very good one for tin tops. I think is sort of its thing, so to speak. But right on cue, we are joined by Jared Filsell himself. So Jared, we were saying that was, well, from where it was sitting from us, it looked like a pretty cruisy race for you in the end.
Yeah, I wouldn't say cruisy. It was quite a consistent race, I could call it that. Yeah, pretty surprised about Roger's lack of tyre, to be honest. Yeah, pretty surprised by that. But all the TTR cars have good tyre life this round, so that's good. Teams moving forward.
Definitely, and looking just with the race, with how it was, with the traffic, and with how dusty the track got. I mean, how was that to deal with, having to pass the traffic with a track that was getting, as I was saying on the broadcast, I mean, part of this track, I think you could have, or parts of it, you could have basically cordoned off rallycross. There was that much dust on the track. So how much of a factor did that play in tyre wear and that kind of thing?
It wasn't too bad, as long as you had the car straight, not drifting or anything, you would be fine. But yeah, you would be in a bit of trouble if you were drifting, that's for sure.
Definitely, yeah. So as we mentioned before, 3 weeks' time is the next round, which will be Mategi for that one. A track that you're looking forward to?
Yeah, cool track. I think we might be racing at night, so that'll be a whole new perspective. But no, should be good. It's a great track.
Definitely, yeah. So yeah, there you go. That's a good one to look forward to. So thank you very much for coming in, Jared. And again, super congratulations on your win, and we look forward to seeing you in 3 weeks at Mategi.
Thanks, guys.
No worries at all. So that was Jared Filsell, your winner here from the Okayama 250. And as we said, a really nice win for him there. And while we wait to see if anyone else possibly pops in to the booth, we will quickly mention what we've got coming up this week. We've got V8 Supercars, of course, the Strength of Field race for the official series coming up tomorrow here from Okayama again. Should be a really fascinating race there, because it always does, as we saw today, always produces some really close quality racing, especially in these V8s. We've got the Formula Renault 2.5 Championship on the Wednesdays, and then we've got IMSA Thursday nights. That's the Strength of Field race for the Australia region on the Thursday, and that's always good fun. Hopefully, if I can make it, I'll probably be racing that in the C7, the old DP. Great fun car that is to drive. And then we've got Australian Speedway Championship on the Saturday night there with the sprint cars, because who doesn't like a bit of sprint cars? They're sprint cars, come on. So that's going next weekend. So look forward to all of that fantastic broadcast from the V8sonline broadcast team, and also to round out the sort of week of broadcasts to come. I've got the Porsche Cup on Sunday as well, which hopefully this time I can make. If I had things pop up last round where I couldn't make it, but hopefully I can make this round. That would be very good fun. That one, because the Porsche Cups as well. Obviously, those Porsches always a really nice racing in them, and that should be a fantastic broadcast again as well. So definitely stick around next weekend. Plenty of stuff for this week as always in V8sonline. Do a lot of broadcasting that we've picked up in the recent weeks. And I'm sorry, Jordan, but yeah. Either way, I think that was really good stuff, wasn't it, Cameron? I mean, as we said, we had pretty much, again, we always say this every time, but we really did have it all. We had shenanigans in the first parts of the race, then we had some good solid battling, we had strategy playing into it with the fuel, and also tyres as well with how hot the track was.
Yeah, definitely. It was a very good night of racing, and quite exciting as Scops is usually. So yeah, hopefully the rest of the week with the broadcasting is exciting, and yeah.
Definitely, yeah. So apparently, being told Rogers is here on the TS. I don't
know if he's available for interview. We've got him in the booth. I think we've got to give him ability to talk though. By the looks of it. I'm fairly sure. There we go. Yep. So if Josh is there, I'll give you a quick interview. Josh, if you're there, P2 for you today. How's the race from your perspective?
Hi.
Surprising.
I am alive. I am alive. The race, from my point of view, I don't know. It wasn't too bad. It was pretty laid back. I think the Jared and, in my opinion, the whole of TTR definitely had a lot better tyre wear than us. I think the one lap speed was kind of there in quali. I made a bit of a muff of it, but yeah, all in all though, it wasn't a bad race. I think for once we didn't get the strategy too bad, which was a good change. But yeah, just gotta hunt down those TTR cars. They're a bit hard to catch.
Definitely, yeah. Well, and as well, I guess for this race, as a sort of thing I mentioned to Jared as well, with the traffic. Obviously, with this track, it's always a bit awkward sometimes to let traffic through, especially when they're battling. How was it for you getting your way through traffic at this one, especially when the track was getting as dusty as it was towards the end?
Yeah, no, I found traffic quite good. They were definitely very compliant, and most of the time I had fresh tyres when I was passing traffic anyway, so that made it a fair bit easier. But yeah, no, I didn't have any dramas at all.
Awesome, good stuff to hear. And obviously, Mategi in 3 weeks' time, that'll be the next round of the championship. Looking like we'll probably be racing on the night as well, so something a bit different to the usual sort of mixture for the Scops Championship. Race you looking forward to?
Yeah, Mategi's a fun track, especially at night. Generally, I think we feel like we always go to Mategi at night because it's one of those bit of a picturesque track. But yeah, no, definitely excited for a night race on the Scops calendar. I think it'll be really interesting and different as well, seeing as I don't think we've had it before.
Definitely, yeah. So, yeah, well, thank you again for coming in there, Josh. Well, thanks for obligating to have the surprise interview that we sprung on you. Thanks for coming in anyway. And again, big congratulations on your P2, and we look forward to seeing you in 3 weeks' time.
Cheers.
All right, that was Joshua K. Rogers, your second place finisher here tonight for the Okayama 250. So I guess that will pretty much wrap us up here for the broadcast. So again, hope you guys enjoyed the broadcast today here at V8 Scops Round 8 action from Okayama. Again, presented to you by WPC Concreting. And yeah, we look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow for the official race at 8:15 p.m. Look forward to having you guys around again to watch that one. I'll probably end up racing actually myself, so hopefully I'll end up making top split and not wreck again. but we'll see how we go. But yes, again, as I say, I hope you guys enjoyed. And until next time, it's bye for now.